Hey there. Tonight we're heading back, not to royal legends or shining armour, but to the real Middle Ages. Over the next 6 hours you'll step into a world of peasants and kings, castles and plagues, not to rule, but just to survive. These are the stories history books skip past. The dirt, the hunger, the noise, the quiet. Life, not as a knight or noble, but as everyone else. You'll work the land, serve the lords, try not to die of your own dinner, or from stepping in the wrong direction in the wrong century. If long, slow history helps you unwind, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it genuinely brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. It's oddly comforting to know who else is drifting off to the same quiet world. So, dim the lights, let your mind slow down. And let's begin. This village doesn't have a name, or if it did, no one remembers it. It sits in a shallow valley somewhere in the vague middle of nowhere. A soft crease in the land, just distant enough to avoid roads, records, or royal attention. You wouldn't find it on a map. If you had a map, which you don't, you've never even seen one. Here, the world ends where the trees begin. The forest is thick and slow-moving, like something ancient that's only barely tolerating your presence. The fields stretch outward in irregular patches of green and brown, worked until exhaustion, then worked some more. Somewhere to the north is a river. You've never seen it, but you've heard it mentioned, in the same tone one might speak of dragons or saints. This is where you were born, and where you'll die. Maybe 60 steps from one to the other. The homes are rough and slumped, as if the wind has pushed against them too many winters in a row. The walls are wattle and daub, that is, mud, straw, and sticks, carefully woven together and patched endlessly with whatever the weather hasn't taken yet. Roofs are thatched, and they sag under their own weight, always leaking in places you can't quite reach. The village smells like wet wool, smoke, and earth. A sour edge of livestock, a trace of damp rot. None of it surprises you anymore. It's the smell of living here. The road leading in is not really a road, just a muddy track where ox carts have worn a pair of grooves deep enough to collect rainwater and mosquitoes. No one important has travelled it in years, perhaps ever. Most days pass quietly. A distant bell marks the hours from a chapel in another village, if the wind carries the sound. Otherwise you measure time by the position of the sun, or the depth of the shadows across the field, or the ache that settles into your spine before noon. There are maybe a dozen families here, enough to fill a small gathering on feast days. Everyone knows everyone. Everyone knows everyone's problems, and everyone politely ignores them until it's necessary not to. The village elder, if you can call him that, is a man named Tom, who once spoke to a monk, and now repeats that conversation as proof of his wisdom. No one questions it. Tom's hut hasn't collapsed. His goat seems healthy. That's as close to leadership as anyone requires. Nothing here is precise. There are no written records, no deeds, no land surveys. Boundaries are understood in terms of past the old elm, or where the ground gets soft. If there's a dispute, it's handled with a shrug, a short argument, and sometimes a loaf of bread passed back and forth until no one wants to keep fighting. There's no school, no tavern, no inn. If a stranger arrives, it's discussed for weeks. Where did they come from? What do they want? Are they cursed? Do they smell of salt? The arrival of someone new is both fascinating and mildly terrifying. And no one leaves. Not really. The idea of travel is less a plan than a rumour. You've heard of towns, of cities, of places where stone buildings stretch 2 or even 3 stories high. But those are stories. Like talking animals or women who turn into birds. You can't miss a world you've never seen. The forest is dense. The hills are long. The roads, if they exist, are known more for bandits and bad luck than any promise of arrival. What would you do, even if you reached one of those distant places? You don't speak any other dialect. You don't carry coin. You don't know the customs. You don't even know how old you are. So you stay. There's safety in the familiar, even if it's hard, even if it's dull, even if the roof leaks and the well runs low and the same stew has been bubbling in the pot for 3 days. There's comfort in routine, in knowing where the firewood is, in knowing who to ask when your fence collapses, in knowing which patch of sky tells you when to bring in the sheep. You wake with the light. You sleep when it fades. You work in between. It isn't much, but it's life. And somehow, in the quiet rhythm of it all, there's a kind of peace. A kind that doesn't ask questions, that doesn't need to understand anything beyond what's visible from the top of the nearest hill. You might hear, once in a while, about a war, or a king dying, or a comet in the sky that scared a village 5 days' walk from here. But the news never seems to reach you directly. Just stories passed through too many mouths to carry weight. They lose their urgency somewhere between the merchant and the shepherd's cousin. Even time feels different here. Seasons don't shift cleanly. They bleed into each other. A damp spring becomes a wet summer. A hard frost turns into the kind of winter that chews through your boots. You don't count years. You count harvests, dry ones, wet ones. The bad one when the rye grew black with rot. The good one where the barley came in thick and heavy, and even old Marjorie smiled for a week. His steward does. He collects grain, asks questions, writes things down. You answer carefully, never with too much detail. He doesn't seem to like detail. You've never met the king. You're not entirely sure what he does, but you know his name, and you say it when you pray, just in case it matters. Because here, on the edge of the map, most things don't change, and when they do, it's usually for the worse. Still the hearth glows. The roof mostly holds. The pottage is warm. And tomorrow the same sun will rise over the same hills. And for now, that's enough. In your lifetime, you'll walk hundreds of miles, but almost all of them will be in circles. Most people in the medieval countryside never travelled more than a few miles from where they were born. Not because they lacked curiosity, or energy, or boots, though boots were often a luxury, but because the world beyond the next hill didn't really belong to them, and the idea of going to find it, that felt as far-fetched as flying. You grew up learning the names of every patch of land between your home and the edge of the field. You knew the shape of every tree stump on the path to the well. You could tell who had walked the road by the depth of their footprints in the mud. Everything beyond that started to feel theoretical. The next village over might only be 5 miles away, but it may as well have been a foreign country. You'd heard stories about it. Who married who stole a goat, who said the priest snored during Mass. But you hadn't seen it, and you likely wouldn't, because travel was dangerous. Not in the fun, thrilling way, in the quiet, exhausting, possibly fatal kind of way. Roads weren't well-kept paths lined with signs and travellers' inns. They were mostly muddy tracks through forests, fields, and long stretches of very empty, very silent land. No maps, no directions. Just vague advice like, go until you see the leaning pine tree, then left past the stone that looks like a sleeping pig. And on those paths there were things to worry about. First, the forest. Medieval forests weren't parks. They weren't romantic. They were dense, dark, tangled with roots, and filled with noises you couldn't always identify. Boars, wolves, people who didn't want to be found. If you weren't born into the woods, they didn't want you in them. Second, bandits. People with nothing to lose and no land to till. Travellers were vulnerable, especially if they looked even vaguely well fed. A man walking with purpose might be assumed to have coin. A woman might be travelling alone because she had something worth stealing. You learned quickly that confidence wasn't armour. Third, getting lost. This wasn't a minor inconvenience. If you wandered off track, there was no one coming to find you. You couldn't follow a river downstream and hope for the fest. You could go days without seeing another soul. Your body could disappear into the bracken like smoke. People wouldn't know you were missing until the next feast day, when someone finally asked about you, and someone else just shrugged. Then there were the practical concerns. If you travelled too far, who would tend your field? Who would feed the animals? What if the Lord Steward came by to collect a tax while you were gone? You couldn't explain absence to a man holding a ledger. Your duties didn't pause just because you were curious about what lay beyond the horizon. And even if you did make it to another village, what then? You weren't expected. You weren't welcomed. Outsiders brought problems, disease, crime, strange ideas. You spoke a slightly different dialect, used different phrases, maybe even held your spoon differently. You could be met with suspicion, or worse. Hospitality wasn't universal. Food was scarce, and beds were already full. The safest place was home. Not because it was particularly safe, but because it was familiar. You knew which part of the roof leaked, which chickens wandered too far, which neighbour might lend you a tool without asking too many questions. Out there, no one owed you anything. Still, people did travel sometimes. Not peasants usually, but merchants, monks, messengers. People with protection, or a purpose, or both. You might see them once or twice a year, coming through with carts full of wool or salted fish, trailing stories behind them like campfire smoke. They spoke of cities where buildings were made of stone, and shops sold spices, and people walked streets that didn't turn to soup every time it rained. It sounded impossible. You listened, but you didn't dream too hard. Because even if it were true, what would you do in a place like that? You couldn't read. You didn't own coin. You wouldn't know which customs were expected. The city could swallow you whole, and no one would even know your name. So you stayed. Not because you were afraid, though sometimes you were, but because you had things to tend, a fence to mend, a niece to watch over, a bit of barley to dry, and a dozen other tasks that all needed doing before the sun dipped below the tree line. And because, truthfully, you didn't need the world to be bigger than it was. The village was enough. It had gossip and conflict and weather and sickness and fleeting joys. It had the rhythm of bells and the turning of seasons and the quiet pride of surviving another day. Sometimes you dreamed of seeing what was beyond the woods, but most days you just hoped the stew wouldn't burn while you fetched water. The village was enough. It had gossip and conflict and weather and sickness and fleeting joys. It had the rhythm of bells and the turning of seasons and the quiet pride of surviving another day. Sometimes you dreamed of seeing what was beyond the woods, but most days you just hoped the stew wouldn't burn while you fetched water. Some people did leave, usually the desperate or the reckless, sometimes the ambitious. A young man might set out in search of work, or adventure, or a cause worth dying for. He might come back with a limp, or a story, or not at all. And when he didn't return, no one said much. Just shook their heads and said, "He went beyond the trees," as if that explained everything. Maybe it did. For those who stayed, life was small, but it was also known. You weren't lonely exactly. You shared your days with family, neighbours, animals, and the land itself. There was comfort in repetition, comfort in the familiar complaints. You didn't need to see a distant city to understand the value of warmth, or taste cinnamon to know the joy of sweet bread, or cross a kingdom to feel love or sorrow or boredom or hope. And as the years wore on, and the aches settled deeper into your joints, and the children grew taller than the fence posts, the idea of travel faded. Not with regret, but with understanding. Some people were meant to move. You were meant to stay. There is no blueprint, no architect, no pile of neatly labelled lumber waiting to be assembled. Just mud and wood and whatever else the landscape hasn't already claimed. Your home isn't a house, not in the way most people think of one. It's more like a compromise between shelter and weather, between effort and decay, between what you needed and what the land reluctantly agreed to give you. You begin with the frame, rough-hewn timbers from the nearest trees, cut with tools that have passed through more hands than you can count. The wood isn't straight. It bends a little, it warps. But you don't mind. Neither are your walls. Once the frame is up, you weave thin branches or flexible sticks between the posts, a process called wattle. It's not elegant. It's not even particularly quick, but it holds together, for the most part, like the rest of your life. Then comes the daub, a mix of mud, straw, manure, and water. You slap it on by hand, you press it between the gaps, you smooth it just enough to keep the wind out and pretend it's deliberate. It dries slowly, cracking in the sun, occasionally falling off in clumps that need to be redone before winter. You get used to the smell. Eventually, you stop noticing it. The roof is thatch, layers of dried straw packed tightly together and tied to the beams. When it's fresh, it's golden, almost pretty. Then the rains come. Then the birds come. Then time comes. The colour fades. The edges fray. Holes appear where you never expected them, and you start placing buckets in places you hoped you'd never have to. You don't shingle it. You don't waterproof it. You just keep patching it until the whole thing threatens to become more patched than roof. At some point, you wonder if it might be easier to live under a cart. The floor is dirt. You tell yourself it's packed firm. And it is, sort of. Years of walking, sweeping, spilling, and stomping have turned it into something almost solid. But when it rains, it softens again. When it freezes, it cracks. When the goats come in for the night, It's anyone's guess what's actually underfoot. You might spread rushes or straw to cover it. It helps, a little. But soon the straw gets damp, gets dirty, gets walked into dust. Then you sweep it out and start over. Or you don't. Eventually, the straw becomes the floor, and you accept it as part of the landscape. Windows, technically. Openings in the wall, anyway. Covered with wooden shutters that swing awkwardly and never quite close flush. Glass is too expensive, too rare, too fragile. So the wind comes in. The cold comes in. The sounds of the animals outside come in. And sometimes the animals themselves. There's a single door, usually hung a little crooked, because the frame shifted during the last frost. It latches with a hook or a wooden peg. Not for security, there's nothing to steal, but to keep the chickens from wandering out and the wind from wandering in. Inside, the layout is best described as shared. One room, maybe two, if someone managed to tack on a lean-to or a loft, but usually just one, where you sleep, eat, cook, mend, talk, argue and hope. Everyone lives here. Parents, children, a cousin or two, a grandparent, maybe a neighbour's child whose parents are sick, or gone, or both. There's a hearth in the centre, built of stone if you're lucky, clay if you're not. The smoke rises through a hole in the roof. More or less, there's no chimney. The air inside is always smoky, always a little warm, a little damp, and always carrying the quiet scent of stew that's been reheated one too many times. Furniture is limited. A table, a bench, maybe a stool, a chest, if someone in your family was unusually good at carving or very lucky in marriage. Beds are wooden frames stuffed with straw or feathers, often shared, usually squeaking. Blankets are wool, heavy, rough, never quite dry. There's storage in the rafters, garlic, onions, herbs, maybe a small ham if the pig was kind that year. You can smell the difference between early winter and late spring just by the air above your head. Sometimes it's comforting. Sometimes it's a reminder of how close you are to running out. Animals are part of the household, literally. The cow might sleep in the same room, off in the corner. Chickens too. A goat. It isn't ideal. It isn't sanitary. But it's warm. You learn to tune out the clucks and the shuffles and the occasional startled bleat in the middle of the night. They're part of the background noise, like wind in the thatch or the slow settling creak of the walls. Nothing is level. The floor dips, the roof slants, the walls bulge slightly like the whole place is breathing in and out with the seasons. You fix what you can. You ignore what you can't. Every spring, you swear you'll repair the back wall. Every autumn, it's still leaning. It's not a house built to last. It's a house built to get through the next storm. And yet, for all its flaws, and there are many, it's home. You know where the cold comes in and how to block it with an old sack. You know which roof beam you can hang the pot from, and which one creaks when someone stands too close. You know how the light falls through the slats in the afternoon, and where the dog curls up to sleep. When strangers pass through, they see poverty. You see effort, reuse, resourcefulness. A roof that hasn't yet collapsed is a victory. A fire that still burns at dawn is a blessing. A dry corner is worth more than gold. And when you lie down at the end of the day, surrounded by snores and silence and smoke and straw, you feel a strange kind of comfort. Not pride exactly, but presence. This is your space. It bends. It leaks. It shifts in the wind. But it's held. And so have you. For the average medieval peasant, food was not an experience. It wasn't colourful or diverse or even all that warm. It was closer to a daily problem that had to be solved again and again, using the same pieces and the same tired hope that something edible might come of it. Your kitchen, if you could call it that, was a corner of your single-room home near the hearth. There was no pantry, no shelves lined with ingredients, no carefully hung herbs in a sunny window. There was just a pot, a fire, and a short list of things you hoped hadn't spoiled. At the centre of nearly every meal was pottage, a kind of eternal stew that lived in the pot and never fully stopped cooking. It was never entirely new and never entirely gone. You added to it during the day. You skimmed it at night. You kept it warm through the seasons and prayed nothing strange grew in it when your back was turned. The ingredients depended on what you had, which usually wasn't much. On a good day, pottage might include cabbage, leeks, barley, and a few legumes. Maybe garlic or onions if the harvest had been kind. If it was winter, you used dried beans or peas. If you were especially lucky, a scrap of salted pork might get tossed in. More often, it was just the bone. Even that was valuable. You could boil a single bone for days, hoping it would remember what meat tasted like. The flavour profile was consistent, earthy, grey, more temperature than taste. You didn't eat pottage for the joy of it. You ate it because it was what you had. A warm meal at the end of the day was more than comfort. It was a small victory. The pot itself never really got clean. It was wiped down, sometimes scraped, but rarely scrubbed. The next batch always absorbed the ghosts of the last one. There was no spice to cover it, no vinegar to brighten it, just a slow, dependable dullness. A taste like boiled history. Bread was the other major player, not soft or golden or inviting, but hard, dense and dark. It was usually made from rye, barley or oats. Wheat, the soft white kind, was for the upper classes. Peasants could barely afford to see it, let alone bake with it. The loaves were small and heavy. They didn't rise much. They crumbled quickly. If you left them out for a day, they could probably double as a weapon, but they filled the stomach and gave you something to soak in your stew. Sometimes the bread was made from questionable flours, chaff, ground up peas, or whatever was left at the bottom of the miller's barrel. In hard times, people used bark, not metaphorically. They literally ground up the inner layer of tree bark and mixed it with what little flour they had. The result was famine bread, bitter, dense, and barely digestible. It kept you alive, technically. On days when even flour was scarce, people used trenchers, slices of old bread used as plates. These soaked up stew and were either eaten at the end of the meal or thrown to the animals. Sometimes they were passed down the table to someone of lower status. Bread hierarchy at its finest. Protein was rare, very rare. Chickens laid eggs. Cows gave milk. You didn't eat your livestock unless you had no other choice. When you did, you used every part: meat, fat, organs, bones. The blood was used for puddings. The fat was rendered. The head might become soup. Nothing was wasted. Pork was the most common meat when it was available. Pigs were efficient, and their salted fat flavoured many dishes, often turning something barely edible into something vaguely pleasant. But pigs were slaughtered only when necessary. A whole pig meant weeks of planning, salting, hanging, boiling, and storing. Fishing was an option if you lived near water, but even that came with restrictions. Many rivers and lakes were controlled by lords, and a fishing without permission could earn you a fine or worse. When you did fish, it was for eels, small river fish, or anything that wouldn't immediately rot. Salted herring, if you could get it, was a prize. The church dictated a fair bit of your diet too. On Fridays and during Lent, meat was forbidden, so you pivoted to fish or went without. In more creative times, beaver tails were classified as fish, a theological workaround that few questioned because it meant having something to eat. Milk was common, but also fragile. You had to use it quickly or turn it into cheese or butter. Butter was a luxury in some homes, used sparingly. Cheese was harder, tangier, and often quite dry. If you had a few good rounds stored away, it meant the cow had been generous that year. Dairy, though useful, didn't always agree with people, and refrigeration didn't exist. Sour milk was used anyway. Butter went rancid, cheese moulded. You just cut around the worst bits and hoped your stomach was stronger than the bacteria. Drinks were simple. Water was unreliable, often unsafe to drink, depending on the season and what upstream neighbour had been careless. So, ale was the default. Weak ale, known as small beer, was brewed in homes and drunk by everyone, including children. It had low alcohol, just enough to kill bacteria and dull the edges of thirst. If you had access to apples or pears, you might make cider. Wine was for the clergy and nobility. Mead was rare. Milk was for the young and the sick. Otherwise, it was ale with breakfast, ale with lunch, and ale to help forget that tomorrow would taste exactly like today. Vegetables formed the bulk of your diet. Cabbage, onions, garlic, turnips, leeks. Carrots, though not the orange ones we know now. Medieval carrots were white or purple. Most were grown in small gardens, tended carefully and eaten root to leaf. Nothing was wasted. The tops of turnips might be boiled into greens. The skins were composted or tossed into the fire. Fruit was seasonal. Apples, mostly. Maybe some berries or wild plums. If you dried them, they lasted through winter. Otherwise, they were eaten fast. Preserving was difficult. Sugar was nearly impossible to afford. Honey, if you had bees, was a treasured sweetener. Otherwise, your pottage stayed savoury, in the loosest sense of the word. Herbs were grown when possible. Parsley, sage, dill, mint. They weren't used for flavour so much as medicine or tradition. Some herbs were thought to protect against illness. Others kept pests away. Occasionally, they even made things taste a little better. But that was a happy accident, not the goal. Meals were eaten together, on benches, around the fire. There were no courses, no recipes, just a pot, a hunk of bread, and the hope that there would still be something left tomorrow. You didn't complain. Complaining didn't make the stew thicker. If you had a feast, a wedding, a harvest festival, a saint's day, you might roast a bird or bake a pie. Not the flaky, buttery kind. A medieval pie was more like a sealed box, made of hard dough to hold a meat filling, often heavily spiced if spices were available, which they usually weren't. You might flavour it with pepper, ginger, or cinnamon, if someone had traded well. Most days weren't feast days. Most days were quiet. You scraped your bowl, you soaked your bread, you drank your ale, and you leaned back, full enough to get through the evening, if not exactly satisfied. There was comfort in repetition, in knowing what the pot would taste like, in knowing how much bread was left, in watching the same hands prepare the same meal by the same fire as the wind whispered through the cracks in the wall, and the animals shifted in their sleep. The stew boiled, the bread cooled, and you once again had enough. If you were a medieval peasant, you didn't own much. You might have a patch of land, a few tools, a couple of animals, a crooked house you built with your own hands, but none of it, technically, was yours. It all belonged to the Lord, not a king, not someone mythical or distant, just your local landholder, the one who lived up the hill in a slightly less crooked house, with slightly better food, and a roof that probably didn't leak. He owned the land, which meant he owned everything on it, including, in a sense, you. You were what was called a villain. That's not an insult. It's a category. You worked the land, but you didn't own it. You were bound to it. You couldn't leave without permission. You couldn't pass it on freely. You owed labour, goods, and deference. You weren't a slave, but you weren't exactly free either. Your relationship with the Lord wasn't built on conversation. It was built on obligation. You didn't talk to him. You talked to the steward, the man who managed his lands, and more importantly, kept track of what everyone owed, and you owed a lot. Let's start with labour. A few days a week, sometimes more during harvest. You were expected to work the Lord's fields instead of your own. This was called corvée labour. You got nothing for it, no payment, no thanks. Just the knowledge that, somewhere in the manor house, someone ate because of what you did. You also owed taxes, and they came in many shapes. A portion of your grain, a share of your wool, a chicken here, some eggs there. If you brewed ale, you owed ale. If you had a pig, you owed bacon. If you managed to catch fish, guess who owned the river? The taxes didn't end with food. If you used the mill, you paid a fee, even though the mill was the only way to grind your grain, even though the Lord owned the mill and set the price. You might be tempted to grind it by hand, but doing so was often illegal, punishable by fine or worse. Because the Lord didn't just want his share, he wanted control. Same with the oven. Many manors had a communal oven, one you paid to use. If you tried baking at home and the steward found out, there could be consequences. You learned to do things the official way, even if it took longer, cost more, and made less sense. And then there were the fees. Want to get married? Pay a fee. Want to inherit your father's plot? There's a fee. Want to move to another village? First, ask permission. Then, you guessed it, pay a fee. Your livestock. Taxed. Your tools. Sometimes taxed. Your ability to breed without permission. Barely untaxed. And what did you get in return? Well, the Lord was supposed to protect you, in theory. If bandits attacked, or if a rival noble invaded, the Lord had men at arms who could fight. If famine struck, he might distribute grain from his stores, though rarely for free. And if you had a legal dispute, say, your neighbour's goat wandered into your garden and refused to leave, the Lord's court might settle it. Again, not for free. This was feudalism, a system of obligations and hierarchy wrapped in the language of loyalty and protection. In practice, it was a system of ownership. The land was everything. Those who owned it ruled. Those who worked it obeyed. The manor itself stood apart from the village, sometimes literally on higher ground. It might be made of stone or timber, larger than any peasant's home, with a roof thatched so thick no wind dared enter. Inside were tapestries, tables, servants, and the Lord, of course, wearing wool lined with fur, eating meals you couldn't imagine, and thinking very little about you. He might not know your name, but he knew your numbers. How much barley you owed this year. How many eggs you'd promised. whether your son had reached the age where he could be added to the labour rolls. Everything was recorded. Not by you couldn't read, but by the steward, the reeve, the bailiff. Men with wax tablets or bits of parchment who came around with questions you learned to answer carefully. And if you didn't meet your obligations, there were punishments. Fines, usually, more goods taken, days added to your labour. In extreme cases, your tools could be confiscated, or your land reclaimed, or your house, your goats, your dignity, all of it, gone. You didn't resist. Resistance wasn't rebellion. It was foolishness. But here's the strange part. The system worked. Not because it was fair, but because it was stable. It had rules, predictable if harsh. You knew what you owed. You knew what was expected. There was no guessing, no sudden surprises. Just a steady, grinding rhythm of give, give, give. And occasionally, just occasionally, the Lord would give something back. A feast day where food was distributed. A holiday where labour was waived. A kind word, perhaps, spoken from horseback. Not enough to balance the scales, but enough to keep things from tipping. The relationship was never friendly, but it was enduring. Your lord might be young or old, kind or cruel, present or distant, but he was always above. You didn't question that. You bowed when he passed. You removed your cap. You used the right words, not because he deserved it, but because you didn't want trouble. And maybe, deep down, because a small part of you still hoped that one day you might be noticed, rewarded, lifted, even just a little. It almost never happened, but that's how the system stayed alive. Not just with fear, but with the faintest suggestion of hope, that if you worked hard enough, obeyed long enough, prayed loud enough, something might change. Meanwhile, the steward kept walking, the reeve kept writing, the mill kept grinding, and you kept digging your hands into the soil, year after year, season after season. There was no retirement, no bonus, no upward mobility, only the quiet knowledge that you had fulfilled your role. You had done what was asked. You had made it through another year under the weight of someone else's title. And as long as the Lord was pleased, you were allowed to go on living. Long before the Black Death swept across Europe and etched itself into history books, medieval peasants were already well acquainted with sickness. Not the kind of illness that came and went with the seasons, though there was plenty of that too, but the slow, constant presence of something always waiting to go wrong. Infection, fever, wasting, swelling, coughing. Disease wasn't an event. It was a feature of life. You didn't need a continent-wide catastrophe to be laid low. All it took was a small cut, a single flea, a bit of water that looked clear but wasn't. And unlike weather or taxes, illness didn't follow rules. It arrived without warning, and it rarely left quietly. There were no hospitals. Not really. If you were lucky, your village had a wise woman, maybe a midwife, someone who knew which herbs to boil and which ones to burn. If you were extremely lucky, there might be a monk nearby, literate, well-meaning, and slightly more effective than random prayer. But for the most part, when you got sick, you stayed home. You lay in bed, you sweated through your shirt, and you hoped. Most people didn't understand what caused disease. The word germ hadn't been invented yet. Microscopes were centuries away. What you had were theories, old ones, confusing ones, and often wrong ones. Some believed in miasma, bad air that carried disease through smell. If a village reeked of rot, manure and smoke, it was assumed to be dangerous, which, in a way, was correct, but not for the reasons people thought. To combat the bad air, people stuffed herbs into their clothes, carried flowers in their sleeves, or walked around with vinegar-soaked rags pressed to their faces. Not pleasant, not helpful, but deeply believed. Others blamed divine punishment. Illness came from sin, from impure thoughts, disobedient acts, or general moral decay. If your child fell ill, it was a test. If your crops failed and then your body failed, it was probably your fault. Or your neighbours, or both. There were local traditions too. Some thought illness came from the evil eye, a glare from someone jealous or angry. Others blamed moon phases, animal spirits, or grumpy saints. One particularly popular explanation was that sickness entered the body through the soles of the feet. The solution? Boil them. And if that didn't work, burn something nearby. Possibly your mattress. The cures were as strange as the causes. If you had a fever, you might be bled. A local man would arrive with a blade, a bowl, and more confidence than training. Sometimes leeches were used, sometimes sharp stones. The idea was to balance your humours: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. If they were out of sync, so were you. No one ever saw these humours, of course, but they were blamed for nearly everything. For swelling, there were poultices, smears of mashed herbs, mud, or even bread, wrapped in cloth and tied to the body. Some worked, most didn't. A few made things worse. But the important thing was that something was being done. If your stomach ached, you might chew on charcoal. If you coughed blood, you might drink wine mixed with crushed pearls. If your eyes blurred, someone might whisper a prayer while blowing smoke over your head. If your leg turned black, you were probably out of options. And then there were the plague amulets, bits of metal or bone worn around the neck, sometimes inscribed with protective words, sometimes blessed by a priest. Some people buried onions in the corners of their homes. Others hung garlic above the door. One popular remedy was to tie a live chicken to the infected area and hope the illness transferred to the bird. It rarely did, but hope was in short supply, and people clung to whatever they could. Sickness was isolating, but not in the way we think of now. You didn't quarantine, you didn't call for help, you just tried to work until you couldn't. When that moment came, you lay down, and others carried on. Children were fed, animals were fed, you were given broth maybe, and a few murmured prayers. Sometimes illness passed. The fever broke. The swelling went down. You walked again, slowly, with a new limp and a deeper respect for warm soup. Other times it didn't, and your family lit a candle. Plague, in the broader sense, wasn't always the dramatic kind that left bodies in carts. More often, it was a slow infection, skin turning dark, limbs swelling, a cough deep enough to rattle the walls. Smallpox, leprosy, dysentery. Even the flu could sweep through a village and leave half the population in bed. There were no case numbers, no charts, just stories. A traveller from another village said the cough had started there last week, or someone heard that 3 children had died near the river. You paid attention. You started boiling more water. You left herbs under the door. You kept your distance, even if no one said why. Death was not always feared, but it was recognised. People knew when it was near. They knew the signs. Breathing that slowed. skin that cooled, eyes that turned dull. There were prayers for the dying, soft ones, whispered by firelight. When the Black Death finally did arrive in the 14th century, it hit with a violence that dwarfed everything before it. But by then, the world was already familiar with sickness. The idea that you could be well in the morning and gone by night was not new. It was just happening more often. The plague came in waves, and each time it returned stronger, stranger. Buboes swelling in the neck and groin, fever that stole the mind, blood that darkened and bubbled. People died in days, sometimes in hours. Entire villages vanished. Fields went untilled. Bells rang too often. Some peasants tried to flee, but disease travels faster than feet. Others turned to religion, doubling their prayers, whipping their backs, promising to live better if they were spared. A few turned to violence, blaming outsiders, blaming sinners, blaming anyone but the wind. The church offered explanations and comfort and burial. Monks died in droves. Priests vanished. In some places, death became so common that the funerals were skipped. Bodies were buried in mass graves, often without names. And yet, life continued. People learned how to survive around sickness. They accepted it the way they accepted hunger or cold, not joyfully, but with a kind of tired resilience. They cleaned their homes more often. They shared herbs. They whispered new prayers. Some believed that surviving one sickness gave them protection against the next. Others didn't believe at all, but they got up anyway and milked the cow. Children grew up learning which plants to avoid, which ones to chew, and which ones to boil until they stopped smelling like feet. They knew how to wrap a wound, how to wait out a fever, how to tell when someone wasn't going to get better, and when you should stop hoping. And through it all, they didn't stop living. They married, they harvested, they shared meals, such as they were. They sat by the fire and retold stories of the last illness and the time someone's grandfather survived a winter fever with nothing but garlic water and stubbornness. Plague wasn't the end of the world. It was just another part of it. And for those who endured, survival became its own kind of resistance. A quiet, stubborn refusal to go quietly. A belief that tomorrow would come. And if it didn't, someone else would remember your name. Or at least the way you always added rosemary to the broth. Night in the medieval countryside wasn't peaceful. It was silent in the way a cave is silent. Full of creaks, distant sounds, and the kind of quiet that makes you notice how loudly your own body exists. The day ended when the light failed, and everything that wasn't already put away had to be dealt with quickly. Because once darkness fell, the world shrank to the size of your hearth. There was no artificial light, no candles burning freely into the night. Wax was too valuable. If you had a tallow lamp, it was reserved for emergencies or religious devotions. Most nights, the fire dimmed, the coals glowed softly, and that was all. And so you slept. But not in the way we think of sleep. Not in a single, unbroken stretch. Sleep in the Middle Ages came in 2 acts. First sleep, then a waking period, and finally a second sleep. This rhythm wasn't accidental. It was how people adapted to the long, lightless hours between dusk and dawn. You would drift into your first sleep not long after nightfall. The fire would be banked, the animals would have quieted, children would be hushed. The home, 1 room, maybe 2, would stretch out into stillness. If you had a mattress, it was stuffed with straw or feathers, possibly lumpy, often shared. If you didn't, you slept on woven rushes or directly on the earth, softened only by habit. Everyone slept together. Family, relatives, even servants. All in one shared space. Not out of closeness, but out of necessity. It was the only warm room in the house. On the coldest nights, even animals were brought inside. A goat near the door, a dog curled by the hearth, chickens in a basket. Warmth was more important than boundaries. There was no privacy. The idea of sleeping alone was associated with punishment, not comfort. The rich might afford solitude. Everyone else just made do. You turned to face the wall. You stuffed straw in your ears. You shared blankets. You breathed in each other's breath. And if someone snored, and someone always did, you got used to it. First, sleep lasted a few hours. Then, almost like clockwork, people would wake. It wasn't disturbing. It was expected. During this time, often around midnight, the world was still and quiet. Some people prayed. Others stirred the coals. Some used the chamber pot or stepped outside into the freezing air. Some reflected. Others whispered. It was a time of dreams too, vivid ones. People believed this midnight space opened a thin veil between the living and the dead, between the sacred and the mundane. If you dreamed during this waking interval, you remembered it, and you talked about it the next morning, not in passing, but as something that mattered. Eventually, the second sleep began, deeper, slower. This was the sleep that healed, or tried to. It was when the aches faded slightly, when the day's blisters cooled. If you were lucky, it was uninterrupted. If you weren't, you simply lay still and waited for dawn to give you an excuse to rise. The home didn't go silent at night, not entirely. The fire crackled. Wind whispered through the thatch. A baby might fuss. A cow might shuffle its hooves. Sometimes the night was broken by coughing, the wet, rattling kind that never seemed to end. And everyone noticed, but no one said anything. It was understood. The fear of the dark was real, and not irrational. The night carried real dangers, both imagined and entirely physical. Wolves, for instance. In some regions, their howls came close enough to the village to raise hairs on the back of your neck. They weren't just creatures of legend, they were real, and hungry. Then there were thieves, rogues, strangers, fires that started from a careless coal, roofs that groaned under snow, and less explainable things. Ghosts, spirits, demons, witches. You didn't talk about them openly, but you knew they were out there. To protect the household, you followed rituals. You placed iron by the door, made the sign of the cross above the hearth, whispered protective blessings over the straw mattress, hung herbs, rosemary, sage, rue, above entryways. Sometimes you tied a bit of string around a child's wrist, just in case. Even with protection, some families believed that sleep left you vulnerable, that the soul wandered while the body rested. So people tucked in carefully, covered mirrors, faced the bed toward the fire, avoided sleeping with their feet pointed toward the door. The cold was its own enemy. It seeped through walls, through thatch, through poorly sealed doors. People didn't sleep under mounds of blankets. They layered wool, fur, cloaks, tunics. The idea of undressing for bed would have seemed absurd. You slept in your clothes, sometimes in your boots. There was a comfort to sleeping next to others, but also discomfort. Someone always shifted. Someone always murmured. There were elbows, knees, the occasional surprise from the family dog. But this was normal. You didn't expect silence. You expected closeness. And in that closeness, you found a strange kind of security. You heard your father breathe, your child twitch, your grandmother mutter a prayer in her sleep. It wasn't peaceful, but it was human. It was shared. When you dreamed, your dreams mattered. A field of wheat might mean prosperity. A snake, illness. A broken tooth could mean death. You learned to interpret these things. Or you found someone who could. The village had dream readers. Not officially, but everyone knew who to ask. The church had its own ideas. It warned that some dreams were from the devil, that sleep was a time when temptation could slip in. You were told to pray before bed, to avoid certain thoughts, to keep your soul ready in case the night was your last. Because it could be. People went to sleep and didn't wake up. Illness could take hold while you rested. A fever could rise. A cough could deepen. And by morning, someone might be gone. Quietly, as if stolen. This uncertainty gave every morning a slightly reverent tone. When the light returned, and the rooster cried out, and the coals were stirred back to life, it meant you'd survived again. You sat up slowly. Every joint reminded you of your age, no matter how young you were. The cold bit your nose. You wiped your face. You looked around and counted bodies. Everyone who stirred was accounted for. Everyone who didn't was checked on. And then, once the living were confirmed, the day began. Water was fetched, bread was prepared, animals were fed. The dream you had, if it was important, was shared. And the memory of the night faded, not erased, just softened, folded into the next stretch of time. In winter, sleep came early and stayed late. In summer, it shortened. But the rhythm remained. First sleep, a waking hour. Second sleep, a world without clocks, but not without routine. And for all its discomfort, there was something grounding in that rhythm. Something honest. You didn't aim for comfort. You aimed for endurance. And if you happened to find rest along the way, a moment of warmth, a particularly quiet night, a dream that didn't leave you afraid, that was a gift. One you didn't question. One you didn't expect again too soon. Some years you're simply hungry. Other years you're in a famine. It's not the same. Hunger is manageable. It has rules. You stretch food. You ration. You hope. But famine breaks the rules. It's when the fields fail, the root cellar is bare, and there's no more pretending that next week will be better. It's when food becomes an idea more than a substance. In a medieval village, you often saw it coming. It started in the spring. Too much rain, or none. The barley came up patchy. The beans flowered, then browned. The cabbages cracked open too early. The wheat heads stayed stunted, bowed like they were already mourning something. You noticed. Everyone did. At first no one said it. But the looks were exchanged. The calculations made. Quietly. Internally. How much is left from last year? How much seed can we keep? How much can we afford to eat? The answers were never good. The hardest part was knowing what to do next. Not in winter, but in summer. Because that's when you had to choose between planting the seeds or grinding them into flour. Between saving for a harvest that might never come, or feeding your child one more bowl of something warm. And so the portions began to shrink. The stew got thinner. The bread got smaller. The bowls didn't come back empty. They just came back less often. You didn't panic. Not yet. You told yourself this happened once before, or that another village might have extra, or that the manor stores could fill in the gaps. Hope was still on the table, just not much else. By August, it became harder to ignore. By September, it became impossible. You stopped feeding the animals first. Chickens were quiet. The goat's bleating grew hollow. The dog, if you had one, stopped barking and started following you more closely, like it understood it was next. Bread became ritual. One loaf split 5 ways. Everyone chewed slower. No one commented on the crust. Even the smallest crumb was swept up with reverence. The stew was now mostly water. If it had colour, it was from the pot. You boiled weeds. You ground roots. You pulled up things you didn't recognise and hoped they weren't poisonous. Some weren't. You didn't sleep through the night. Not because you were afraid, but because your stomach reminded you, every few hours, that it was still empty. The children asked fewer questions. That's how you knew it was real. They didn't ask when the bread was coming. They didn't ask for honey. They didn't beg for stories. They sat close to the fire and stared. They learned how to wait. And your neighbours? You stopped seeing them outside. The village quieted. No more laughter in the lane. No more arguments about sheep. Just the occasional cough or crack of firewood. Famine didn't make people cruel. It made them silent. Sometimes someone would bring back a rabbit, or a bird, or a handful of acorns that could be soaked and ground. You chewed them even when they still tasted bitter. You smiled anyway. Not because it tasted good, but because it was something. You tried not to resent the manner. Sometimes they gave grain. Sometimes they didn't. The steward came around less. That was good and bad. Good, because he wasn't there to take anything. Bad, because he wasn't there to help either. His silence said more than words ever could. The church did what it could. Bread after mass. Alms for the poorest. But they too were stretched. You prayed more. Not out of faith, but out of repetition. Words are easy when your hands are too tired to do anything else. Some left the village entirely, packed up and wandered to find work or food or God. Some returned. Some didn't. You never asked what happened. You were too tired. The body changes in famine. You feel your ribs first, not from the outside, but from within, like they're too close to your skin. You stand up slower. You bruise easier. You wake up with your hands clenched, like they're still gripping tools you can't afford to use anymore. And the cold hurts more. The fire is your best friend. You spend more time tending it than you ever did cooking on it. You sit close. You sleep facing it. You feed it even as your belly goes empty. Because heat is the one luxury you can still provide. By now you've eaten everything that could be eaten. The roots, the weeds, the dried beans, the stale flour. You've boiled bones 3 times over. You've soaked bark. You've baked famine bread that cracked your tooth. And when the food was gone, you looked to the things that weren't food, but might become food in the right light. Leather, boiled and salted. Not delicious. Not satisfying, but technically chewable. You found a rat once. You didn't scream. You thanked God. Then you hid it. Cooked it alone, told no one. You still feel guilty. But you don't regret it. The dreams become strange. You dream of feasts. Tables full of roast and bread and wine. You wake up chewing your tongue. You dream of boiling things over and over, even though you haven't boiled anything in 3 days. You dream of animals coming back, of green shoots breaking through snow. You dream of your childhood, when hunger was simpler, and some nights you dream of being full. You wake from those crying. The graveyard grew slowly at first, then quickly, then too quickly to keep up. You knew someone had died when the church bell didn't ring. It meant there weren't enough hands to lift the rope. The grave was shallow. The prayer was short. The mourning was silent. Everyone had their own hunger to manage. You wanted to mourn, but you couldn't afford the emotion. You held it back, like everything else. Then, like every famine, it ended. Not suddenly, but steadily. Rain came, and it stayed. The ground softened. Seeds germinated. Plants reached up, weak but real. You had enough energy to hope again. You saved the first harvest for others. Children first. Elders next. You took the smallest bowl. You smiled as you passed it. And when the first good loaf came out of the oven, cracked on top, dark on the bottom, you stared at it before you ate. You remembered every day you went without, every trick you used, every lie you told to spare someone else. You ate slowly, and this time it filled you. By the time you could walk, the church had already marked you. It had taken your name at baptism, blessed your breath with Latin you'd never understand, and stitched your soul into a system that extended far beyond your village. You belonged to the church not because you chose to, but because there wasn't another option. In the quiet corners of your life, those dim early mornings before the fire had caught, those wet nights when the wind howled through the shutters, you felt its presence like gravity. It didn't just exist beside your life. It organised it, judged it, taxed it, forgave it, and defined what came after it. The church wasn't a place you visited. It was the air around you, the road beneath your feet, the rhythm of your year. It was the voice that murmured over your grave, and the one that whispered about it decades before you got there. The village priest, often the only person who could read, was not just your confessor. He was also your calendar, your counsellor, and the nearest thing to an oracle you had. He held the mysteries of the sky and the stories of the saints, and knew why a pig might die or a storm might come. He walked through the village like a man carrying both blessing and threat in his robes. You brought your sins to him in whispers, hoping he wouldn't look disappointed. You tried not to think about what he knew. You saw him at birth, marriage, and death, three of the only guaranteed ceremonies of a peasant's life. And in between, he spoke for a God you feared more than you loved, because love, you were told, required obedience. Latin was the language of the Mass, and it might as well have been a spell. You stood in the church beside your family, feet numb from cold, listening to words that never belonged to you. You didn't know what the priest said as he lifted the bread, but you believed, or tried to, that something invisible had happened. That the bread wasn't bread, that the wine wasn't wine, that the murmuring of words and gestures could move the divine. You didn't speak the words, but they moved through you anyway. You mouthed along where you could. You crossed yourself when the others did. You learned the rhythm of holiness like someone learns the path to a well, without understanding every step, only that you needed it. The church told you when to fast and when to feast. It carved the year into sacred pieces. Lent, Advent, Epiphany, All Saints. You didn't say March or April. You said after Easter or near St. Michael's. It told you what you could eat, when you could eat it, and how guilty you should feel about enjoying it. 40 days without meat before Easter, followed by a feast so rich it made you dizzy. Friday fish, even if you lived nowhere near water. Almond milk for the wealthy. Turnips and cold broth for everyone else. On saint days, You shared what you could. On fast days, you imagined what you couldn't. But even when your bowl was empty, your plate was full of rules. Your calendar wasn't just for prayer, it was also for payment. The church collected 1/10 of your yield, no matter the season. Grain, eggs, wool, chickens, cider. If it came from your field or your body, it had a price. You gave because it was God's portion. That's what you were told. But God didn't collect it. The priest did. Or the steward, with his ledgers and his silent nods. You watched your best barley carted off to the tithe barn, which was always bigger than your home. You saw your neighbours hand over their last sack of oats while the priest prayed for mercy they'd just paid for. And when the harvest failed, when the rains came too late or the frost too early, the demand didn't change. You owed what you owed. Sometimes they let you pay in candles or labour. Sometimes they didn't. Sometimes the debt grew so heavy it bent your back even when you stood upright. But the church didn't just take. It gave too, though not always in the way you wanted. It gave stories. It gave structure. It gave reasons. When your cow died without cause, the priest told you which saint to pray to. When your child fell ill, he told you it might be a test or a punishment or the devil slipping in through a crack in your belief. He offered blessings and sacraments, told you to light a candle or visit a shrine. Sometimes he gave you a scrap of relic, an old bone, a tooth, a ribbon soaked in some forgotten martyr's blood. You held it like treasure. Sometimes it worked. Sometimes it didn't. But even when it didn't, it was better than nothing. There were saints for everything. Saint Apollonia for teeth, Saint Isidore for ploughing, Saint Sebastian for plague. You didn't know where they were buried or when they lived. You only knew their names and what they could fix. Their stories were half memory, half magic, told in flickering firelight by people who weren't sure where truth ended and legend began. You called on them when you had nothing else. You whispered their names as you stirred the pot or knelt in the field. You made deals with them, promised bread or fasting, or a pilgrimage if only they'd help you this once. Sometimes they did, or seemed to, and that was enough to ask again. Pilgrimage was a holy journey, but also a way to leave. For a few days, you stepped outside the same 5 miles you'd lived your entire life. You walked roads you didn't know, toward shrines you'd only heard of. You carried your prayers with you, strapped to your back, clutched in your hands. You slept under hedges or in the corners of barns. You arrived footsore and raw, stood before a bone or a statue, and hoped something would shift inside you. Sometimes it did. You returned not healed, but changed, or at least tired enough to believe you had been. Even death was a ritual choreographed by the church. When you felt it near, you sent for the priest. He came with oil and words. He touched your forehead, prayed over your body, tried to ease your soul into what came next. Your family gathered. The candles were lit. The bell might ring if someone had the strength. You were buried on sacred ground, beside others who had walked the same path. And then came the masses. Your family lit more candles, paid for prayers, hoped the priest remembered your name in his chants. Because even in death, there were debts. The church taught that your soul might not go straight to heaven. It might linger in purgatory, a shadowed hallway between suffering and salvation. You could wait there for years, or centuries, or longer, unless someone helped, unless someone prayed, paid, lit enough candles, said your name often enough to pull you through, and so your family paid what they could. The poor gave bread, the rich gave land, all to shorten a stay in a place no one had seen but everyone feared, because fear too was part of the church's gift. The church explained the world when no one else could. It told you why the rains failed, why your child didn't wake, why illness took the young and spared the cruel. It told you that suffering had purpose, that obedience had reward. It gave you structure in the middle of chaos, and that structure, even when it burdened you, gave you peace. Not comfort always, but peace. You never questioned the church's power. Not seriously, not out loud. You might grumble about the tithe or curse when the priest looked the other way, but you never stopped showing up. You didn't stop kneeling. You didn't stop crossing yourself when the bell rang. Because if the church wasn't right, then the world had no shape at all. And a world with no shape was a terrifying thing. Even when the priest drank too much, even when the bishop demanded too many taxes, even when the indulgent seller passed through town with a cart full of promises and a purse full of coins, you still believed, or you acted like you did, which, in the end, was mostly the same, because belief was less about what you thought than what you did. You didn't understand the Latin, but you understood the structure. You stayed inside it because it was the only way forward. And when you died, you hoped the bells would ring, and the candles would burn, and your name would be said often enough to matter. You hoped the saints still listened. You hoped your sins had been counted and forgiven in equal measure. You hoped the church, in all its weight and mystery and dust and gold, would carry you the rest of the way. You might think that after everything they endured, after the famines and plagues, after the tithes and taxes and the heavy boot of the manor's authority, peasants would have risen up more often, that the weight of centuries of suffering would have built up until it cracked the walls of their villages, until one cold morning the frost would thaw and something inside them would snap. You might think they would have gathered in fields and marketplaces, tools in hand and fire in their hearts, shouting that they would kneel no longer. But they didn't. Not often, not for long, and never all at once. There were revolts, yes, the peasants' revolt in England in 1381, the Jacquerie in France a few decades earlier. Small uprisings scattered across Europe like stones thrown into a still pond. Angry voices in places where the lords had taken too much, pushed too hard, taxed one coin too many. Sometimes the spark caught. A tax collector's house burned. A steward run out of town. A banner lifted. But those fires burned fast and were snuffed out even faster. They ended in executions, in gallows built in village squares, in silence heavier than the one that came before. The world didn't change. The grain still had to be sown. To understand why peasants didn't revolt more, you have to stop thinking of them as naive or cowardly. They weren't. They were survivors. Not of single tragedies, but of unbroken hardship, sustained year after year. They lived in a world of low ceilings, where hope was something rationed like grain. They didn't lack courage, they lacked margin. In a life where every day was spent just trying to keep the roof patched and the soup warm, there was no space left for rebellion. You could plan a revolt, or you could dig potatoes. You couldn't do both. The truth was, the system worked. Not because it was all kind or efficient, but because it was ancient. It had sunk its roots into the habits of generations. It didn't need to be explained. It simply was. You owed labour. You owed grain. You owed the church its tenth and the Lord his harvest. You owed a quiet nod when the reeve passed your door. You were born into that owing, and unless you were exceptionally lucky, you died in it too. But by staying within those bounds, you could survive. Barely, yes, but you could. The cost of stepping outside those rules was too high. The manor had soldiers, the church had excommunication. The king had no idea you existed, but he had laws that still bound you like rope. The penalty for defiance wasn't always death. Sometimes it was worse. Banishment, starvation. Your family left to carry the debt you tried to escape. Everyone had heard a story. A father taken. A mother whipped. A cousin who disappeared after refusing to pay. The stories were passed down not to stir rebellion, but to prevent it. Besides, rebellion often didn't feel like an option, because the people you lived beside were not strangers. They were your kin, your neighbours. You shared fields, tools, fences and prayers. Even if you hated the steward, you might still marry his daughter. Even if you resented the tithe, you still brought bread to Mass. The village wasn't a place you could leave easily, nor was it one you could tear apart without tearing yourself apart in the process. To revolt against the manor was, in some small way, to revolt against the rhythms of your own life. It's easy, centuries later, to imagine the peasant as a figure of eternal submission, head bowed, hat in hand. But this picture misses the complexity of their world. Submission wasn't servitude, it was negotiation. Most peasants did not simply suffer. They adapted, they bartered, they bent. They found cracks in the walls and made homes in the spaces between the rules. A pig kept off the ledger, an extra sack of rye buried in the earth, a bribe given in eggs rather than coin. These were the rebellions they could afford. They were practical people. Their world was not governed by ideology, but by weather. The question was not what is just, but will this feed us through winter? And justice, if it ever came, was a luxury they didn't trust. Lords changed, priests were replaced, rules shifted, but the wind still blew, the soil still needed turning, and children still cried from hunger. You didn't revolt against that. You endured it. The church played its part too, and perhaps more effectively than the sword. It taught that suffering was holy, that endurance was righteous, that the meek would inherit the earth, though it never said when. You were taught that your trials were not punishment, but purification, that your obedience would be rewarded not in this life, but in the next. And if the promise of heaven wasn't enough, the threat of hell filled in the rest. Fire, torment, gnashing of teeth, all waiting for the proud, the rebellious, the ones who said no. And yet, the peasants were not passive. Their resistance was just quieter. They gossiped about the steward. They sang rude songs about the Lord's habits. They laughed when the priest stumbled on a sermon. They told stories at night of better days and better men. They found dignity in the smallest acts, a shared crust, a well-timed silence, a field tended just a little differently than the rule book said. Their rebellion was in the way they survived, despite it all. Not because they accepted the system, but because they made it bend just enough to let them breathe. Sometimes, of course, things changed. A lord died and his son was kinder. A new bishop forgave debts. A terrible storm reminded the powerful that even they were mortal. But those changes came from above. The peasant's job was to wait, to endure, to hand down what little they had, and to teach their children to be quiet when they had to be, and brave when they could be. And there were dreams. Of course there were. You might not have called it revolution, but you thought about a different life. You dreamed of a day when your child wouldn't have to carry the same burdens, when no one would knock on your door with a list of dues, when your back wouldn't ache before 30, when you could sleep without worrying about wolves or soldiers or winter. Those dreams kept you going, but they lived beside reality. You didn't expect them to come true. You just needed them to stay alive. What's perhaps most astonishing is not that peasants revolted so rarely, but that they managed to keep their culture, their faith, their families intact despite the weight of the system pressing down on them. They kept songs alive that no one wrote down. They passed stories from one hearth to the next. They remembered which plants healed and which ones didn't. They taught one another how to pray, how to birth children, how to bury the dead. They created a continuity that outlasted kings and crusades. And they did it not with banners or battles, but with persistence. Persistence was their rebellion. When the manna demanded too much, they survived anyway. When the church taxed their sins, they still lit candles. When the world turned against them, they huddled close and waited for spring. The fields may have belonged to someone else, but the soil still remembered their hands. Revolution didn't live in them the way it would in later centuries, in the speeches of radicals or the slogans of crowds. But there was a different kind of strength in the way they endured. To live a life of hardship without letting it harden you completely was its own kind of defiance. To kneel, not because you were weak, but because you knew you could rise again tomorrow. That too was a form of resistance. And so they endured, quietly, without monuments or songs written in their names. They endured in the rhythm of the plough, in the smoke rising from cottages at dusk, in the lullabies sung beside dying fires. They endured in stories whispered to children who would grow up and tell them again. History often forgets them, or folds them into a footnote beneath kings and conquests. But the peasants were the thread that held the tapestry together. Without them, there would have been no harvests, no cathedrals, no armies to march under banners. They built the world even as they were kept from owning it. They may not have overturned their lords, but they outlasted them. And maybe that is revolution enough. You wake up slowly, not because you're rested, but because your back is screaming. It's a low, dull ache, like someone quietly grinding a stone into your spine. The straw-stuffed mattress under you is more mould than straw now. It hasn't been changed in years, and every time you shift your weight, dust and a faint smell of mildew puff into the air. You're sharing this bedding with your wife, 2 children, and something you're fairly sure is either a rat or a deeply unlucky squirrel. Either way, it's warm, and that's something. The roof is leaking again. You had hoped the clay patches you pressed into the holes last autumn would hold through winter, but they didn't. A slow drip has been plinking into a tin bowl all night. It sounds like a cruel clock. Plink, plink, plink. There's no fire. There was last night. You remember the glow before you fell asleep, huddled in your coarse wool blanket with your arms wrapped around your youngest child to keep her warm. But now there's nothing but cold ashes and the memory of warmth. Your breath fogs in the air above you. You don't have a chimney, just a hole in the roof that lets the smoke out and the rain in. It does both jobs poorly. Outside, something groans. Might be the wind. Might be the pigs. Might be your neighbour, Edric, already splitting wood. You can't tell. Doesn't matter. You sit up slowly, careful not to knock over the bowl of water you keep beside the mattress. It's half frozen, with a skim of ice on the top. You break it with your fingers and splash it on your face. It stings. That's how you know you're awake. You pull on your tunic. The same one you wore yesterday, and every day before that. It's rough, smells faintly of smoke and earth, and has been mended so many times the patches have patches. You tie a rope around your waist. The belt broke last year. Your feet hit the dirt floor. No shoes. You had shoes once, but the soles wore out and the leather cracked, and eventually you just gave up. Now it's bare feet in winter. It's not pleasant, but at least you don't have to worry about thieves stealing them. Your home is one room, no halls, no separate spaces. Just a hearth at the centre, a few tools hanging on the wall, and scraps of cloth nailed over the windows to block the wind. If you're lucky, there's a bench, a stool, maybe a single iron pot. Privacy? Luxury. The average medieval peasant lives cheek to jowl with their entire family, and sometimes their livestock. A goat might sleep near the door for warmth. Chickens peck inside, looking for spilled grain. Your wife is still asleep, or pretending. She was up with the baby again. The child has a fever that won't break. You've tried everything. Garlic, prayers, tying a scrap of holy cloth around her wrist. Nothing works. You don't mention it. Your oldest son is already outside. You can hear him coughing as he tends the fire pit. He's only 10, but he works like a grown man. Has to. There's no one else. You grab a crust of bread from the table, if you can call it that. It's a flat board resting on 2 uneven stumps. The bread is hard. You dip it in the leftover water to soften it. It doesn't help. You chew anyway. The bread is made from barley, or maybe rye, mixed with whatever filler you had. Peas, ground acorns, even sawdust. It's baked once a week maybe, and the rest of the time it sits near the fire, growing harder by the hour. You glance at the small wooden icon on the wall, a crude carving of a saint whose name you don't know. You mumble a prayer, or at least the rhythm of one. Latin isn't your language, but the words feel sacred by sound alone. Maybe that's enough. A few moments of silence pass. Then the rooster crows. Not yours, of course. You can't afford one. It's Edric's. It sounds smug. You stretch your back and hear it pop in 3 places. That's the morning song. You take a deep breath. The air smells like damp straw, ash, and unwashed wool. You feel the cold settle into your bones like an old friend. Time to start the day. Today, like every day, begins with wood. Without fire there's no warmth, no cooking, no hope of boiling the lice from your clothing. You grab a dull hatchet and trudge to the woodpile. You're not allowed to cut trees in the Lord's forest. Technically, even gathering fallen branches is illegal, but everyone does it. You just hope the steward isn't watching. The mud clings to your feet. The ground never really dries, not in winter. Paths are just grooves worn into the earth, churned to slurry by feet and hoofs and cartwheels. You slip once and curse, quietly. You don't want to wake the baby again. Later, you'll check the thatch. Try to mend the fence. Feed the pig. Tend the plot. Maybe go to the village oven, if there's anything to bake. But first, wood. Always wood. You nod to your neighbour. He grunts in return. You both know this day already. You've lived it 100 times. The king wakes slowly, not from cold or pain or noise, but because that is the luxury of power. His bed is enormous, draped in velvet and lined with furs. The sheets are imported linen, so soft they barely whisper as he turns. The mattress is filled with goose down. Not just any geese, mind you. Ones raised specifically for a palace. Their feathers are collected by hand. He doesn't open his eyes at first. There's no need. The room is already warm thanks to the fire that's been maintained through the night by a servant whose only duty is to keep it fed. Logs from the royal forest. Birch, maybe? Or cedar? Something that smells faintly sweet as it burns. A gentle knock, then silence. Another knock. Then the door opens slowly. A valet enters. He walks quietly, placing a pitcher of warm water beside the bed. Another servant follows with a warmed robe. A third holds a towel. A fourth holds his slippers. Each one bows in sequence, like a slow-moving clock. This is routine. Every medieval court has one. The king does not rise alone. He is dressed, washed, tended to. Even the act of waking is political. Who is allowed into the room? Who speaks first? Who touches the king's garments? Protocol is everything. It reaffirms the natural order. The king stretches. A servant pulls back the curtains. Sunlight pours in, filtered through stained glass windows in blues and reds. It pools on the polished stone floor. The king yawns. He swings his legs over the bed. His feet never touch the ground. Slippers are slid on before he moves. The robe is draped over his shoulders. He doesn't lift a finger. He moves to the wash basin. The water is warm, perfumed with rose oil. A towel is held up for him as he pats his face dry. He examines himself in a polished silver mirror. Not bad, he thinks, perhaps a bit pale. He sits. A servant trims his beard. Another combs his hair. A third applies a balm to his hands. A fourth lays out his clothing. A doublet embroidered with gold thread. Hose dyed a deep green. A cloak lined with ermine. And these are not just clothes, they are symbols. His garments are dyed with expensive plant-based pigments, woad, madder, saffron, each hue denoting wealth and power. Breakfast is being prepared. He can smell it. Fresh bread, honeyed figs, sausages, eggs. Something sweet. Something savoury. It will be laid out in the solar soon, beside a fire and beneath a tapestry of his grandfather slaying a boar. While he eats, he may hear poetry, or music, or scripture. He may receive guests, or he may not. The day's official matters can wait, unless war has broken out, or a bishop has arrived unannounced. He hears a knock at the outer door. A steward with the morning briefing. News from the border. A letter from the bishop. A request from a noble. A report on the grain stores. He waves it all away, later. He sits in the warmth and listens to a lute player softly plucking a tune. Outside, the bells ring the hour. The sound is pleasant, faint, untroubling. The world beyond the walls does not concern him. Not yet. The king takes a sip of wine. Breakfast can wait. For the medieval peasant, breakfast was not a meal. It was a concession. A small pause between waking and working. A momentary comfort carved from the relentless pace of survival. It rarely came with ceremony, and it never came with choice. The hearth is barely lit, its fire still sulking from the night before. You prod at the embers with a stick and blow gently, your breath fogging in the air. With luck and a bit of kindling that hasn't gone damp in the night, a flicker appears. You feed it carefully, until it glows enough to warm the bottom of a clay pot balanced on the edge of a stone. Your hands hover near it, desperate to steal back the warmth the night took from you. There is no table, just a flat board across two stumps, already scorched in spots from balancing pots over open flame. You pull a wooden bowl from the shelf, not quite round, chipped at the lip, and ladle in a scoop of what might generously be called porridge. The recipe is simple: water, some ground barley or oats, a pinch of salt when you can afford it. There's no milk. Your cow, if you had one, died last winter, and the village dairy supplies go mostly to the reeve. The consistency of the porridge is closer to paste than soup. Lumpy, grey, with occasional husks of grain that crunch when they shouldn't. You tear off a hunk of dark, coarse bread, the kind made from a mix of barley, rye, and whatever else can be ground into flour. Wheat bread is for the nobility. White bread is a miracle you've never seen. This loaf is dense, heavy, and days old. You dip it into the hot mush, soften it enough to bite without breaking a tooth, and chew with the patience of someone who knows there's no alternative. Most peasants in medieval Europe began their day with something like this. The term breakfast wasn't even common until later centuries. Instead, the morning bite was a continuation of last night's sustenance. The word itself, breaking the fast, implied there had been a fast to begin with. For peasants, the fast never really ended. Your children sit near you, rubbing sleep from their eyes, already coughing. One of them eats with two hands, the other just stares into the bowl. You tell them to eat slowly. Not because there's more coming, there isn't, but because it's better to stretch the illusion. Your wife drinks weak ale from a cracked wooden cup. It's thin, bitter, and lukewarm, but it's safer than water. The stream outside has a habit of killing chickens and children alike. Boiling takes fuel you don't always have. So the ale, brewed from grain, fermented just enough to kill what the river carries, becomes the drink of choice, even at sunrise. Sometimes, when luck aligns, breakfast includes an onion, or leeks boiled with a bit of fat scraped from the bottom of the meat barrel. But this morning, there's no meat. The pig was slaughtered weeks ago, its parts salted and hung in the rafters. Most of it went to the Lord, as was required by law, a tax of flesh, bone, and survival. You hear your neighbour cough outside. Edric again. He's already on his feet, already working. You envy his energy. Or maybe you just envy his chickens. He has 3. You have none. Someone knocks on the door. A soft rap. It's a child, muddy-faced, barefoot, asking if your wife has any herbs for his sister. You don't? But she'd find something anyway. Dried nettles, maybe? Or horehound. You trade for it? Half a heel of bread, split in silence. The sun climbs slowly, lightening the frost on the sill. You stand, stretch your back, and wipe your hands on your tunic. The bowl goes back to the shelf. The pot, still steaming faintly, is saved for later. Maybe for dinner. Maybe not. That was breakfast. And now there is work. At the same hour, in a palace 50 miles and several universes away, breakfast is also being served. But here, it is not a necessity. It is a display. The king awakens in silk sheets, the smell of sweetwood smoke curling through the air from a fire that never dies. A steward appears to announce the meal, though the scents have already done the job. He is led into the solar, a private, sunlit room where tall windows spill light across painted walls and a floor covered in hand-woven rugs from Moorish lands. The table is already set. Silver platters lined with folded cloth napkins. Carved wooden bowls glazed with coloured enamel. Knives so polished they reflect the face of the man who holds them. No dish touches the table before being tasted by a food taster. The threat of poison is real, especially in times when political ambition is as common as hunger. A loaf of soft white bread, made from the finest sifted wheat flour, rests beneath a linen cover. This is manchet bread, prized for its purity. A luxury. Only the upper class can afford the fine sieves and careful processing that turns ordinary grain into something this pale and delicate. Alongside it, poached eggs from palace hens, sprinkled with herbs from the castle's kitchen garden. Spiced sausages of venison and boar, cured and smoked in ways peasants have only heard about. A bowl of figs, imported at cost from Iberia or the Holy Land, cut open to reveal their purple-red insides. Honeycomb dripping onto cheese, rich and soft, made from the milk of sheep raised on lands the king has never seen. He eats slowly. Not because he is savouring the meal, but because he knows he can. There's no rush. A cup of mead sits by his plate, gold-tinged and lightly scented with herbs. He drinks little of it. A servant waits with watered wine in case his mood changes. Breakfast for a king is as much about being seen as it is about eating. Attendants hover in silence. Musicians pluck a slow tune in the corner. The steward reads aloud the day's agenda. Petitions from nobles, disputes over borders, supply concerns from the coast. The king listens with one ear, chewing on a slice of pear poached in cinnamon. It is sweet. It is forgettable. Medieval royal meals were orchestrated events. Banquets and feasts were public, but even private meals followed rituals. Certain dishes implied wealth and status. The more exotic the ingredient, the higher the status. Spices like cinnamon, cloves and nutmeg were imported at staggering prices through Venetian and Arab merchants. A single sack of pepper might be worth a cow. He finishes half the bread, a sliver of ham, and picks at a pastry filled with minced apples and dried cherries. When he's had enough, he signals with a hand. The plates are cleared silently. A towel is brought for his fingers. He hasn't touched anything directly, but the gesture is expected. He reclines slightly, watching the dust float through the sunbeams. The servants step backward in perfect rhythm. The king's dog, a thin greyhound with polished fur, pads to his feet and rests its head on his slipper. He absently strokes its ears. Breakfast is over. Not because he is full, but because he says so. One meal eaten for fuel. One for pleasure. One devoured to fight hunger. One consumed because it exists. The peasant scrapes the last grain from his bowl and drinks weak ale. The king throws away half a roasted partridge because it tasted slightly overdone. The average peasant consumed around 1,500 to 2,000 calories a day when available, mostly from bread and pottage. The average nobleman? Closer to 4,000, with far less physical labour to burn it. Gout, the disease of kings, wasn't metaphorical. Too much meat, too much wine, too little motion. But in the end, neither man truly wins. The peasant walks away hungry, to a day that will demand everything. The king walks away bored, to a day that will offer everything, and ask him to pretend it matters. And so they rise from their tables, both under the same rising sun, one stomach aching with emptiness, the other aching with fullness, neither truly satisfied. You reach for your tunic, not because it's clean, not because it's new, but because it's all you have. In medieval Europe, peasants didn't own wardrobes. They owned a garment, singular. Maybe two if the harvest had been particularly kind. One for work, one for sleeping. Sometimes they were the same thing. Yours certainly are. It's made of rough-spun wool, the fibres coarse enough to scratch your skin raw if you're not careful. The colour? Something between mud and old straw. It was once a pale brown, but years of labour, smoke and unwashed sweat have darkened it into anonymity. The sleeves are uneven. One is frayed at the cuff, the other patched with an old scrap from your wife's dress. No one will notice. No one cares. Underneath, if it's a good day, you might wear a linen shirt. Smock is the proper term. But today is not a good day. It tore last week while you were hauling timber, and the tear opened like a mouth across your side. You haven't had time to mend it. Besides, linen doesn't keep out the cold like wool does, even if it's softer on the skin. You step into your hose. Not like the nobles' finely woven stockings. Yours are closer to long woolen tubes tied at the knee, sagging at the ankle, and held up by sheer stubbornness. One of them has a hole in the heel. You've been meaning to stitch it shut, but every day it seems less important than getting through the next. Shoes? If you're lucky. Maybe you own a pair. Old, cracked leather with twined laces and soles that have more holes than hide. Most peasants went barefoot for half the year, especially during warmer seasons. In winter, scraps of cloth might be wrapped around the feet, or you simply walked carefully. Today, you slip your feet into wooden clogs, crudely shaped and unforgiving, but better than frostbite. Your belt is rope. It used to be leather, but that cracked and snapped the same year your youngest was born. The rope is a better symbol of your station anyway. A looped, scratchy truth wrapped round your waist. No buttons, no zippers. Those are luxuries centuries away. Your clothes are fastened with knots, wooden toggles, or nothing at all. The neckline of your tunic hangs open, loose from years of wear. Your wife ties it closed with a bit of twine. She doesn't smile. Neither do you. There's nothing joyful about getting dressed when every stitch reminds you how close you are to nakedness. Medieval peasants had no closets, no drawers. Clothing hung from nails in the wall, or was folded and placed in a chest, if you were fortunate enough to own one. Lice were common companions. Fleas, too. You brush something off your sleeve and decide not to look too closely. In some parts of Europe, sumptuary laws restricted what peasants could wear. Not that you were likely to offend those laws. You couldn't afford fine colours or dyed fabrics even if you tried. Purple, scarlet or gold. That would be illegal. And laughable. You've never even seen gold thread. Your wife wears much the same. A kirtle, a kind of dress if you squint, made of scratchy wool tied at the waist with a cord. Her head is covered with a wimple, not for fashion, but for warmth and modesty. Her sleeves are rolled up. She's already working. The children wear hand-me-downs so patched and mismatched they resemble scarecrows. The baby is swaddled in rags. There's a hole in one of them, which you patch with more rag. The cycle continues. Getting dressed is not a transformation. It is not preparation. It is simply a layering of misery onto flesh. A small armour against the world, just thick enough to fool yourself into thinking it matters. But you wear it anyway, because to go out in nothing would be worse. In the castle, the king's garments await him long before he opens his eyes. Laid out by pages and valets, his clothing is carefully selected, inspected, and warmed by the fire so that not even a thread feels chilled when it touches his skin. It begins not with the outer garments, but with the linens. Soft, bleached white underclothes made of finely woven flax fibres. Only nobles could afford such softness. The peasants grow the flax, the king wears it. First, a shirt, long-sleeved, smooth, almost weightless. It smells faintly of lavender, dried and stored among the folds by servants whose names he doesn't know. Over that hose, snug-fitting woolen garments that cover his legs from ankle to thigh. These are dyed a deep blue, a colour expensive to produce, extracted from woad and reserved for those of means. Over the hose, he is helped into a doublet, a padded tailored jacket that buttons down the front with small discs of bone or polished horn. The buttons are decorative as much as functional. Unlike the peasant, the king wears buttons not because he must, but because he can. Buttons are a mark of craftsmanship, proof of tailoring, a symbol of class stitched into the seams. His cloak today is velvet, dyed of rich burgundy, lined with ermine fur. The cloak drapes from his shoulders and trails slightly on the floor. A servant tucks it just so, to avoid dust. On his feet, soft leather boots, made by the castle cordwainer, fitted exactly to his size and shape. They have never touched mud. A sash of silk is tied around his waist, its ends embroidered with the symbol of his house. Silk is imported from Byzantium and the East. It travels through trade routes guarded by mercenaries and balanced on the backs of camels. It arrives here at great cost. He doesn't think about that. He just likes the way it drapes. Jewellery is optional but customary. A ring or two, a brooch, a clasp set with semi-precious stones. These are not for security or beauty. They are reminders to everyone in his presence that his body is sacred, adorned, elevated. While he dresses, attendants discuss the weather, his agenda, who might be arriving for court. Someone mentions a visiting dignitary. Another whispers about grain prices. It's all background noise. He nods, occasionally raises an eyebrow but doesn't respond. He is busy being dressed. The final item, a circlet, not quite a crown, but enough to remind everyone who he is. Not too heavy. This is morning wear, not a state occasion. Getting dressed for the king is not merely about function or even comfort. It is a performance, a layering of power, thread by thread. His clothes are stitched not just to warm him, but to separate him from the world, to make it clear that he is not of the same cloth. And when he steps into the hall, robes trailing, hands ringed, boots spotless, everyone who sees him understands the truth. This is not a man, this is a symbol. And symbols are always well dressed. One man dresses in a single wool tunic, patched beyond recognition. The other is wrapped in layers of tailored elegance. The peasant gets dressed while standing, shivering beside a smoky hearth. The king is dressed by others, warmed by the fire he never has to feed. But both, beneath it all, are still just men. One clothed in discomfort, the other in performance. One wrapped in survival, the other wrapped in image. Both bound by thread, though only one can afford to ignore the seams. You step outside, and the cold hits like a slap. The door swings on tired hinges, and the air is sharp enough to sting the inside of your nose. You squint into the early light. The sun isn't up yet, not really. Just a pale smear on the horizon. Your breath clouds in front of you like smoke. You don't need a clock to know the time. Your bones do that for you. The yard is a mess of frozen ruts and old straw. Chickens peck lazily near the woodpile. One of them is limping. You make a mental note to check its leg later. You won't. There's no time. Your day begins not with a plan, but a list of obligations stacked like firewood. Uneven, unstable, always about to topple. First, you check the animals. The pig is rooting through what remains of the compost pile. Its eyes follow you warily, like it knows it's next on the menu if winter doesn't ease up. It's probably right. You refill its trough with scraps, turnip skins, old leaves, and a few spoonfuls of yesterday's porridge crusted onto the side of the pot. The pig eats with more energy than you'll have all day. The firewood pile is low again. You grab the axe from its spot against the wall, the handle smooth from use, the blade nicked and dulled. You trudge toward the tree line, feet sinking slightly into frozen mud. You've been harvesting from the same grove all winter. Each day you go a little farther in. Each swing of the axe feels heavier than the last. You gather what you can carry: broken branches, bark, even damp twigs. Everything burns if you're desperate enough. You haul it back in bundles on your back. No sled, no cart, no mule. Just you. You stack it haphazardly near the door. It won't last a week. Then water. Always water. You walk to the stream with a bucket in each hand. The water is clearer than it should be. A bad sign. That means fewer fish, fewer frogs. You draw it up in silence. You slip once on the icy stones, and your knee slams into the mud. You swear under your breath. The water sloshes. One bucket spills. You don't refill it. You just go home. Back at the hut, your wife is spinning wool by the hearth. The children are up now, huddled near the fire, watching her fingers work the spindle with slow, practiced movements. The baby cries. She doesn't stop spinning. You change into your working tunic, the one with fewer holes near the knees, and wrap a cloth around your head. There's work waiting in the Lord's field. There's always work, and always for someone else's benefit. You walk the mile to the manorial land, shoulders hunched, hands in sleeves. Others walk beside you. Men you know, men you don't talk to. Conversation is a luxury for men with energy. You save your breath for labour. Today's duty is muck spreading. The stench is overwhelming. You breathe through your mouth and try not to gag. You shovel slowly, methodically, spreading dung across frozen soil in the name of future fertility. You don't ask how much you'll be paid. You won't be. This is part of your feudal obligation. Corvée labour. You owe the Lord so many days a year, and today is one of them. You'll get a nod, maybe some leftover grain if he's feeling generous. You won't complain. You've seen what happens to men who do. In the medieval manorial system, peasants were expected to work their lord's land in addition to tending their own. The balance was impossible. Your own plot withers while you sow his wealth. But to protest is to starve. By midday your hands are raw. Your legs tremble. You've relieved yourself behind a tree and wiped with leaves. Your stomach groans. Lunch is whatever you brought. A crust of bread, a clove of garlic, a slice of dried turnip wrapped in cloth. You chew slowly, seated on a rock, watching the Lord's reeve ride by on horseback. His boots shine. Your knees are stained with filth. You finish eating. There is more work. There is always more. The king's duties begin in the great hall, long after the servants have finished setting it in order. Tall windows spill coloured light across polished floors, and the air is fragrant with herbs scattered to mask the smell of too many bodies in too little space. A scribe stands ready with a scroll. The steward approaches, bowing low. The first item on the agenda is a petition from a noble family requesting permission to build a new mill. The king listens, then gestures. Let the advisors argue. He'll decide once they've worn themselves out. He settles into the high-backed chair, not quite a throne, but elevated nonetheless, and sips wine from a goblet carved with a royal crest. His robe is thick velvet, his fingers heavy with rings. A clerk begins reading aloud the list of grievances from the local burghers. The taxes are too high, the roads are impassable. Bandits stalk the woods again. The king nods occasionally. Mostly he thinks about lunch. A messenger arrives from the northern border. There's trouble, as always. The baron is late with his levies. The peasants there have been refusing to work. He asks if soldiers should be dispatched. The king raises an eyebrow. Only if the harvest is in, he murmurs. The medieval king was not always a tyrant. His days were often consumed with small, grinding details, managing trade routes, hearing disputes, confirming marriages, ensuring vassals remained loyal. His power was vast, but not absolute. Even a king needed to maneuver. Through politics, through custom, through the church. A priest approaches with a sealed letter from the bishop. More concerns about heresy in the southern shires. A wandering preacher has been stirring up unrest. The king sighs. He'll let the Inquisition deal with that. The court jester interrupts with a joke. No one laughs until the king smirks. Then the room erupts with polite chuckles. He listens to a minstrel perform a new ballad, half paying attention while his steward quietly counts out expenses from the last feast. The numbers are high, no one questions it. Then come the petitions from the commoners. A farmer with a broken fence and a neighbour with aggressive geese. A baker arguing with a brewer about grain prices. The king listens for a moment, then waves them away. Let the reeve sort it. A hunting party is scheduled for the afternoon. He looks forward to that. A break from the talking. But for now, he returns to his chamber to review letters. His own seal, his own wax, his own ink made from oak galls and iron salts. He doesn't write them, of course. He dictates. The scribe's job is to translate the king's words into something dignified. One letter to a cousin in France, another to the Pope, a third to a mistress in a border town. By late morning, he's spoken to 30 men, heard 20 grievances, signed 15 scrolls, and decided very little. But his presence is enough. He is king, and kings above all must be seen. One man begins his day by shoveling manure, the other by shuffling papers. One earns nothing and owes everything. The other owns everything and earns nothing. Yet both play their roles in a kingdom that demands performance. The peasant labours under the weight of his body. The king labours under the weight of his title. One cannot rest, the other cannot hide. The peasant's duties draw blood. The king's draw ink. You wake up already unclean. There's no moment of freshness, no scent of soap, no warm water on the face. Dirt lives with you. Not just under your nails or on your skin, but in your mattress, in your clothes, in your food, and sometimes in your blood. You don't notice it anymore. Or rather, you notice it constantly, and there's just nothing to do about it. There's a bucket in the corner of your hut. It's filled with grey water, the same used yesterday to rinse a bowl or wash your child's feet. You splash your hands into it, then rub your face. It's shockingly cold. You blink. Your skin tightens. You feel more awake, but not cleaner. Soap is rare. When it exists, it's made from lye and animal fat, coarse and stinging, and kept for special occasions. Your wife used the last of it weeks ago to wash linens before a saint's feast. She still has the blisters. You wipe your hands on your tunic, which is already soiled at the waist from firewood, ash and pig feed. It doesn't matter. You smell like sweat and smoke and old wool. So does everyone else. Medieval peasants didn't bathe often, not because they didn't want to, but because there was little opportunity. No plumbing, no privacy. Water had to be carried, bucket by bucket, from streams or wells. Heating it meant burning precious firewood. The result? A full bath happened maybe a few times a year, more often in summer, less in winter. You couldn't waste warmth. The church preached cleanliness of the soul, not the body. Some monks bathed, but for the average labourer, a wash meant a quick splash of cold water on the face and hands. You've heard rumours of Roman baths, ancient places of steam and marble, but they sound more like fairy tales than history. You pick at the dirt in your fingernails. It's a pointless ritual. You'll be knee-deep in soil within the hour anyway. Your feet are cracked, your knuckles chapped. You have a rash on your leg that hasn't gone away. You think it might be ringworm, or just irritation from your hose rubbing the same spot every day. Your wife combs the children's hair with her fingers. You see a louse? She crushes it with a thumbnail and keeps going. The toilet is a pit behind the hut, half covered with old wood planks. In winter, it's frozen and dangerous. You squat beside it instead. Everyone does. No one speaks of it. Public latrines exist in larger towns, but they reek and overflow. Chamber pots are dumped into the street. You've seen someone throw waste from a window and yell, "Gardeloo!" a crude French warning to clear the path. You didn't move fast enough. Tooth care? You chew on a mint sprig if you can find one. Some folks use cloth to scrub with ashes. Most just lose their teeth before 40. You run your tongue along your molars and feel one wiggle. You spit and there's blood. Again. The village healer, not a doctor, just an old woman with herbs, told you to drink nettle tea. It didn't help. She also said to sleep with a toad under your pillow. You didn't try that one. Disease is constant. Boils, fevers, coughs that never quite go away. One of the neighbour's sons died last week. Fever and vomiting, they said. Might have been bad meat. Order water. Or God's will. You check the baby's forehead. Still warm. Not burning. But not right. Your wife hasn't said anything, but you see the fear in her eyes. You know people who carry dried herbs in pouches around their necks to keep away miasmas, bad air. The priest says illness is a punishment. The healer says it's the weather. You say nothing. What's the point? Your neighbour claims he went 6 years without getting sick. Then his foot turned black. He died 3 days later. You dunk your head in the water trough to rinse your hair. It doesn't help. You smell like a man who works for a living. You always will. And still, you go on. Because there's no alternative. The king wakes not to filth, but to fragrance. His chambers are swept twice daily by servants using bundles of herbs, thyme, rosemary, lavender, scattered across the stone floors. They don't just freshen the air. They're believed to ward off illness. Clean smells, they say, make for a clean body. He sits beside a basin of warm water. A servant dips a cloth, wrings it carefully, and wipes the king's face and neck. Another dabs at his hands. The water is infused with rose petals, orange blossoms, sometimes vinegar. It smells like luxury. Unlike peasants, the king does not carry his own water, nor does he walk to the bathhouse. The bath comes to him in the form of a large wooden tub lined with linen sheets, filled with heated water poured from brass pitchers. He bathes when he wishes, sometimes once a week, sometimes daily. It's his choice. Soap is not just available, it's imported. Bars come from Castile, made with olive oil and lye, scented with citrus or pine. It lavers softly, it does not sting. The king's skin is pampered with oils afterward to prevent dryness. Almond oil, if it's in stock. Goose fat, if not. He is rubbed with cloths made of fine linen. His hair is brushed with a boar bristle brush. His nails trimmed with care, checked for signs of illness. Cleanliness for royalty is not merely comfort. It's an extension of health, of status, of godliness. His physicians, university trained, perhaps in Paris or Salerno, believe the body has 4 humours: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, black bile. Balance is key. They advise the king to avoid dampness, excess wind, spoiled food. He is bled periodically to restore equilibrium. He follows a regimen known as regimen sanitatis, rules for healthy living. Moderate food, rest, gentle movement, fresh air, no overexertion. The body, they say, must be tended like a garden. His teeth are cleaned with a cloth dipped in wine or vinegar, sometimes ashes or crushed herbs. He rinses with sage-infused water. Bad breath, the doctor says, can signal internal decay. He listens, even if he finds it tedious. Illness is still a threat, of course. Even kings get fevers. Even kings die of the plague. But when he falls ill, he is surrounded by care, poultices, prayers, leeches, tinctures brewed in silver pots. When he coughs, 5 men listen. During outbreaks, the king retreats to the countryside, to the coast, anywhere but the city. He closes the gates, no visitors. The poor die in the streets. He reads about it in letters. He hears tales of entire towns falling ill, entire villages vanishing. He commissions a prayer, a mass, a candle to be lit. And he dines as usual. Cleanliness to him is visible. It is scented. It is symbolic. And above all, it is managed by others. The peasant scrapes the mud from his heels with a stick. The king scrapes the dirt from his nails with ivory. The peasant smells of animals, ash, and labour. The king smells of citrus and rose water. One body is raw from cold water and coarse wool. The other is cradled by steam and silk. But both, in the end, bleed. Both, when cut, scar. Both, when struck by plague, fall the same way. And death, whether in a straw bed or a gilded chamber, does not care for soap. Leisure, for you, is a strange word. It sounds like something for other people. Softer lives, softer hands. You don't have leisure. You have pauses. Gaps in labour where your body aches too much to move, and your thoughts shuffle through boredom and pain. Still, even the lowest peasant finds a way to break the monotony. Because if all you ever do is work, eventually, you forget why you bother to survive at all. The first and most common form of entertainment. Talking. Not idle gossip, although that exists, but stories. Tales told by the firelight when the work is done, when the children have quieted, and the pot is empty. You don't own a book. You can't read, and neither can anyone else you know. But you've heard stories passed down from your grandfather about saints, demons, dragons, and long-dead kings. Some tales are morality fables. Others are barely held together nonsense about animals who outwit the devil. All are told slowly, dramatically, with long pauses and widened eyes. They don't have to make sense. They just have to make you forget your hunger. The village also entertains itself with song, not in melodies you'd find in a cathedral, but sharp, rhythmic chants. Simple lyrics, easy to remember, often lewd, always local. You know a dozen that mention someone in your hamlet by name. You sing while you work sometimes, not because it's fun, but because it helps the time pass. Festivals, when they happen, are the height of joy. The church calendar provides structure. Feast days, saints' days, holy days. These are your sanctioned excuses to stop labouring, to drink, to dance, to gather in the square with others and pretend the year isn't dragging its weight across your back. During the feast of St. Martin, the villagers roast what meat they can spare. You once saw a pig's head carried on a platter, its eyes replaced with onions. Children danced around it. Someone juggled turnips. You drank too much ale and vomited behind the church. It was the best night of your year. Games exist too. No boards, no tokens. Just rocks, sticks, and imagination. You've played Catch the Goose, a game that mostly involves chasing a terrified bird across a field while people laugh. You've bet on who can lift the biggest log. You've watched grown men wrestle in the mud for nothing but pride and scratches. Sometimes a travelling performer passes through. A juggler, a puppet show, a man with a monkey who does tricks for coin. You watched one swallow fire once. You're still not sure how he survived. You didn't have a penny to give him, but you stood in the mud for an hour and watched in silence. And then, of course, there's ale, weak, cloudy, sour, brewed in barrels that have never been cleaned, served in mugs that have never been washed. But it works. It dulls the edge. On a good night, you sit with neighbours, nursing the drink, and listening to someone attempt a dirty joke that's too long and poorly told. You laugh anyway. Not at the joke, at the effort. Drunkenness isn't frowned upon exactly. It's expected. Your lord drinks too. The priest may warn against excess, but even he accepts a cup during feast days. You've danced in the dirt, barefoot, with someone else's wife. You've sung songs you don't remember. You've fallen asleep under a tree and woken up with leaves in your mouth. It isn't much. It's barely anything. But for a few hours it's enough. For the king, entertainment is an institution, an extension of power, taste and spectacle. It isn't simply about enjoyment. It's about control, presentation, dominance of boredom itself. Each day the king has choices. Music, sport, hunting, dining or the theatre of politics. Each a stage upon which he performs his identity as ruler. In the late morning, a minstrel plays in the solar. Lute, harp, flute. Trained hands plucking chords composed to soothe or flatter. The melodies are composed by professionals, copied by scribes, and performed by those who know their lives depend on the king's reaction. He listens idly. Sometimes he closes his eyes, not out of appreciation, but out of boredom. Then he waves a hand and says, "Enough." The room empties. Later he walks in the gardens. These aren't wild hedgerows like those outside the peasant's hut. They are curated spaces. Ornamental herbs, sculpted topiaries, fountains imported from Italy. Everything arranged to remind him of order, his order. He plays chess with a visiting noble. The board is made of inlaid ivory and lapis. The pieces are hand-carved. The game is long, slow, half conversation, half test. He wins because he must. The noble doesn't mind. He was never trying to win anyway. In the afternoon he hunts. The royal hunt is not a necessity. It's not about feeding the court, it's theatre. He mounts his horse, bred for stamina and speed, wearing a leather doublet, gloves stitched with his crest. Hawks ride on gloved fists. Hounds run ahead. Horns sound, the forest clears for him. The animals are driven toward him by beaters, peasants with sticks, shouting and stomping through a brush. When the deer appears, he looses his arrow. If he hits, it is a great shot. If he misses, it was a great shot that narrowly missed. The record will reflect it either way. At the end of the hunt, there is a feast. The boar is roasted whole. Game birds are dressed in their own feathers. Wine flows freely. This is not survival, this is abundance, a display of divine favour. The medieval king's court often included jesters, acrobats, storytellers, and even magicians. These performers were well trained, many travelling across kingdoms. A single misstep, a poorly told joke, an insult taken too far, could mean exile or worse. But if they succeeded, they might dine near nobility, gain patronage, or receive a gift of land. He watches a performance. A troupe enacts a play from a distant city, perhaps Paris or Prague. The themes are familiar: betrayal, honour, God. He applauds at the end, even if he barely followed the plot. The hall echoes with approval. No one asks if he enjoyed it. In the evening he may read. Not aloud, that is for clerks. But he listens to books being read to him. Tales of ancient Rome, romances of knights and maidens, treatises on theology. He asks questions occasionally, not always expecting answers. Then music again. Then a warm bath. Then sleep. Entertainment is not rare for him. It is constant. And yet he is often bored. The peasant laughs because it might be the only joy he feels all week. The king laughs because it's expected. One dances in the dirt, in bare feet, to the rhythm of a friend slapping a barrel. The other dances in a hall, gilded and perfumed, to strings and harps. One sings to forget the hunger. The other listens to singers to fill the silence. The peasant waits all year for a single feast day. The king feasts every day and longs for something new. Yet both, in their own way, seek the same thing: to forget for a moment what they are. You wake hungry again. You went to bed with hunger sitting in your gut like a stone, and it's still there, just dulled by sleep. The idea of being full feels like a memory from another life. Maybe you were full once, a festival day, a neighbour's wedding, but most mornings, like this one, your stomach starts out quiet and gets louder by the hour. You stir the pot hanging over the hearth. It's yesterday's pottage, still warm from the coals, thick like glue and brown like mud, bits of barley, a turnip chunk, a wilted leaf. You ladle a scoop into your bowl. There's not much left, so you give the bigger share to your eldest child. He doesn't thank you. He just eats like a dog that doesn't want to be seen. Pottage is what you eat. Morning, evening, sometimes cold in the middle of the day, if there's enough to spare. There's no recipe. It's whatever you have, boiled for hours until it can't be picked apart. Barley and oats are common. Sometimes beans, peas, leeks. If you're lucky, a scrap of fatback or a bone for flavour. Usually not. Bread is next if there's any. Yours is black and hard, made from rye and barley. Grains that grow better in poor soil, the kind you farm. The flour is mixed with water and salt if you have it, then baked into rounds or flat cakes in the communal oven if you remembered your place in line. There's grit in the bread. Stone ground flour always leaves a bit behind, and it wears your teeth down year by year. Your molars feel dull now. One is starting to crack. You chew anyway. Slowly. Carefully. You drink ale. Everyone does. Not the strong stuff. What you have is weak and cloudy, more like fermented grain tea than anything intoxicating. But it's safe. Safer than the river. The well went bad last month, and you still remember the sick child who didn't make it. Boiling water takes firewood, and firewood takes hours. Ale it is. Meat is rare. Maybe once a month you buy a scrap from the tanner. A cut too fatty to cure, or too bruised to store. You boil it with roots and pretend it's a feast. Sometimes your neighbour traps a rabbit. You pretend not to notice. Hunting's forbidden unless you're a noble. The punishment for poaching a deer is death. For a rabbit, a beating. For a swan, you don't want to know. Your pigs are gone. Sold off after the last frost destroyed the root cellar. Chickens are easier to keep, but they don't lay in winter. You used to trade eggs for cheese. Now you just eat the eggs, when there are any. Cheese is a summer luxury. Milk turns too quickly this time of year. On holy days, there's more to eat. Saints' feasts, harvest festivals, weddings. These are the times you remember with your eyes closed. Bread stuffed with onions. Roasted goose. Baked apples dripping with honey. It doesn't last, but it burns into memory. You've told your children stories of the last Michaelmas feast as if it were legend. Some peasants barter with their produce. You trade leeks for butter, cabbages for fish. The fish is salted, rough on the tongue, but keeps well. You once found a coin at the roadside and bought a fig at market. 1 figure. You sliced it in 4 and let your children each have a piece. They still talk about it. Your food doesn't travel. Nothing comes from farther than a day's walk. You don't know what olives are. You've never seen a lemon. Spices are a rumour. Pepper? For princes. You flavour with herbs you grow yourself. Thyme, mustard leaf, horseradish root. You salt when you can. More often you don't. Your wife cooks. She stirs, strains, kneads, and lifts pots that steam her face red. Her hands are always red and cracked. Your eldest daughter helps, scraping pots and tending the fire. Meals are more work than reward. You eat in silence, or with quiet murmurs. No time for talk. You eat to finish. And when it's done, you thank God, whether you mean it or not. Then you go back to work. The king eats whenever he chooses, or rather, whenever the schedule of the court allows him to be fed with ceremony. Meals are more than nourishment here. They are theatre, statements. A feast not just for his guests, but for the idea of monarchy itself. His food is prepared in vast kitchens beneath the castle. Whole departments exist to coordinate the supply of game, fish, vegetables, spices, bread and wine. There are master cooks, assistants, pastry makers, poulterers, fishmongers, sauce chefs, spit turners, butterers, cupbearers and food tasters. Each has a rank. Some have apprentices. Many serve for life. Bread arrives first, white and soft, made of wheat grown on royal estates and sifted through fine cloth. This is manchet bread, made only for the rich. It's served warm, sliced thin by a specialist. He carries the knife like a knight might carry a sword. Next come meats. Spit roasted boars, larded hares, herbed venison, wild birds cooked in wine and cloves. There are pies with layered fillings, pigeon, pear, dates and veal, each crust sealed and stamped with the royal crest. Everything smells of spice, nutmeg, ginger, cinnamon, saffron. Spice is more expensive than gold. The king does not eat from wooden bowls. His dishes are pewter, silver, or gilded ceramic. His goblets are etched glass or ornate metal, often studded with stones. He drinks wine from Aquitaine, Cyprus, Burgundy, imported by merchants who bribe their way into court favour. There is fish, always fish, even on meat days. Salted sturgeon, eels in almond milk, baked trout garnished with violets. On Fridays and fast days, when meat is forbidden by church law, the cooks become even more inventive. Whale meat is considered fish by decree. So is beaver tail. So are frogs. A theologian once argued that barnacle geese, born of driftwood, were also fish. Feasts are long, 3, sometimes 4 hours. Each course ends with an entremet, a kind of edible entertainment, a model castle made of pastry, a roasted peacock redressed in its feathers, set ablaze with brandy, a pie that, when opened, releases live birds into the hall. The king eats little of each dish, a few bites, a taste. He's not eating for hunger. He's eating for demonstration. His physicians monitor his consumption carefully. He is advised according to the theory of the 4 humours, balance between hot, cold, wet and dry. Roast beef is hot and dry. Fresh apples are cold and moist. Food must be chosen with care, lest it unbalance the king's body, or worse, his mind. Sometimes he is bled before a meal, sometimes he fasts, sometimes he indulges, but always the meal is recorded, chronicled, observed. If guests are present, and they often are, they watch the king eat first. They do not begin until he does. They are served less lavish versions of his dishes. They watch his face for signs. Did he like the quail? Was the sauce too sharp? Should they compliment the chef? After the meal, his hands are washed in rosewater by attendants. A perfumed cloth is offered. A minstrel plays. A servant recites a list of expenses incurred. And then with a nod, he stands. The meal is over. The performance is complete. The peasant eats scraps and roots and salt. The king eats peacocks and pears in wine. The peasant prays for enough. The king prays it's not overdone. The peasant eats what he can find. The king chooses what others search for. But both, under wool or velvet, in draughty huts or gilded halls, must eat. Both rely on others. One on the land, the other on men. Neither can live without the hands that grow, gather, kill, and cook. The difference is who gets to rest afterward. You wake with the name of a saint on your lips. You're not sure which one. There are too many. Saint Cuthbert? Saint Isidore? The one your wife prays to for healthy births? Or the one your neighbour swears healed his cow's leg? They blur together. Their images are painted badly on wood or carved in the stone at the chapel. Flat eyes and bent fingers, holding books, staffs or babies. They all look tired. You feel the same. Religion is not something you think about. It's something you live inside, like the weather, like the mud. You cross yourself before you eat. You mumble prayers before bed. You know the Lord's Prayer, though half the words don't mean anything to you. You know the Creed. You know that Sunday is for church, and that missing it gets you noticed. You know the priest smells like wine and speaks in Latin. Latin, a language you do not understand. The priest reads from his book with a voice like a chant, rising and falling like the wind in the eaves. You nod, you kneel, you stand, you sit, you say amen. It's all by rhythm, like a dance you never learned, but have done all your life. The church is cold, always. Stone walls, no fire. Just candles, a rough altar, and the echo of old prayers. You sit on a bench and think about your chores. You don't mean to, you just do. The church tells you what to eat and when to fast. It tells you when to mourn and when to celebrate. There are dozens of feast days, but most of them mean kneeling more, not eating more. On Fridays, you don't eat meat. During Lent, you eat less of everything. Advent is for waiting. Easter is for singing. Christmas is for huddling close to the fire. The priest is not poor. He has a servant, a fat goose, and shoes without holes. He doesn't till the soil, but he talks about sin with the confidence of someone who's never had to lie for a crust of bread. Still you listen. He buries your dead. He blesses your fields. He might even know your name. When things go wrong, when a child is born sick, or a cow refuses to milk, or the weather turns against you, you look for meaning, for punishment, for sin, for someone to blame. You tie herbs above the door, light a candle, leave a coin at the chapel. You mutter to St. Bridget, or St. Blaise, or St. Jude. You aren't sure which one helps with fever. You try them all. You've heard of people who stopped going to Mass. They vanished, or starved, or had their thatch catch fire in the night. You don't test those stories. Superstition isn't separate from faith. It's just the part the priest doesn't talk about. Your wife hangs charms over the cradle. Your neighbour buries nails at the corner of his field. You carry a bone in your pouch, just in case. The seasons change with the saints. Michaelmas brings the harvest. Candlemas starts the thaw. Midsummer's Eve is a night for fire and fear, when spirits walk and old magic stirs. You've jumped over the fire with bare feet. You've thrown salt into the ashes. You've whispered things you wouldn't dare say aloud. There's a woman outside the village, an herbalist, maybe more. Some say she's a witch. Others say she's just clever. You went to her once when your youngest was sick. She gave you a sack of dried nettles and told you to burn it while singing. You did. The fever broke the next day. Coincidence? God? Her? You'll never know. That's the point. You believe because belief is what keeps you sane. Because it gives shape to fear. Because if you don't believe, what's left? Just cold, just hunger, just death? So you believe. Even when you doubt, you believe. The king prays too, but his prayers are written by others. In the chapel attached to the royal palace, he kneels on cushions, surrounded by marble and stained glass. He holds a prayer book, a psalter illuminated in gold and crimson, with saints drawn in miniature. The words are in Latin, but he has been taught them since childhood. He knows when to bow, when to pause, when to look solemn. His faith is not just personal, it is political. Monarchs in medieval Europe ruled by divine right, their authority sanctioned by God, their power confirmed by coronation and anointing. To doubt the king was to doubt heaven itself. The king has confessors, bishops, and chaplains. He speaks with archbishops about church lands, tithes, theological debates. He funds monasteries and orders mass for the souls of his ancestors. He appoints clerics. He consults with Rome. He does not question doctrine, he shapes it. He observes holy days with ceremony, Easter, Christmas, Corpus Christi. The palace fills with clergy, incense, chant. Meals are altered, penances assigned, gifts offered to shrines. The performance is elaborate and necessary. But the king's religion is not always about belief. It's about structure, about order. The church records births, marriages, deaths. It legitimizes rule. It grants approval. It threatens excommunication. For the king, the church is an institution, a partner and a rival, a mirror of his own power. Still he believes, in his own way, He believes because the system would collapse if he didn't. He believes in divine order, in moral duty, in eternal reward. And yet he too fears what lives outside the liturgy. He fears omens, eclipses, comets, strange births. He fears prophecy, dreams, the muttering of madmen. He wears relics under his cloak, a saint's tooth, a splinter from the true cross. His armour has a cross etched inside the breastplate. He believes it protects him. He consults astrologers. He reads horoscopes. His advisors tell him which days to travel and which to avoid. Before battle he fasts. He hears Mass. He takes communion. He believes it will turn the tide. When plague strikes, he orders public prayers. He funds processions. He closes the city gates. He retreats to the countryside. He commissions masses for the dead. Thousands of names read aloud, night after night. He has seen what faith looks like in desperation. He has seen villagers flog themselves in the street, begging God to spare them. He has seen men weep in front of statues. He has seen the bones of saints carried through mud. He believes, but he does not trust. He rules the body of the realm. The church claims the soul. And both know that if one crumbles, the other soon follows. The peasant clutches a wooden cross and whispers a desperate prayer. The king kisses a jewelled crucifix and signs a royal decree. One lights a candle for luck. The other funds a cathedral. One is told that suffering brings salvation. The other is told that power confirms holiness. Yet both fear the same silence after death. Both kneel in different places, on different floors, wearing different clothes. But both pray to the same God. And both hope they are being heard. You wake before the light, not from a rooster's crow. He's late, as usual, but from the sound of your joints cracking as you roll upright on a straw mattress that smells of mildew and years of sweat. You rub your eyes. Try to remember if today is your turn to haul water or your son's, and reach for the same coarse tunic you wore yesterday and the day before. You are not free. That's not something you say out loud. It's not a thought you entertain often. But it lingers in your ribs, in your hands, in the rhythm of your life. You are a serf, bound to the land. Not a slave, not in name, but near enough that the difference hardly matters. Your lord owns the ground beneath your feet. You simply borrow its surface, one furrow at a time. Today's labour is predictable. Muck the stalls, collect firewood, repair a fence flattened in the storm. Tomorrow it might be threshing grain in the manor's barn, or ferrying a barrel of ale to the Reeves' house, or helping with the sheep. Work does not rotate with fairness, only with need, and need never sleeps. Each season comes with its own torment. Spring is planting, endless hours hunched over rows of soil, pushing seeds into earth still clinging to winter's chill. Summer means harvest, and your fingers blister as you reap barley and hay until your tunic clings to you with sweat. Autumn is the rush to preserve, salting meat, storing apples, bottling what little beer you've brewed before it spoils. And winter? Winter is endurance. Cold seeps in through the thatch and into your bones. You wake stiff and hungry, go to sleep hungrier still. Most days you eat bread, not the white loaves of the rich, but dark, dense barley bread, flecked with grit from the millstone. Pottage if you're lucky, a stew of whatever you've managed to find or grow. Leeks, turnips, beans. A strip of bacon if you're blessed. Ale instead of water, because water might kill you. You have no tools of your own, just what's passed down or shared. a wooden plough with a cracked handle, a hoe tied with twine, a cart with one good wheel. If something breaks, you fix it, or you don't and make do anyway. Under feudal law, you owe the lord between 2 and 5 days of labour each week, depending on your agreement. This is called corvée labour, and it's not optional. You work his land before your own. You mend his fences, repair his roads, harvest his grain. Only afterward, if time and daylight allow, do you tend to your own meagre strip of soil. If you protest, you risk punishment. If you falter, you risk starvation. And then there are the taxes. You pay a tithe to the church, 1/10 of everything you grow. If your harvest is bad, the tithe remains the same. The priest doesn't farm, but he eats well. You also owe banalités, or fees for using the Lord's mill, his oven, his press. Nothing is free. Even boiling water might require permission. Your wife labours just as hard. She spins, bakes, cleans, tends animals, nurses children, and still finds time to mend your socks. There's no rest for her either, nor for your children. The moment they can lift a bucket or shoe a goose, they work. No one asks you what you want to be when you grow up. You already are what you will be: a worker of land, a servant of someone else's estate, a man defined by how long his back can hold out. But sometimes there's a quiet joy. You finish digging a new furrow and step back to admire its line. You patch the roof with thatch that stays dry during the next rain. You build a chicken coop from scrap wood and watch your children gather eggs with giddy smiles. It's not ambition. It's not pride. But it's yours. You might think a king's life is idle, that he lies in silk, is fed by servants, drifts from banquet to banquet. That's true, some of the time, but ruling is work. Different work, yes, but work all the same. He wakes surrounded by functionaries, a chamberlain, a squire, a confessor, a groom of the stool. Every movement is observed, every word carries weight. He is expected to be the embodiment of divine order, the cornerstone of a realm stitched together by loyalty and law. His day begins with council. The royal household is a bureaucracy. Treasurers count coin, stewards manage land, scribes track correspondence. The king listens as they list problems: border disputes, unpaid taxes, bad harvests, rebellious barons. He must decide what to do. His decision becomes law. He spends hours holding court. Some of it ceremonial, knights seeking titles, nobles pledging fealty. Some of it judicial, cases of land theft, marriage disputes, accusations of treason. His presence alone influences the outcome. One raised eyebrow can sway a sentence. Kings are also diplomats. He arranges marriages like chess moves. One daughter to seal peace with Aragon, a nephew sent to marry a distant duchess. Alliances made not with treaties, but with bloodlines. He governs warfare too. In times of peace he trains, reviews armories, sends funds to fortify castles, approves levy rosters. In times of war, he commands, directly or through trusted generals. Many medieval kings ride to battle themselves. Some die there. His signature controls currency. A decree to mint more silver coins, or to debase the currency slightly, ripples across trade networks. He must think like a banker, a warlord, and a priest, all while keeping the nobles happy and the peasants quiet. Even feasts are work. He sits at the centre, radiant with wealth, a living symbol of stability. His food is inspected, his wine poured by protocol. Every bite is a message. To eat too much is gluttony, too little ingratitude. He meets with bishops, abbots, and papal legates. The church is both ally and rival. The king may fund monasteries and cathedrals, but he's also wary of Rome's influence. A single excommunication can undermine his throne. Sometimes, in a quiet hour, the king reads, or listens to a clerk read aloud, books of law, chronicles, religious texts. He must be informed. Ignorance is weakness. He must also project health. A weak king invites rebellion. So he rides, he hunts, he leads processions, he is seen. Visibility is a kind of labour, exhausting, unending. Even his sleep is guarded, his dreams not fully his own. He doesn't dig ditches, but he holds a realm together. And that's no small task. The peasants' hands are calloused from earth. The king's are calloused from decisions. One sweats in the fields, the other sweats in the throne room. One's misstep means hunger, the other's misstep means rebellion. Both are watched, one by the steward, the other by his subjects. Both are punished, one by weather, the other by politics. The peasant works to endure, the king works to be remembered, but neither truly rests, and neither can exist without the other. You feel it before anyone else does, the way your breath shortens, the way your hands shake a little when you lift the pail. You try not to let the others see. There's too much to do. The firewood's low. The roof leaks again. There's turnip rot in the cellar. You sit more often, tell your children to fetch this or that. You smile when they obey, though inside you hate needing help. You were strong once. You worked from sunrise to nightfall. You built things with your hands. You never thought about how many winters were left until now. The pain gets worse. There is no doctor. There's no diagnosis. You do not know if it's your lungs or your liver or just your body deciding it's had enough. The midwife comes and gives you a tonic made of bitter root. The healer suggests nettle broth. The priest visits with a candle and a book. He asks if you are ready to confess. You are. Not because you think you've sinned more than anyone else, but because that's what you do. You confess. You receive the last rites. You try to die with dignity, even if the straw beneath you is wet and your wife is weeping into her sleeves. In medieval villages, death is part of life. The average life expectancy hovers around 35, but it isn't because people drop dead in their 30s. It's because children die often, and women die in childbirth, and accidents and illness don't wait. If you survive past childhood, you might live to 40, maybe even 50, but it's rare to see 60. Your family gathers. They're quiet. They don't ask questions. They know. You try to say something meaningful, a lesson, a joke, a goodbye. You try to remember your father's face. You try not to think of your dead son. You think about the fence you never fixed, and the new tools you can't afford, and the wheat you planted that someone else will harvest. There is no funeral procession. There's no tombstone. You're buried behind the church, maybe with a wooden cross, if there's time to carve one. The priest says words in Latin. You don't understand them. You hope God does. And what's left of you? A patched roof, a good rake, a son who knows how to tie a proper bundle of kindling, a daughter who still sings while she milks the goat. Maybe someone will name their baby after you. Maybe they'll say, he was kind. He worked hard. He never wasted bread. That is enough. Because no one remembers most peasants. Not in books, not in songs, but the world they built at one rock and one bale of hay at a time. That stays standing. That's legacy. He feels it too, but he's not allowed to show it. A king dying is a dangerous thing. It unsettles the court. It invites ambition. So the royal physicians say he is only tired. The courtiers whisper that he is resting. His enemies wonder how long he has left. His body is failing, but protocol does not. In medieval Europe, royal death is a ritualized event. The king does not simply fade, he begins to transition. His bedchamber becomes a chamber of state. Attendants hover. Clerics arrive. The royal confessor is summoned. The windows are shuttered. The best relics are brought in. He is anointed again, just as he was at coronation, but this time with the oil of the dying. He confesses sins. He asks for forgiveness. He clutches a crucifix of gold and mutters prayers learned in boyhood. A scribe stands nearby to write down his last words, or at least something poetic enough to be remembered. The king's death must not be ordinary. If he ruled wisely, he is mourned. If he ruled poorly, he is endured until the last breath. But in either case, he is treated like a vessel of divinity until the end. His family gathers. Sons, if he has them. A wife, maybe two. A bishop reads scripture. Trumpets may sound in the courtyard. The realm holds its breath. And when he dies, really dies, the news is announced with fanfare. A black cloth is hung from the castle walls. Church bells toll across the countryside. Messengers ride to the cities. Nobles are summoned to court. The royal seal is broken. Then comes the body. His corpse is washed and dressed. Sometimes embalmed, sometimes not. Some kings have their organs removed. Some have their hearts buried separately. Some have their bones boiled to be transported without rot. He is placed in a coffin of wood, or stone, or even lead. A likeness may be carved in wax. A death mask taken. The funeral is pageantry. Dozens of priests. Hundreds of candles. Choirs singing psalms. Nobles in black. A procession of mourners. Some paid to weep. Some there to be seen. The coffin is carried on a cart draped in velvet. Horses wear black. The heralds cry out his name, title by title, as he is lowered into the tomb. He is interred in a royal crypt, Westminster, Saint Denis, spire, surrounded by ancestors, sealed in stone. His tomb is engraved with Latin verse, his image carved in marble. His sword may lie beside him. A crown may be placed at his feet. Sometimes he's buried with coins, relics, even jewels. His will is read. His heirs named, succession confirmed. But the kingdom does not rest. Wars break out over inheritance. Bastards rise to claim legitimacy. Queens remarry. Parliaments quarrel. One king dies. Another takes his place, always. And what remains of him? A law that bears his name. A cathedral funded by his tithe. A portrait in a dusty hall. Maybe a chapter in a chronicle, penned by a monk who never met him. But more often, his memory fades, overwritten by the next war, the next tax, the next king. The peasant lies beneath earth and stone. The king lies beneath gold and marble. One is buried by neighbours, the other by nobles. One rests beside a ditch, the other in a crypt, but they are equally still. Time forgets them at the same speed. The world turns without them. Grass grows over the grave. Language shifts. Stories blur. In the end, legacy isn't a statue or a monument. It's the echo of your labour. The bread you baked that fed a child. The wall you built that stood another winter. The law you passed that outlasted your bones. The song someone still hums without remembering where they learned it. All things fade, but some things endure, in work, in memory, in silence. And when both the king and the peasant have crumbled to dust, The only difference is how long it takes the wind to blow their names away. Good morning. You're awake. Not because you've had enough sleep. Don't be ridiculous. But because the stone floor you were using as a mattress has successfully leached the last bit of warmth from your body. Also, the cook stepped on you. Twice. That's just how your day begins when you're the lowest ranking life form in a medieval castle. Welcome to the thrilling career of a scullery maid. You are unpaid, unwashed, and largely unnoticed unless someone needs something cleaned or someone else to blame. You sleep beside the hearth because it's the only warm place in the kitchen, and by warm we mean marginally less cold than outside. Your bedding is a burlap sack filled with straw that has seen better decades. It smells like burnt fat, wet wood, and crushed ambition. Your shift, that's your one piece of clothing, is made of coarse, undyed wool that doubles as both pyjamas and uniform. It's been boiled maybe twice this year. Probably once. Possibly never. You rise before the sun. Before the roosters. Before God, it seems. Why? Because everything that needs to happen before the nobles wake, fire, water, bread, cleaning, is your responsibility. Technically not yours alone, but let's be honest, the other girls know how to hide when work is handed out. You haven't learned that trick yet. Or maybe you just weren't born slippery enough. The hearth is dead. The embers have gone cold overnight. That's bad. A scullery without fire is like a knight without armour. Still dangerous, but mostly just pathetic. You shuffle outside into the pitch-black courtyard, barefoot, because your shoes disintegrated last spring, and were repurposed as door insulation. The flagstones are wet and jagged. You gather kindling with hands too numb to feel splinters. Back inside, you crouch by the hearth and begin coaxing flame from damp wood and angry thoughts. Eventually the fire crackles to life, and you hold your fingers above it until they stop resembling corpse fingers. You're now ready for your next task, water. The castle does not have plumbing. It has you. You haul wooden buckets from the well. Gallons and gallons of water, heavy and sloshing, balanced on a yoke across your narrow shoulders. It takes multiple trips. Your arms burn. Your back screams. Your knees wobble like boiled barley. And you haven't even reached breakfast yet. By the time the kitchen staff starts filtering in, yawning, stretching, scratching, you're on your fourth trip to the well. No one thanks you. No one even makes eye contact. You are furniture with legs, that's all. The cook bursts in like a thunderclap, in a bad mood. She's sweating already, barking orders, and armed with a wooden spoon that's been repurposed as a disciplinary device. She shouts something about the stew pot still being crusty. That's your cue to start scrubbing. Again. You scrub pots until your knuckles bleed. No soap, of course. That's for rich people and sinners. You use ashes, sand, and lye. If someone remembers to make it, the lye burns. So does the ash, in its own gritty way. You've developed something between a callus and a chemical burn on your right hand. The left one's worse. The scullery is a room of punishment disguised as a workspace. There's no ventilation. The one window is permanently clogged with soot. Everything smells like meat that's been boiled too long, and something else you don't want to identify. You spend most of your day hunched over basins, scraping grease from pewter trenchers, and slapping rats off the table with a ladle. Let's talk about rats. They run this place. You just work here. Mid-morning arrives. You haven't eaten. There's a heel of bread in your apron, hidden and dry as chalk. You gnaw on it behind the doorway, trying not to look guilty. You fail. A kitchen maid spots you, reports you, and now you're assigned to latrine pot duty for the rest of the week. Congratulations. Later, you get promoted to onion duty, which is just a fancy way of saying cry professionally for 2 hours. You chop onions until your face is a waterfall. No one asks if you're okay. Everyone assumes you're just weeping from your station in life. Around noon, the nobles take their first meal of the day. You carry in dishes, step precisely where you've been told, and do not make eye contact under any circumstances. Nobles don't like to be reminded that servants have eyes, or faces, or thoughts. You hold a pitcher for a full hour and are never asked to pour. Your arms go numb, that's normal. After the meal, you clean again. The same trenchers, now slick with gravy. Bones tossed carelessly under the table. Half-eaten pies, chewed grapes, and something that may have once been a fish. You scrape it all into the slop bucket. You're not allowed to keep scraps, but you might sneak one. Just once. Just the crust. Just the edge. Just enough to keep standing. Afternoon blurs into evening. You haul more water. You peel more roots. You mop the floor. You sweep the hall. You get blamed for the dog vomiting in the solar, even though you've never even seen the solar. Doesn't matter. You were there. Spiritually. As the sun sets, dinner prep begins. It's louder now. Hotter. The hearth is blazing, smoke filling the rafters. Someone drops a pot. The cook screams. A fire nearly starts. You slap it out with your apron and keep moving. You're allowed to eat again, this time from a shared bowl passed between 5 girls. The stew is mostly liquid. A floating root, a grain of barley, and a suspicious chunk that might be squirrel. Doesn't matter. You eat it. It's food. Finally, dinner is served to the nobles. You stand nearby again, a background character in someone else's pageant. Your feet are soaked. Your back is locked. You haven't spoken in hours except to say, "Yes, cook." "Sorry, cook." Or, "It won't happen again, cook," whether or not you know what happened. Night falls. Dishes again. More scrubbing. Bones stuck to the pan like medieval cement. Your hands are shaking now. Not from cold. From exhaustion. You're dismissed with a grunt. You crawl back to your sack near the hearth. The fire has dimmed to glowing embers. You press close to the stone for warmth. Your tunic is still damp. You smell like smoke, onions, and fatigue. Someone's already asleep beside you. Someone else is crying quietly. You don't ask who. You don't want to know. You lie there for a moment, not asleep, not quite awake, thinking about what came before this. You didn't choose this life. No one chooses to be a scullery maid. You were born into it. Your mother worked in the dairy until her back gave out. Your aunt did laundry until she caught fever from the river. Now it's your turn. You're part of the great medieval inheritance, suffering passed down like a ladle. There's no path up. You don't become a cook. You don't marry the steward. You don't get promoted to lady's maid and learn embroidery under soft candlelight. That's fiction. You grow older. Your hands get worse. Eventually, you're too slow to scrub the pots, and they replace you with someone younger, cheaper, and less likely to fall asleep standing up. So, you pay attention to the little things, the rhythm of the kitchen, the shifting alliances between servants, the unspoken rules of survival. Never correct the cook. Always share the driest part of the bread with the girl who's bleeding. stay out of the steward's way. If you hear a noble's footsteps behind you, move immediately or risk being trampled, physically or socially. There's gossip, of course, the only currency the servants have. Someone swears the chamberlain is sleeping with the lady-in-waiting. Someone else says he's in love with the choirboy. Someone saw the knight with the red beard eat 5 figs and throw up into his own helmet. That one is probably true. When there's a wedding or a feast, it's chaos. 3 times the guests, 10 times the work, and no time for anything but frantic scrubbing and silent praying. The nobles celebrate, you blister. By the end of those nights, you're not even tired. You're hollow. And then there's winter, the worst of it. You work through your own cough, your own fever. You wear the same shift for weeks, layered with scraps. There are days when the water in your bucket freezes before you can get back to the kitchen. You keep going anyway, because if you stop, someone else takes your spot. And because you've been told that suffering without complaint is a virtue, especially for girls like you. You used to have a name. People used to say it. Now you're just girl. And maybe you there. You're not special. You're not a hero. You're just another invisible cog in the castle machine. And yet, the castle runs because of you. Because you get up before the sun. Because you know how to quiet a squeaky hinge with goose grease. Because you remember which bucket is clean and which one holds the mop water. Because you scrub the pans until they shine like coins you'll never hold. No statue will ever be carved for you. No song sung. But if you disappeared tomorrow, the kitchen would fall apart in a week. You don't sleep well. You twitch. You ache. Your dreams are strange and half-formed. Sometimes of green fields, sometimes of boats sailing away, sometimes of nothing at all. You wake with your mouth dry and your arms heavy. Another day begins. Another day exactly like the last. And no one notices. Except maybe Lord Crumbs. You are the spit boy. Congratulations or condolences. It really depends on how much you enjoy rotating slowly in front of open flame while contemplating your life choices. You're somewhere between 8 and 12 years old, small enough to crouch under the hearth, old enough to not cry every time you burn yourself. You are either orphaned, sold, or your parents were very persuasive when it came to convincing you this was an opportunity. Your job is to sit on a stool, if you're lucky enough to have one, beside the great kitchen hearth and turn the spit. All day, slowly, clockwise mostly, until someone tells you otherwise. Sometimes you're told to stop. Sometimes you're told you were turning too fast or too slow, or that you weren't turning it with enough noble dignity. Once, someone accused you of cheekiness because you blink too often. It's hot. Hot in a way that feels unnatural. Like living inside a loaf of bread that's halfway through baking. Your cheeks are constantly flushed. Your hair is always damp. Your tunic, singed at the hem, smells like every type of meat that's ever passed through this kitchen. You used to like the smell of roasting duck. Now it gives you migraines. Burns. Constant. Blisters. Everywhere. The kitchen has no sympathy. You're just expected to get better at dodging. If you blister your palm, wrap it in a rag. If your eyebrows singe off, grow new ones. If you faint, try to land somewhere that won't spill anything. You don't get breaks. The meat doesn't care if your arms are tired. The fire doesn't care if you're sweating so hard it's dripping into your eyes. The nobles expect their roast goose to spin at the correct angle and pace, or heads will metaphorically roll, sometimes literally, depending on how drunk the steward is. On special feast days, the spit gets longer. Bigger birds, whole pigs, once an entire deer. It took 2 of you to turn it. Your partner had a lazy eye and a mean streak. He'd let go of the crank at random intervals, just to watch you panic. You haven't seen him in a while. Rumour has it he's been reassigned to the kennels. You hope the dogs are treating him fairly. You sit for hours in the same position. Your knees go numb. Your back knots up. One time, your foot fell asleep so hard you thought you'd gone lame. The steward called you dramatic and threw a turnip at your head. The kitchen is chaos. Shouting, boiling, clanging. People running into each other with trays of oysters and jugs of wine. You are the eye of the storm. Nobody thanks you. Nobody remembers you. But if that roast comes out uneven, someone will blame the boy who turned it. When the meat is finally declared done, you help pull it off the spit. Carefully. The fat sizzles. The grease drips. If you flinch, you get scolded. If you hesitate, you get slapped. Then it's on to the next roast, or the stew, or the pies, or the boiling cauldron that smells like fermented onions and despair. You don't really know what time it is, ever. Your entire life is firelight and hunger. Sometimes, if you're lucky, someone throws you a bone, literally, not a metaphor. A half-gnawed bone with just enough meat on it to pretend you had lunch. You eat it in the corner with your hands, hunched like a little animal, and then go back to turning. By late afternoon, the fire has turned your cheeks red, and your lips dry and cracked. Your hands are black with soot. You've inhaled so much smoke that you cough like someone 4 times your age. You're still rotating. You hear the sound of plates clattering and nobles laughing in the hall above. You'll never go there. You're not allowed. That room is clean and bright and full of soft chairs and white bread. You exist so they don't have to. Eventually, the feasting ends. That doesn't mean you're done. It means you now get to help carry trays of half-eaten meat back down to the kitchen. You don't get to eat it. You carry it. You scrape bones into a slop bucket, rinse goblets, and drag the roasting spit into the scullery for cleaning. It's heavy. Your shoulder aches. You pretend you don't feel the blister bursting under your palm. Someone shouts that the Lord wants a roast prepared for his hounds. You start the process all over again. The dogs will eat better than you tonight. Again. It's late now. Your tunic is stuck to your skin. Your hair is stiff with grease. Your hands are shaking, and not just from fatigue, from hunger too. You finally get a bowl of pottage. It's thin, just boiled grain and a few soft turnips. You slurp it down in the corner. You don't talk to anyone. There's nothing to say. Everyone's too tired to pretend they're people. You clean the tools. Dull knives, the spit, the hooks. Everything must be spotless before the steward's rounds. If he finds a smear of fat, you're scrubbing it with your own spit. If you're lucky. If not, you're on floor duty in the Lord's privy the next day. Night settles like smoke. The kitchen quiets. The last pots clatter into place. The cook finally stops yelling. You sit near the dying fire, too sore to lie down, too wired to sleep. A rat crawls past. You don't flinch. You're too tired to care. You think about your old life, before the castle. You were a shepherd's son, maybe? Or your parents ran a mill? Maybe they still do. Maybe they forgot you. Or maybe they were just desperate. One less mouth to feed. There's no path out of this. The best you can hope for is that your burns heal properly and that your back doesn't twist too early. If you're lucky, maybe you'll graduate to assistant cook by age 20. If you survive that long. Winter is especially cruel. The castle walls are thick, but the draft still cuts through like a blade. Your station by the hearth should be a blessing. Warmth, light, fire. But it's not warmth, it's exposure. One side of your body roasts, while the other side freezes. You rotate like the meat. A human kebab of fatigue and frostbite. You don't have proper shoes. You wrap your feet in scraps and try not to stand in puddles. When you walk, your knees pop like old door hinges. When you crouch, you wonder if you'll ever uncrouch. There are days your fingers are so stiff from cold and burns you can't tell if you're holding the spit or it's holding you. And your health? You don't have that. Your cough has become part of your personality. Your skin peels from heat rash, then cracks from cold air. You smell constantly of scorched fat, which sounds delicious, but makes people avoid you. You've burned the same forearm so many times it looks like overcooked pork. No one offers a remedy. The apothecary is for nobles. You're told to rub it with pig lard and keep turning. The hierarchy in the kitchen is strict. You are beneath the kitchen maids, beneath the butcher's assistant, beneath the boy who fetches eggs. You are the lowest. Even the dog that begs for bones is higher than you. At least it gets scraps. Sometimes the steward nods at you. That's the highlight of your week. You wonder, not often but sometimes, what your life might look like if you ever left. Then you remember, spit boys don't leave. They either grow up to be other kinds of servants, or they don't grow up at all. You settle into your spot by the hearth again, legs folded, arms hugging your knees. The flames are lower now, but your skin still burns where yesterday's blisters cracked open. You stare into the coals and imagine what it might feel like to be warm without hurting. You don't know. You've never felt that. Outside, snow is falling. Inside, meat is sizzling. And in between them, forgotten and ignored, you keep turning, like you always do. You know how every castle or town needs someone to deal with the human waste? That's you. You're a gong farmer, which is a polite medieval way of saying professional human filth remover. If it goes in the chamber pot, you take it out. If it ends up in the latrine, you get it back out again. You are the bottom of the bottom, scraping the literal cesspit of society. And somehow, it's a real job. One that paid better than some others. But before you get excited, remember, it paid better because no one else wanted to do it. Your shift starts at night. Not because you're nocturnal, but because no one wants to smell or see you during the day. You're banned from public markets until you've bathed. Not that bathing helps. The stink doesn't wash off. It lives in your pores now. You're the reason people cross the street and pretend they didn't see you. Your tools, a rake, a bucket, and a shovel. Your uniform, layers of thick wool stuffed with moss and whatever you can find to try and block the smell. It doesn't work. The smell finds a way. It always does. Your job is simple. Go to the cesspits. Dig out the compacted, fermented, semi-liquid remains of everything the castle or town has flushed into the earth for the last 6 months. And get it out before it overflows into the streets. You climb down into the pit, yes, down, ladder optional, rope if you're lucky. The smell hits you like a brick wall dipped in sewage and fermented despair. It burns your eyes, coats your tongue, and makes you wonder what choices in life led you here. You breathe through your mouth, but it doesn't help. Now you can taste it. You descend slowly, boots squelching on the moist slope of decomposing waste. The pit is ankle deep in places, knee deep in others, and bottomless in imagination. You rake through it all. The recent stuff is bad, but the older layers? That's where the nightmares live. Grey sludge, black crusts, slick masses that burble and shift as if they're thinking about becoming sentient. You don't ask questions. You dig. And what are you digging through? Human waste, of course. Animal waste. Broken chamber pots. Straw soaked with fluids you'll never identify. Bits of food. Bits of cloth. The occasional dead rat. The occasional dead other thing. Once you found a chicken. You still don't know how it got down there. You buried it with some dignity. Sometimes, if you're lucky, you find coins, dropped from nobles who used the latrine in a hurry. You pocket them. You've earned it. Once your bucket is full, you haul it out. You dump it into your cart, an open wooden box on wheels that creaks like it resents you. You repeat this process a dozen times. More if the castle's had a feast recently. And you always do it at night, under torchlight, because the people above don't want to see the cost of their comfort. You work in silence. No one talks in a cesspit. Once your cart is full of what medieval records gently call night soil, you roll it through the quiet streets. The wheels leave tracks. The air behind you wilts. If anyone sees you, they gag or mutter a prayer. One kid once threw a cabbage at you. You threw something back. You're not proud of it. You head outside the town walls to the dumping grounds, usually near the fields. Because guess what? Waste gets reused. All that filth you collect? It becomes fertilizer. The very same nobles who won't look you in the eye are unknowingly eating vegetables grown in their own refuse. That's what you call medieval recycling. By early morning, you're done dumping, but not done working. You return to clean your tools, which means rinsing them in a pond that's already halfway ruined. You wash your boots, your clothes, your hands. It doesn't help. The stink clings. Your neighbours can always tell what shift you've worked. Some won't sit near you at meals. Some won't even share a table. You try not to let it get to you. You tell yourself it's honest work, important work. If you stopped showing up, the entire castle would flood in filth within the week. You're not a hero, but you're what stands between society and ankle-deep disaster. You eat alone, most days. Your bread tastes like ash. Not because it's burned, just because everything smells like ash, and worse now. You drink ale because the water's not safe, and because, frankly, being sober around your own job is a kind of masochism. Winter is the worst. Not because it's cold, though it is, but because everything freezes. The waste freezes. Your hands freeze. Your breath turns to steam, and then to regret. You've got to hack through icy crusts with a shovel just to reach the warm, steaming horror beneath. It's the only time you'll ever see something warm and be upset about it. Summer isn't better. Summer bakes everything. The stench gets airborne. Flies swarm. Wasps show up for reasons you don't understand. You sweat so much it soaks through your shoes. You've tried everything to mask the smell. Vinegar, crushed herbs, even rubbing yourself with mint leaves. all it does is make the stench floral. People joke about you behind your back. Smells like a gong farmer is an insult. Some people assume you're stupid. You're not. You know how to brace a ladder with one leg while hauling 40 pounds of waste up a rope with the other. You know which side of the pit is safer to stand on after rain. You know which torch oils don't explode when dropped into methane pockets. That's science. Or something like it. And here's the kicker. You make more money than most servants. Yep. This is one of the few medieval jobs that actually paid well. Not luxuriously. You still live in a one-room hut on the edge of town. But better than a cook's helper or a baker's boy. Because no one else wants to do what you do, ever. They'd rather starve than crawl through what you crawl through. That's your leverage, your curse, your wage. By night's end, you're done. You drag your empty cart back to the yard. You lean your shovel against the wall. You sit down on a log. Not because it's clean, but because it's there. You sleep outside when the smell gets too bad. Your wife, if you have one, insists. Your kids say you smell like boiled cabbage and sin. You can't argue. They're right. You close your eyes, but the scent stays. It always stays. You smell it even in your dreams. Your hands don't look like hands anymore. The skin is always cracked. The fingernails black from grime. No matter how long you soak them, the calluses stay. You've stopped trying to scrub them clean. The soap costs more than your dignity. You used to be able to smell flowers, grass, firewood, not anymore. Your nose is broken, not physically, but spiritually. All you can ever smell now is rot. If a cart of apples rolled past you, you'd think they'd gone off. You've been rewired. Sometimes the castle guards joke with you. They say things like, "Don't fall in," and laugh like that's the first time you've heard it. You smile politely and pretend it's funny. Once, one of them shoved you near the edge of the pit for a laugh. You didn't smile that time. You have dreams, rarely, about becoming something else. A baker, maybe. A scribe. But when you wake up, your hands still smell like last night. And so you rinse your face, adjust your sackcloth tunic, and walk back to the pit. Because even in dreams, someone has to carry the bucket. As the sky turns grey and the roosters begin their song, you haul your last bucket, scrape your last shoe, and exhale into the morning. The castle will wake soon, oblivious. The nobles will relieve themselves into gilded bowls, unaware of what happens after. And you'll vanish into shadow again, like the stink you carry. That's your job, that's your role, that's your day. The gong farmer, cleaner of kingdoms, forgotten by all, remembered only by the flies. You wear shoes. That alone makes you higher in rank than 3/4 of the castle staff. They're stiff leather, curled at the toe, and they squeak when you walk, which is unfortunate, because silence is part of your job. You're the apprentice to the chamberlain, which means you carry ledgers, memorize inventories, and pretend to understand what the words protocol and accountability really mean. You're not noble, of course. Don't get any ideas. You're a servant, but you're a servant with access. You enter rooms others only clean. You witness things most peasants couldn't spell. You fetch parchment, write numbers, and maintain calm when the countess is screaming that her linens smell like goat. Your day begins before the lords rise. You wake in the servants' hall near the good fire, the one not used for cooking rats or heating piss buckets. You splash water on your face, comb your hair with your fingers, and brush your tunic clean with your own sleeve. Presentation matters. First task, candles. You walk the long hallways replacing the stubs with fresh tallow tapers. Beeswax is for the chapel and the great hall only. Everyone else gets the cheap stuff that smells faintly of sheep. As you move from room to room, you note anything out of place. That's your second job, to notice. If the salt cellar is low, you write it down. If the wine stock is 2 casks short, you investigate. If the chamber pot in the guest room is full, you find someone else to deal with it. You delegate downward. It's tradition. The chamberlain is already awake, of course. He never sleeps, or so it seems. He's a narrow man with a sharp nose and sharper expectations. He smells faintly of ink and dried lavender. His robes are always spotless, and he always knows when you've made a mistake, sometimes before you make it. He speaks in lists. 2 bolts of woolen broadcloth, 4 barrels of lamp oil, 1 visiting friar with dietary demands bordering on heresy. You nod, write it all down, and pray you don't spill ink again. Last time you did, he made you recopy an entire month's ledger by candlelight, while the steward watched and chewed pickled herring directly into your ear. Your job is part clerk, part courier, part scapegoat. When the linens go missing, it's your fault. When the firewood is damp, it's your fault. When the Lord's hunting dog defecates in the guest stairwell, somehow, still your fault. Mid-morning is for inspections. You follow the chamberlain through halls and chambers like a silent, scribbling ghost. He taps walls, lifts bed covers, tastes wine, sniffs rushes. You nod and record. You try not to sigh. Once you caught yourself yawning and spent the rest of the day organising dry peas by size and colour. You envy no one in this castle, except maybe the cook's dog, who at least gets to bark without consequence. Lunch is not a break. It's a logistical nightmare. Who eats what, when, and where? And who is seated 2 spots away from whom, so no one accidentally reignites a blood feud over pigeon pie. You carry seating charts, correct titles, and gentle reminders that Lady Cressida is no longer speaking to Lord Alric since the Lent wine incident. After the meal, the Chamberlain reviews accounts. You sit across from him in the solar, reading aloud each line item. Wax, fish, salt, horseshoes, ink, wool, barley, mead, soap, barley again. The list never ends. Occasionally he asks you for the weight of a cask, or how many loaves can be cut from a stone of flour. If you hesitate, he raises one eyebrow. You'd rather be slapped. Then come the visitors, nobles from another estate, a wandering knight, some distant cousin who's somehow always between holdings. They arrive with trunks and egos and dietary needs. You show them to their chambers and take careful notes on what linens they receive, not because anyone will thank you, but because someone will absolutely blame you when they vanish. You're also responsible for the castle's keys, or more accurately, for fetching them. The armoury key, the wine cellar key, the upstairs wardrobe key that fits nowhere but is still important. You carry them in a pouch tied tightly to your belt, and you touch them reflexively, like prayer beads. Losing them would be a career-ending scandal, possibly a beating, possibly exile, possibly worse, permanent latrine duty. By late afternoon, the lists have turned to logistics. A shipment of salted herring is late. A bolt of velvet has gone missing. A priest drank too much and is asleep on the chapel floor. The kitchen is out of vinegar. The stables need more hay. The steward has opinions. You listen, you nod, and you draft a polite response in the chamberlain's hand. Sometimes you draft love notes. Yes, really. There's a noble lady who insists on communicating only via letters. She dictates them to you behind a curtain while feeding her lapdog strawberries soaked in cream. You write what she says, edit out the madness, and deliver the wax-sealed nonsense to a knight who blushes like a baker's oven every time he opens one. Evening approaches. Candles again. You pass through the halls with a taper and a snuffer, relighting what's gone out, trimming what's burned too low. The halls are quieter now. The nobles drink, the servants breathe, and you are somewhere in between, not invited to either world, but required in both. You check on the guest rooms again, fluff the rushes, straighten the curtains, ensure that no one has died, spilled wine, or eloped without proper documentation. By now your feet hurt, your head pounds, and your fingers are stained with wax and ink. You haven't eaten since morning, but you won't eat until the chamberlain finishes his supper and dismisses you. Sometimes he forgets. You sit outside his chamber for an hour while he recounts stories from his youth to a bored page boy who probably dreams of becoming a knight. You doze with your chin in your palm and your stomach caving in. Eventually the door opens. You're dismissed with a flick of two fingers. You bow, murmur thanks, and retreat to the servants' quarters. Your bunk is narrow. The fire's out. Someone else has stolen your blanket again. You lie down, still half-dressed, and stare at the ceiling. You wonder if this is what power smells like. Tallow, ink, sweat, and lavender. You used to think working near the nobles would be exciting, that you'd hear secrets, learn how power works. You've heard the secrets, all right, mostly about hemorrhoids, stolen pastries, and who thinks whom is insufferable. As for power, it's just more rules, more ways to fail. The Chamberlain says you're learning discipline. What you're learning is exhaustion. What you're learning is how to be invisible, indispensable, and ignored at the same time. You've become fluent in silence, skilled in being present but forgettable. There's talk of promotion. Maybe one day you'll be assistant to the steward, or manage the cellar books. Maybe. More likely, you'll keep doing this until your back gives out or your eyes go bad from reading numbers by candlelight. There's no pension, just a slower decline, and still you show up, because your work keeps the chaos stitched together, because the castle doesn't run without you, because someone needs to make sure the salt stock matches the winter ration plans, and because if you don't, someone will notice. You drift off to sleep counting barrels in your head. You dream in inventory. You wake when the first bell rings. It's still dark. You stand up, stretch your aching legs, and adjust your squeaky shoes. It's time to relight the candles. And begin again. The other servants tolerate you. Barely. You're not one of them. Not anymore. You wear cleaner clothes. You use words like allocation and inventory. But you're not one of the nobles either. They forget your name even as you light their hearths and refill their inkwells. You exist in the middle, a walking reminder that power trickles down slowly and responsibility floods upward. And still, you show up. Because showing up is what keeps the castle standing. And tomorrow, like today, you'll carry the lists, count the candles, and be blamed for everything that goes wrong. You start your day in a barn that never quite sleeps. The horses stir before the sun rises, snorting clouds of steam into the frozen air, hooves clattering softly in stalls layered with straw and the occasional rat. You are the stable boy. That means you shovel, you brush, you haul, you get kicked, often, but mostly you apologise to creatures that outrank you in both grace and nutrition. You sleep in the hayloft above the main stable, if you can call it sleep. The floorboards are thin, and the horses below never stop shifting. You hear everything. A tail swishing, a hoof stomping, the unmistakable sound of something large defecating very close to your pillow. Your hands are already cracked before dawn. You pull on the same stiff boots, the same sour-smelling tunic, and climb down the ladder. The cold hits you like a slap from God. You start mucking out the stalls. One by one. Shovel, pitch, shovel again. It's not glamorous. It's not even tolerable. But it has to be done before the master of horse arrives, or else you'll spend the morning with a split lip and a lecture on discipline. You work fast, but not too fast. Moving too quickly spooks the horses, and spooked horses are worse than angry nobles. They bite, rear, and crush. You've already broken 2 fingers and once got a hoof to the ribs that left you coughing blood for a week. Still you love them, the animals. They don't lie. They don't yell. They don't pretend to be better than you. The stable smells like hay, manure, sweat, and horse, which is somehow worse and better than anything inside the castle. You don't mind it anymore. You've stopped smelling things the way regular people do. You know the scent of a healthy stallion versus one with colic. You can tell when a horse is nervous just by how it breathes. These animals make more sense than most people. After the stalls are cleared, you fetch feed. Heavy sacks of oats and hay bales stacked high in the loft. You lower them one by one, careful not to twist your back again like last winter. You nearly passed out and the master said, "He's faking it," before throwing a bridle at your head. Feeding is a delicate dance. Some horses are greedy, some are shy. Some will bite your hand if you reach at the wrong moment. You've got scars to prove it. You pat their necks, check their hooves, and whisper nonsense to keep them calm. They know your voice. They trust you more than most nobles ever will. Mid-morning means grooming. You brush, curry, clean hooves, and untangle manes. You pluck burrs, wipe noses, and scoop more dung than you care to count. If the lord is riding, you polish the tack until it gleams. Not because he'll notice, but because the master of horse will. And if anything is amiss, it's your hide that gets tanned, not the leather. Sometimes the nobles bring dogs into the stable. Hunting dogs. Loud, twitchy things with more pedigree than sense. You clean up after them too. No one ever says thank you. When the lord decides to ride, and he always decides last minute, everything changes. The stable turns into a whirlwind. You saddle his best gelding, the one that doesn't like to be touched. You check the straps 3 times. You wipe the bit with a cloth. You make sure the stirrups are exactly how he likes them. Too short, of course. Because fashion over function is eternal. Then you stand aside, quiet and invisible, while he mounts. If the horse fidgets, it's your fault. If he slips in the mud, it's your fault. If he falls and breaks a nail, it's probably still your fault. You'll hear about it for weeks. In the meantime, you fetch fresh water, sweep the yard, and stack more hay. The smell of leather and sweat clings to your skin. Your shoulders ache, your arms throb. You've pulled muscles you didn't know existed and bled in places that shouldn't. You get a break sometimes, but it's not restful. You sit on a stool, sip warm ale from a tin cup, and stare at the dust motes drifting through the air like exhausted ghosts. You don't talk. Your jaw hurts from clenching it. Your body hurts from existing. But the horses still need brushing. In winter, it's worse. Your fingers go numb even inside gloves. The troughs freeze. The breath from the horses steams in the cold like dragon smoke. You break ice with a hammer just to get them a drink. Sometimes you wonder if anyone inside the castle even knows the stable has no insulation. In summer, you're a walking blister. You sweat through your tunic, your shirt, your soul. Evening arrives with flies. Clouds of them. They gather in the corners of the stable, buzzing like tiny curses. You swat them away half-heartedly while cleaning out the last stalls. One of the older mares has soiled her bedding 3 times today. She's nervous. Bad weather is coming. You feel it in your joints, the way the air shifts. You know before the sky even darkens. You sweep again. You rake again. You scrub the troughs with a fistful of straw and an old brush that lost its bristles 2 years ago. No one replaces it. No one notices but you. The master of horse checks in one last time. He grunts if he's pleased. He yells if he's not. You've learned to measure your day in the distance between his voice and your face. You sneak a few carrots from the feed room. One for the grey mare, who doesn't bite. One for the chestnut, who only bites strangers. They nuzzle your hand with soft velvet noses. It's the closest thing to affection you get. When the sun goes down, you climb the ladder to the hayloft again. Your bed is a pile of rags and straw. It smells like mildew and saddle oil. You lie down in your clothes. There's no point undressing. You'll only have to put it all back on in 5 hours. You listen to the horses breathing. You listen to the wind pressing against the wooden slats. You count hoofbeats in your dreams. You'll be up before dawn. Again, no one at court knows your name. They call you boy, even though you're nearly 17, and your back creaks like a drawbridge. When you pass in the halls, they wrinkle their noses. Not because you're rude, but because you smell like a life they don't want to imagine. Still, some nod. The kitchen maid leaves you crusts. The blacksmith grunts a greeting. Once, a knight gave you a silver coin because you calmed his stallion before battle. You still have it. You don't plan to spend it. It's proof that you're not invisible. You're not stupid. You know you won't rise high. There's no ladder from stable boy to steward, no horsebrush that turns into a sword. You're not going to become a knight, not even a squire. But you know animals, and that's something. You know how to wrap a wound, calm a foal, and spot a lame leg before it gets worse. You matter in a quiet way. You've seen what happens to boys who can't take it. They leave, or break, or disappear one night after a whipping. No one asks questions. You do your job and keep your head down. In bad weather, the stables leak. In summer, the hay rots. In winter, your breath ices on the rafters. But the horses are still there, waiting, breathing, trusting. And that's enough. Not always, but most days. So you close your eyes, listening to the weight of hooves in straw, the creak of wood, and the soft breath of creatures that never judged you. Tomorrow it starts again. You are the stable boy, and the horses need you. You don't stay for the praise. There isn't any. You stay because the horses know your voice, because they nicker when they hear your boots, because in a world full of orders, lies, and punishments, this is the one place where you're trusted, not for who you are, but for how you move, how you speak, how you listen. And that kind of trust, that's rare. even in a castle. You wake up with a paw in your mouth. Again, it belongs to a turnspit dog. Short-legged, long-bodied, vaguely miserable. Like a sausage with trauma. He's sprawled across your straw pallet, snoring softly, his fur matted with kitchen grease, and what might be duck fat. You don't mind. He's warm. And honestly, he smells better than most of your co-workers. You're the turnspit dog keeper, which means you are the invisible, overworked, underfed bridge between noble cuisine and the medieval animal treadmill. Yes, that's a thing. The dogs run, the spit turns, the meat cooks, and someone has to make sure the dogs don't die, snap, or sit down mid-roast. That someone is you. Your shift begins before the fire's even lit. You get up, stretch your back until it clicks, and immediately step in something wet. Hopefully water. Probably not. The dogs are restless. They know what's coming. You haul the first of them from the pallet. A stubborn mutt named Snipe. He bites you. Lightly. You deserve it. He's been on spit duty 3 days in a row. You rub his ears, mutter an apology, and lead him into the kitchen. The fires are already smoking. The cook is yelling about Swan again. You open the turnspit wheel. It looks like a hamster wheel, if hamsters weighed 30 pounds and had job-related trauma. Snipe crawls in. You latch the gate behind him. He starts walking. The spit begins to turn. The roast, boar maybe, begins to spin. Now you watch. You time, you bribe, you beg. The trick is keeping them moving without pushing them too hard. If the dog slows down, the roast cooks unevenly, and the cook throws things. Hot things, sharp things, emotional things. If the dog stops completely, the spit jerks, the meat slips, and you spend the rest of the morning being told that you've ruined Christmas. It's May. There are 4 dogs. You rotate them like wheels on a cart. 2 on duty, 2 resting. But none of them really rest. They just whine, twitch, and gnaw on old bones in the corner, while you rub their legs and whisper encouragements like you're raising canine gladiators. You clean the wheels too. Not because anyone tells you to, but because they squeak loud enough to make the cook's temples throb. You learnt that lesson last month, when a squeal mid-banquet earned you a ladle to the forehead. Sometimes the Lord himself walks through. He doesn't speak to you, just nods vaguely toward the meat and compliments the earthy flavour. That's your sweat, and probably some dog hair. You're welcome. Feeding the dogs is another gamble. They're not supposed to eat scraps from the noble table, but you do it anyway. No one wants to run on an empty stomach, and dried peas aren't exactly performance fuel. So when no one's looking, you slip them bits of goose fat or crusts soaked in gravy. They love you for it, until one of them bites your thumb off, which almost happened last week. Burns are common. Your forearms look like parchment. The kitchen is a furnace. Even in winter, it's a wall of smoke, heat, and shouting. In summer, it becomes a punishment from God. The fire never goes out. Not really. Even at night, it smoulders. And you sleep nearby, just close enough to be useful, just far enough to be forgotten. You've inhaled so much ash that your snot comes out black. Your cough sounds like a dying bellows. Your eyes are permanently red, which at least hides the tears. You used to think dogs were cheerful, loyal, friendly. Now you know better. These are working dogs, bred not for companionship, but for endless mechanical endurance. They don't want affection, they want your bread. And if you're late feeding them, they organise a rebellion. You once walked into the wheel room to find 3 of them sitting in a circle, chewing your shoe, No one taught you how to train them. You just learned by trial, error, and blood loss. You keep a stick nearby. You don't like using it. You really don't. But sometimes they refuse to run. Sometimes they dig in their paws and stare at you with the eyes of an animal who knows it's part of a joke it can't understand. You've named them all. Snipe, Button, Maud, Guts. Guts is the mean one. He only likes you when you feed him bacon grease. Otherwise he growls like a brewing storm and snaps at your ankles when he's off duty. You think he sees the world the same way you do. Tired, greasy, and full of smoke. Once, a noble child wandered into the kitchen. She pointed at the dog wheel and said, "Look, a spinning puppy." You smiled. Then her tutor yanked her away and glared at you like you'd exposed her to something indecent. You didn't say a word. You never do. At some point, you realise your posture's changed. You walk hunched now, from years of ducking under low beams, crouching beside dog pens, and carrying iron spit still hot from the fire. Your hands are covered in calluses and burns. Your knees ache when it rains. You're 17. You used to dream of being a falconer. You thought maybe you'd train birds, walk through forests, wear a leather glove and squint at the sky like you understood something. Now you can't even hear birds over the constant drumming of paws in a wheel. When you do get a moment alone, you sit by the back door, just out of sight. You let one of the dogs curl up next to you, usually Maud, the quiet one. She's the only creature in the kitchen that doesn't demand anything. She just breathes, warm and real, and you rest your head against the side for a minute. Maybe two. Then the bell rings again. More meat, more spinning. No one thanks the dog. No one thanks you. At night, you scrub the grease from your arms with sand and prayer. You curl up in straw, listening to the slow pant of sleeping dogs and the lingering sizzle of fat in the hearth. You dream of running. Not from anything, just running. And the wheel keeps turning. Sometimes you hear the nobles talk about the charm of rustic kitchens. They mean the decor, the roasted swan, the smell of herbs they think came from the garden, and not from the sweat of the scullery maid who harvested them barefoot in the dark. They don't know you exist. They don't know the dogs exist. If they do, they think it's quaint. A detail for the minstrels to include in their songs. The turning hounds of House Wexford, or something equally oblivious. You once overheard a bard say that turn-spit dogs enjoy the exercise. You nearly choked on your own laugh. You've learned a strange patience working here. You don't argue. You don't complain. You just keep the wheel turning. You feed the dogs, tend the injuries, clean the wheel, and hope the day ends without blood. You've seen worse. One boy got his hand caught in the gearing last year. He doesn't work here anymore. You're not sure if he died or just became someone else's problem. You have a small cloth pouch hidden behind a beam. Inside is a bit of cheese you've been saving, a button shaped like a flower, and a dog's tooth. Guts lost it during a particularly bad day. You keep it like a relic. A reminder that even the meanest dog can break under pressure. Your ears ring from the shouting, from the heat, from the spin. Your bones hurt. Your stomach is never quite full. But every once in a while, one of the dogs nuzzles your arm after a long run, and in that brief, strange moment, you feel seen. Not by the castle, not by the cook, but by something living. And for now, that's enough. Because in this place, even the smallest kindness, A warm side, a steady breath, a dog that doesn't bite, is worth holding on to. Especially when the fire never goes out and the wheel never stops. You fall asleep to the sound of paws on wood, and wake to the same, as if the night itself is on a spit, slowly turning. You wake well before dawn, in darkness and cold. The castle walls don't hold warmth, not for the likes of you. The embers in the hearth are long dead, and your breath fogs in the air above your rough blanket. You sit up, every joint stiff from yesterday's labour. Your hands are already sore, though you haven't touched water yet. You are the laundress. And that means water, soap, fire, and pain. You dress quietly, pulling on a damp wool kirtle that smells faintly of smoke, tallow, and lye. The apron goes over it, stained and stiff with salt from old sweat and splashes of boiled linen water. You wrap a scarf around your hair, shove your feet into cracked leather shoes, and move like you're already late. Because you are. The castle is mostly asleep as you pass through the cold stone halls, carrying a basket filled with the previous day's laundry. Shirts yellowed with sweat, underthings damp with fear, linen napkins stained with wine or worse. Some of these pieces belong to nobility, and any error, any shrinking, tearing, staining, will be treated as a personal offence. You've seen girls dismissed over a scorched tablecloth. You've nearly been whipped over a missing chemise. In the courtyard, you fill 2 wooden buckets at the well. The pump groans. The water splashes cold and loud in the morning silence. You carry the buckets balanced on a yoke over your shoulders. It digs into your skin with every step. Past the smokehouse, past the scullery, to the yard where the great copper boiling pot waits blackened over yesterday's ashes. You light the fire underneath with trembling hands and flint. By the time the water starts to steam, the air is sharp with smoke and your fingers are red with cold. You mix in a scoop of lye, made from hardwood ash you soaked and filtered last week. The liquid goes cloudy. You stir it with a long wooden paddle, careful not to let it splash. The burns on your arms are still healing from the last time you slipped. With the lye water heating, you sort the laundry. Coarse linens in one pile, fine ones in another. The lord's shirts and the ladies' undergarments are treated with reverence, not for what they are, but for what happens to you if they're returned imperfect. Woolens stay separate. You don't boil wool. You've seen a full cloak reduced to the size of a doll's coat in one careless afternoon. You begin with the soak. Linens go into the hot, lye-laced water and are stirred gently to loosen the stains and stench. Then comes the scrubbing. At a flat stone slab near the well, you kneel and press a servant's tunic down hard against the rock. You rub soap into the fabric, black soap, made of tallow and lye, harsh on the cloth and worse on your hands. You scrub it in strokes, knuckles whitening. The stone is rough and the cloth is heavy, waterlogged and stubborn. When you dunk it into a barrel to rinse, the water clouds instantly. You smile faintly. Progress. The rinse water is cold. So cold your fingers go numb within minutes. You work anyway, switching hands, clenching them to keep the blood moving. Every now and then, you blow on your fingers and flex your wrists, but it barely helps. You think of other women, the scullery maid, the wood carrier, and know they're cold too. It doesn't make you feel better. It just reminds you you're not alone. Once the worst of the dirt is out, you haul the linens to the stream that runs behind the outer wall. There, in the shallows, you beat the larger items, sheets, tablecloths, with a wooden paddle. You swing and smack and swing again, the water splashing up your sleeves. Every blow knocks out dirt. Every splash soaks your skin. You can barely feel your knees in the mud. Around you, a few washerwomen from the village do the same. No one speaks. No one needs to. The only sound is water, wood, and the occasional sigh. When the linens are beaten, rinsed, and twisted dry by hand, a process that leaves your shoulders screaming, you drape them over bushes or on long ropes strung between trees. In summer, they dry in the sun. In winter, you hang them near the hearth, praying they don't catch fire. Damp fabric and open flames make uneasy neighbours. You tend the fire again, check the boil, stir the next batch, fetch more water. You lose track of time in the repetition. Haul, soak, scrub, wring, hang. By midday you can't feel your forearms. By afternoon your lower back is a knotted rope. There's a moment, though, when the lady's veil comes clean, a stubborn wine stain finally gone. You hold it up, steaming, white against the smoke dark sky, and feel a flicker of pride. Brief. Then you spot a fray at the hem and mutter a curse. You'll have to patch it and pray no one notices. When all is hung and steaming gently in the afternoon wind, you sit for a moment on an upturned bucket, just to breathe. You tear a bit of crust from the pocket of your apron. Hard bread, mostly stale, but food all the same. You chew slowly and watch the linen dance in the wind. Then you're back at it, collecting the dry, folding the crisp, cold shirts, checking for mist stains or lingering damp. You sort the noble garments into a separate basket, laying a cloth between each folded item like layers of armour. You will deliver these by hand, quietly, without making eye contact, without drawing attention. You are invisible. You must stay that way. At the kitchen door, you exchange a nod with the scullery maid, who smells like fish and onions and exhaustion. Inside, the cook shouts something about missing cloths. You wordlessly pass her a folded bundle of kitchen rags. She grunts her thanks. You leave before she can remember your name. The last stop is the Lord Solar. You knock. A servant answers. You hand him the basket with a practised bow. He doesn't thank you. He closes the door. Your hands are raw. Your neck aches. Your back feels twisted. But nothing is stained. Nothing is missing. That means today was good. You return to the laundry yard to put out the fire, empty the tubs, and rinse the soapstones. A sheet has blown loose and lies half in the mud. You grab it before anyone sees. It's only a little dirty. You'll wash it again tomorrow. You don't complain. There's no point. At last, just as the sun begins to set behind the battlements, you sit again, this time longer. You hold your hands out toward the fading warmth of the fire, and feel the pain pulse back into them. Your nails are chipped. Your fingertips are peeling. But they still work. In your apron pocket, you carry a scrap of linen, a torn piece from a ruined towel. You've been sewing it into a handkerchief in quiet moments. There's no time for that tonight, but just knowing it's there gives you something that belongs only to you. You eat in the servants' hall. Pottage, bread, warm ale. You eat quickly, quietly, eyes low. Then you return to your pallet near the chimney. Your shift is over. Tomorrow will be the same. Water, soap, fire and pain. But tonight you sleep. When all is hung and steaming gently in the afternoon wind, you sit for a moment on an upturned bucket, just to breathe. You tear a bit of crust from the pocket of your apron. Hard bread, mostly stale, but food all the same. You chew slowly and watch the linen dance in the wind. Then you're back at it, collecting the dry, folding the crisp, cold shirts, checking for mist stains or lingering damp. You sort the noble garments into a separate basket, laying a cloth between each folded item like layers of armour. You will deliver these by hand, quietly, without making eye contact, without drawing attention. You are invisible. You must stay that way. At the kitchen door, you exchange a nod with the scullery maid, who smells like fish and onions and exhaustion. Inside, the cook shouts something about missing cloths. You wordlessly pass her a folded bundle of kitchen rags. She grunts her thanks. You leave before she can remember your name. The last stop is the Lord Solar. You knock. A servant answers. You hand him the basket with a practised bow. He doesn't thank you. He closes the door. Your hands are raw. Your neck aches. Your back feels twisted. But nothing is stained. Nothing is missing. That means today was good. You return to the laundry yard to put out the fire, empty the tubs, and rinse the soapstones. A sheet has blown loose and lies half in the mud. You grab it before anyone sees. It's only a little dirty. You'll wash it again tomorrow. You don't complain. There's no point. At last, just as the sun begins to set behind the battlements, you sit again, this time longer. You hold your hands out toward the fading warmth of the fire and feel the pain pulse back into them. Your nails are chipped. Your fingertips are peeling. But they still work. In your apron pocket, you carry a scrap of linen, a torn piece from a ruined towel. You've been sewing it into a handkerchief in quiet moments. There's no time for that tonight, but just knowing it's there gives you something that belongs only to you. You eat in the servants' hall, pottage, bread, warm ale. You eat quickly, quietly, eyes low. Then you return to your pallet near the chimney. Your shift is over. Tomorrow will be the same. Water, soap, fire and pain. But tonight you sleep. You've seen this before. If she rolls too much, she could twist something inside. You throw open the store and grab her halter. She thrashes, nearly catches your leg, but you hold on. You tug her up, walk her in tight circles. Her eyes roll white. You keep whispering, keep moving. A stable master shows up eventually, curses, and takes over. You step back, shaking. Your arms are covered in dirt and spittle. Your tunic is ripped. But she's standing now. That's something. You return to your rounds. 2 new guests have arrived. Their horses are skittish from the road. You soothe them as best you can. Soft words, firm hands. One of them nips your sleeve. Another stomps and misses your toe by a hair. You fill troughs again, fetch more hay, sweep the aisle for the 3rd time. You mend the torn girth strap with twine and a bone needle. It's not pretty, but it will hold. The sun sinks behind the outer wall. The wind picks up. You close the stable doors, hang the lanterns, and check each horse one last time. You rub noses, check hooves, refill water buckets. You pat Smoke's neck, avoid Gorse's teeth, and scratch behind Willow's ears. When it's all done, you climb the ladders to the loft. You peel off your boots and flex your raw feet. You're covered in dust, hay, and sweat. But no one was kicked, nothing burned, no horses escaped. That makes it a good day. You eat a second meal in the loft. Some cheese you traded a favour for, and a hunk of onion bread too hard for the kitchen to keep. You chew slowly, legs tucked beneath you for warmth. Outside, the castle glows faintly with torchlight. Laughter floats from the great hall. Somewhere, a minstrel plucks a lute string. You hear it through cracks in the wood. It sounds like a dream someone else is having. You don't mind. The horses below shift in their stalls. One snorts, one whinnies softly. They're settling, same as you. You lie back in the straw, arms folded under your head. Your fingers ache. Your knees crack when you stretch. Your back feels like a plank. But you are not dead, and none of the animals under your care are either. That counts for something. You think about the stories they tell, about knights, kings, tournaments. They all forget the boy who saddled the horse, who mucked the stall, who whispered to the animal that would carry a lord into glory or death. That's fine. You're not here to be remembered. You're here to work, and to sleep when the work is done. The wind rattles the shutters. Below you, hooves scuffle. And slowly, slowly, the weight of the day pulls you down into sleep. Your last thought before sleep is of a hoof print, perfectly stamped in the mud, rimmed with frost, still steaming from the warmth of the horse that left it. It won't last. It'll vanish by morning. But for now, it's real. And so are you. You wake with a jolt, the butt of your spear still clutched in one hand. You must have nodded off. Again, but only for a moment. You're sure of it. The brazier beside you is nearly out. Just a few orange coals crackling faintly in the darkness. You rub your eyes, shift your weight on the cold stone bench, and peer through the arrow slit beside you. Still night. Still fog. Still your watch. You're the castle guard. Not a knight, not a soldier. Not a man-at-arms with songs written about him. Just a guard. You stand, you wait, you freeze. And if something goes wrong, you're the first to die. It's your second night shift this week, and your knees already ache. You roll your shoulder, feel the bruise from yesterday's training drill. A wooden blade slammed into your side hard enough to rattle your ribs. The sergeant called it a learning moment. You called it something else, silently. Your job is simple. Watch the gate. Watch the wall. Walk the perimeter when the bell strikes the hour. Report anything strange. And don't fall asleep. You listen for the bell now. Distant. Muffled. Probably 5 hours till dawn. The wind whistles through the murder holes overhead, sharp and steady. You pull your cloak tighter. The wool is thin and doesn't help much, but it's all you're issued. Your breath fogs in the torchlight, curling into the stillness like smoke from a dying fire. You stretch your legs and walk a slow circle around the gatehouse interior. The stone floor is slick with old condensation and soot from the torches. You know every crack, every uneven flagstone. You've paced it too many times to count. At the outer parapet, the wind hits harder. Your cloak flaps against your legs. The courtyard below is quiet. A lone dog sniffs around the kitchen door. Somewhere, a drunk stumbles out of the barracks latrine, mumbling a tune and failing to close the door behind him. You don't cool down. Not your problem. Not tonight. You check the iron hinges on the main portcullis. Still locked, still rusted. Still your responsibility if it jams when it's needed most. You run your gloved hand down the edge. It's freezing to the touch. You think about the day shift. Better in some ways. Sunlight, warmth, people to talk to. But during the day there's shouting, drills, inspections. At night you're alone, forgotten, except if someone breaks in. Then suddenly everyone remembers the night guard. Back inside, you take your seat again. You tilt your head and rest it briefly against the cold stone wall. Your helmet's off. Too heavy for hour 7 of nothing. You rest your hand on your spear like it's a staff or a crutch. Maybe both. You hear something. A sound just beyond the gate. Not a voice. Not quite a footstep. You stand too fast. Your knees complain. You move toward the door. Grip your spear. Hold your breath. It's nothing. A bird, maybe. Or the gate settling in the frost. You wait a few moments longer, then exhale slowly and return to your post. False alarm. You're jumpy tonight. Can't afford not to be. You sit again, slowly. Your joints creak like a drawbridge. You pull a strip of dried meat from your pouch. Cold, hard, a bit of gristle stuck to the edge. You chew slowly, jaw aching. This is dinner. Once, a noble boy sneered at your meal as he passed. He had a pastry in one hand and a silk handkerchief in the other. You didn't say anything. You just kept chewing. That's what guards do. Keep chewing. Keep watching. Keep standing. Until they don't. You remember your first winter watch. Toes numb for days. Fingers purple. Skin cracked and bleeding. You learned the trick of wrapping wool inside your boots, layering grease cloth under your gloves. It helped. A little. Midnight bells toll. You stand and make your round. From the eastern tower to the west, past the armoury, past the chapel. You pause there. Light flickers in the chapel window. The priest must be praying again. He never sleeps either. You climb to the wall walk and scan the woods beyond the outer bailey. Black trees sway in a sea of mist. The moon casts a pale stripe across the fields. You see no movement. You see everything. You think of your mother's farm, of harvest moons and cider, and wonder if she's still there. You hope she is. You make it back to your post just as the brazier dies completely. You don't bother relighting it. The coal keeps you awake better anyway. Sometime after the last bell, the captain arrives. His boots echo on the stone as he enters. He doesn't speak at first, just looks you over, checks the ledger, taps the pike rack once with the butt of his halberd. Still breathing? He asks. Barely, you answer. He grunts, then passes by without further word. He never says, "Good work." You're not here for praise. You're here because someone has to be. He leaves. You stretch once more, rotating your shoulder. The fog is lifting. The sky to the east is beginning to pale. Soon the bells will ring for morning prayer, and your shift will end. The day guards will arrive, loud, well-rested, and freshly shaven. You'll nod, hand off your spear, and disappear back into silence. You descend the tower steps and make your way to the barracks. Your cot is rough. The blanket smells of mildew and smoke, but it's yours. You peel off your cloak, set your boots beside the bed, and sit a long moment before lying down. As your eyes begin to close, you hear the castle come alive, shouting in the yard, buckets clanking, the cook's voice barking orders. You've earned your sleep, but you know you'll be back tonight. The castle doesn't guard itself. There was a time last year, you still remember it, when bandits tried to storm the gate. Not many, just 6 or 7 desperate men, starving, drunk on stolen wine. They came after midnight, thinking the wall guards were asleep. You weren't. You sounded the bell. You shouted. You held the gate while others armed themselves. One of them, a tall one with an axe, almost made it to the portcullis. You caught him with a spear thrust through the ribs. He collapsed at your feet, died gurgling in the dirt. You didn't sleep for 3 nights after that. But no one thanked you. The steward sent down an extra crust of bread. The sergeant nodded once, said, "You did your job." That was it. You did sleep eventually. And when the bruises faded and the frostbite healed, you were posted right back on the gate. Because now they trusted you to stay awake. That was your reward. You shift your weight again, bones grinding. Your hip has a knot in it from years of leaning on stone. You ignore it. You've gotten used to ignoring things. Hunger, cold, the sneers of nobles, the fear of being the first to die if anything truly bad happens. And yet, despite everything, there's pride. Not the kind people toast in halls, but the kind that keeps your back straight when no one is watching. You keep the castle safe. That matters, even if no one sees it. You adjust your gear one last time before bed. The leather straps of your jerkin are cracked, the iron studs dulled from years of wear. Your helmet, dented at the rim, hangs beside your bunk. You should replace it. You won't. It still works. Around you the other guards breathe deep in sleep. Some snore. One twitches as if fighting in his dreams. You envy them. They've done their part. Now they rest. You lie on your side and stare at the wall. The mortar lines look like roads on a map, winding and uncertain. You trace them with your eyes until they blur. Somewhere above, in the solar, nobles stretch in feather beds. Below them, you sleep with a knife under your pillow and your cloak wrapped around your feet. And still, if something were to go wrong in the dead of night, it would be you they send first. Because that's what castle guards are for. You close your eyes, and for a few precious hours you don't have to watch anything. You rise in silence. It's not that anyone is asleep near you, it's that they're all long gone. The scullery maid is curled up by the hearth. The stable boy has vanished into straw. The cook's snores echo faintly through the kitchens. But your work begins now. In the hollow hours no one else wants, you are the night watchwoman. You're not a guard exactly. You don't wear armour. You don't carry a sword. But you walk the halls with a lantern in one hand and a key ring in the other. And if something catches fire, if someone cries out, or if something moves that shouldn't, it's your problem. You wear soft shoes, patched and tied with scraps of cloth. You move without echo, that's the rule. Your dress is wool, thick and plain, with extra layers underneath, because the corridors at night are cold enough to crack teeth. Your lantern clicks once as you light it. The tallow candle flickers, casting long shadows across stone. You check the nursery first. 2 noble children, sleeping fitfully beneath embroidered quilts. You don't know their names. You know when they have fevers, though. You know which one wets the bed. You straighten the blanket and leave without a sound. Next, the hall of tapestries. Grand scenes of battles and blood and glory. You pass them slowly, your flame dancing in the glassy eyes of long-dead knights. Something creaks behind you. You don't turn around. Just keep walking. You're not paid to be scared. You pass the library next. It's locked, but you check the door anyway. The last time it was left open, rats chewed through a manuscript, and the steward barked about it for a week. You jiggle the handle. Firm, you move on. The chapel is quiet. A votive candle still burns at the altar. You pause to snuff it, not out of irreverence, but caution. Last winter, a stray ember nearly caught the drapes. You touch the iron candlestick to make sure it's cold, then continue. You climb a narrow stairway, lantern held high. Your legs ache. This is your third round tonight, and the castle isn't small. You walk with purpose, not hurried, not slow. Your ears stay sharp. You hear the creak of wood, the scuttle of mice, the faint drip of condensation off stone. You know every sound the castle makes. What's normal? What isn't? In the east wing, you find a window open. That's not right. It's latched from the inside during supper hours, and no one has reason to open it now. You set your lantern on the floor and close the window quietly. You don't report it. The steward doesn't believe in ghosts. You do. You check the laundry room next. Rows of steaming linens hung from rafters earlier are now stiff with cold. You tug one cloth down, a noble's cloak. Someone left it too close to the wall torch. The hem is singed. You sigh. You'll fix it yourself before anyone notices. You take the cloak with you, folded under your arm. You'll mend it in the still hour before dawn, when the fire is low and your fingers shake from exhaustion. The kitchen corridor is next. A pot left on the hearth still steams faintly. You lift the lid. Onion broth, thin and sour. You dip a crust of bread into it, careful not to take too much, just enough to feel like a person again. You don't eat with the others. You're not on their schedule. No one saves you a plate, but you've learnt which shelves hide a wedge of cheese or a shriveled apple. The cook pretends not to know. Maybe she pities you. Maybe she once walked these same halls. You check the stair to the Lord's Solar. You do not go up. You're not permitted. That's where the other world lives. The world with feather beds and warmed slippers and voices that ring with command. You just watch it from below. You head toward the servant dormitory. A baby cries behind one door. You knock gently. A mother opens, bleary-eyed. You pass her a flask of warm water. She nods, thanks you without speaking. You leave her to it. Sometimes, when the castle sleeps, the walls feel alive. Not haunted exactly, but heavy with all the lives passing through them. The floor beneath your feet was scrubbed by 1,000 women before you. The stone arch above you was carved by someone who's been dust for centuries. You don't feel small, you feel connected. That's what keeps you moving. You take your final round just before dawn. The lantern is low now. You tilt it to coax out more light from the stub of candle, but there's not much left. The flame flutters, casting dancing shadows along the hallway walls. You pass through the lower storerooms, eyes peeled for anything out of place. This is where the rats come, where a spark could start a fire that would eat the whole castle. You pause by the armory door. It's cracked. That's wrong. You step inside, heart quickening. You don't have a weapon, just your keys, just your voice. You scan the racks. Swords, pikes, axes, all accounted for. You check the back wall. Nothing. No one. A draught must have nudged the door, or someone left it unlatched. Still, you shut it firmly and slide the bolt home. Back at your seat near the kitchen hearth, you finally let yourself rest. You set the lantern beside you, unwrap the cloak you carried, and pull out needle and thread. The mending takes time. Your stitches are slow, but even. You've done this before. You finish just as the bells toll for morning prayer. The castle stirs. A door creaks. Someone groans. Another day begins. You fold the cloak. You return it to its peg. You climb to your cot above the linen stores, barely more than a shelf. You tuck your legs beneath your skirt, curl into yourself like a letter unopened, and close your eyes. The castle breathes around you. You sleep. There are moments in the middle of the night when you forget the hour entirely. The castle exists out of time, its own little world of shadow and draught and silence. The walls breathe, the rafters creak. You've learned to tell which sound means loose timber and which means wind. You carry a small pouch of salt in your apron, not for seasoning, for protection. The old cook told you once that evil things dislike salt, that if you ever saw something that didn't belong in the halls, you should throw it at its feet. You've never had to, but the pouch stays. In the east corridor, near the old chapel, there's a patch of stone colder than the rest. No matter the season, you step over it every time. Just a habit, no one talks about it. Sometimes a nobleman's mistress will be out late, slipping from one chamber to another. You pretend not to see. You keep your eyes down, your keys quiet. Secrets are not yours to keep, but they are yours to carry. You once caught the steward himself stealing candles, taking them from chapel stores to light his own hearth in winter. He locked eyes with you, said nothing. Neither did you. But a week later, you found a thick blanket folded on your cot. No explanation. You never mentioned it. These are the quiet trades of castle life. The unspoken debts and wordless bargains, made not in coin but in silence and stitches. And you are fluent in them. In the quietest part of the night, just before the birds begin to stir, you sometimes pause beneath the great window overlooking the courtyard. You let the lantern hang low just for a moment, and you look up. The stars shimmer, hard and cold and far beyond reach. But they're always there. No matter what happened that day, no matter what burns or breaks, the stars return. You think of your mother's stories. She used to say the night had ears, that it listened to the women who worked while others slept. And maybe it does. You've whispered your share of wishes into its stillness, most of them practical, none of them answered. Still, the watching comforts you. You take a slow breath, stretch your aching arms, and begin walking again. The same halls, the same locks, the same long shadows. Because someone has to. Because someone always has. And tonight, as always, that someone is you. Hey there. Tonight, we're not stepping into a history book. We're stepping into it by accident. You've time-travelled to medieval England. No warning. No guidebook. Just the cold, the mud, and the strange stares of people who know you don't belong. This isn't the world of knights and legends. This is the world of chamber pots, spoiled bread, and social rules that could get you flogged if you bow wrong. You'll fumble through languages, lose your bag, and pretend to know saints you've never heard of, all just to survive another day. If quiet, immersive history helps you unwind, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it brings you some peace. And let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It's always oddly comforting to see how far these stories travel. So dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan, and settle in. Let's begin with you, waking up in the wrong century. You wake up to silence, not the digital kind, not the hum of appliances or the faint buzz of a city outside your window, but real, pressing, unnerving silence. The kind of silence that belongs to a place without electricity, without traffic, without time. A heavy, unyielding quiet, broken only by the distant rustle of leaves and the hollow hoot of a nightbird. Your hands are cold. The air is damp. You're lying in dirt. You sit up slowly, heart hammering with a strange mix of confusion and dread. It's dark. Not night in the city dark, but pitch. Total absence of light. Your eyes strain. Eventually shapes begin to form. Trees, moss. Maybe a distant flicker of firelight between crooked branches. You reach for your phone. No service, no signal. Just 3% battery and a lock screen that suddenly feels like the last connection to your own world. You try to breathe. Then you notice the smell. Earthy, smoky, not exactly unpleasant, just unfamiliar. The air carries wood smoke, wet leaves, manure, and something musky you can't quite place. It's the smell of a world that hasn't been sanitized. Congratulations. You're not in Kansas anymore. You're in the English countryside. And, judging by the absence of stone roads, fences, or chimneys, you're several hundred years too early. You're in medieval England, probably the 14th century. You don't know how you got here. The time machine joke is long past funny. Now, you need a plan. First rule, don't panic. Second rule, don't let anyone see you arrive. In the medieval world, people weren't necessarily terrified of strangers, but they were very interested in them. And if your clothing, speech, or behaviour marks you as too foreign, too different, you won't get burned as a witch, probably, but you will be talked about, questioned, and possibly robbed. Or worse, forced into some story you can't control. So you move quietly. The forest around you is thick, but not untouched. These aren't wild woods. They've been cut, scavenged, managed. Medieval England's forests weren't untouched nature preserves. They were heavily used for firewood, for hunting by nobles, for gathering mushrooms and berries by peasants if allowed. But most forest land was owned. Every twig had a price. If you're caught breaking branches or dragging wood, and you can't prove you're a tenant of the local lord, it could be considered theft. And in this era, theft could get your hand chopped off. You walk toward the glow of a town, still hidden among the trees. The lights are few, a smattering of torches or maybe hearth fires showing through crude wooden shutters. There are no street lamps, no windows of glass, just wooden planks with slits or animal hide stretched thin. Light leaks, flickers, then vanishes. As you get closer, you find the road. It's not paved, not even cobbled, just packed mud, scored by cart ruts and pocked with puddles. Medieval roads weren't designed for comfort. They were functional scars across the land, often flooded, slippery and worse after a freeze. You try to keep your footing, but already your shoes, sleek, modern, unmistakable, are coated in grime. You take them off, hide them. Your socks go too. Clothing matters. You're wearing materials they've never seen. Synthetic fibres. Zippers. Stitching machines hadn't been invented. If you walk into town in jeans and a sweatshirt, you're an alien, no matter how friendly you try to be. Best case scenario, they think you're from a faraway land. Worst case, they think you're an escaped lunatic. So you do what any prudent time traveller would. Bury your clothes in the woods. Tuck your phone deep into your bag. Tie your hoodie around a tree. Strip down to a thermal undershirt. It almost passes for a linen tunic. You pull your hair into something vaguely rustic. You rub a little dirt on your face and practice looking underfed. There's a town gate ahead. You approach it just before dawn. Towns in this period often had gates not to keep people in, but to keep animals and thieves out. Many had curfews, often marked by the ringing of a bell at sundown. After dark, entry was restricted unless you had a very good reason. If you'd arrived earlier, you might have been turned away or even fined. But now, as first light creeps in, soft blue and pink across the frost-touched earth, the town begins to stir. You enter with a small group of people, traders, peasants, maybe pilgrims. No one notices you. The street is narrow, muddy. Houses lean at odd angles. They're timber-framed, wattle and daub, meaning wooden slats packed with mud and straw. The roofs are thatched. The air smells like firewood and animal waste. Chickens dart across the path. You almost step on one. People here sleep differently. Most take a first sleep, wake in the middle of the night for a couple of hours, to stoke the fire, say prayers or talk quietly, and then return to a second sleep. The idea of a single 8-hour sleep wasn't common. That's modern, and rare. You pass what must be a blacksmith's forge. Soot-blackened walls, the smell of iron and sweat. A stable. A cookshop. Selling yesterday's bread and something bubbling in a pot that smells like onions and despair. No one greets you, that's good. But they will ask eventually, who are you? In the Middle Ages, everyone belonged to someone. To a household, a guild, a parish, a trade. There's no such thing as a just passing through traveller. If you don't belong to a network, you're not protected. And if you're not protected, you're vulnerable to crime, arrest, or simple suspicion. So you rehearse your answer. You're a pilgrim. That's the safest option. Pilgrims were common, and they could be from anywhere. A story about being on the road to Canterbury or Santiago de Compostela will satisfy most people. You invent a village 400 miles away, hoping no one here has relatives there. You bow politely when someone makes eye contact. Don't shake hands. That wasn't common yet. You speak as little as possible. Your accent is strange. Your grammar worse. You mumble. You smile faintly. And then someone offers you bread. It's dry, dense, mostly rye, probably bulked with barley and bean flour. But it's warm. You chew it slowly, nodding thanks, hoping the act of eating makes you look less like someone who fell from the sky last night. And just like that, you've survived your first hour. But the day hasn't even begun. You've been awake for less than an hour, and already you're someone else. That's how things work here. No passports, no IDs, no background checks, just stories. And in medieval England, your story is your protection. You need one fast. You choose the safest lie you can think of. You're a pilgrim. You tell your first version of it to a stable boy. He asks where you're headed. You pause. Canterbury, you say, not because you're religious, but because it's the only medieval pilgrimage destination you can name under pressure. It works. He nods solemnly and goes back to mucking out straw. That's your new truth now. You're a pilgrim on your way to visit the shrine of St. Thomas Becket, the Archbishop famously murdered in Canterbury Cathedral in 1170. His martyrdom turned the city into one of Europe's most visited holy sites. Pilgrims came from all over, rich and poor, sick and healthy, devout and desperate, hoping for miracles, forgiveness, or just a few days of rest under God's gaze. It's a good cover. Pilgrims were everywhere in the Middle Ages, moving between towns, staying at inns and monasteries, travelling in groups when they could, alone when they had to. Some wore the scallop shell of Santiago. Others carried wooden staffs or painted tokens from previous shrines. Most were poor. Many were ill. A few were fugitives. All were tired. And now you are one of them. The lie isn't just for strangers. It's for yourself too. You repeat it internally, smoothing the edges. You come from a distant village. You're travelling alone because your cousin fell ill. You're visiting Canterbury because your brother had a dream. You're doing penance for a sin you won't name. You've practiced just enough church Latin to make your mumbled prayers sound authentic. Your story buys you shelter. A grey-robed monk at a small priory hears your tale and waves you inside. He doesn't ask many questions. He doesn't seem surprised by your strange accent or your patchy knowledge of scripture. Pilgrims were expected to be odd. You say you've been walking for weeks. He believes you. Everyone looks weathered here. He shows you to a room. Not really a room. More like a corner of a draughty hall with 3 other pilgrims sleeping side by side. One of them snores like an injured bear. Another mutters in his sleep. You pull your borrowed wool cloak tighter around your shoulders and try not to think about the bedbugs. Hospices and monasteries were some of the few places in medieval Europe where travellers could sleep without paying coin. The church was legally and spiritually obligated to provide charity to pilgrims. That obligation was sometimes ignored, of course, especially if the monk in question was having a bad day or the priories were stretched thin. But most would still offer at least some stale bread, a spoonful of pottage, and a patch of floor near a fire. You eat what you're given, barley pottage, boiled grey and salted with tears. You chew slowly, trying not to think of seasoning. Spices exist in this time, but not for you. A pinch of pepper costs more than your borrowed cloak. Your spoon is shared, wiped on cloth that has seen better centuries. Your bowl is wood, splintered, and probably older than the Magna Carta. Around you, the other pilgrims talk. One limps from a foot wound. Another coughs so violently you're surprised he's still upright. They tell their stories. A woman hoping for her son's healing. A man seeking redemption for adultery. A third who just wanted to see the world while his debts cooled down back home. None of them ask why you're here. They understand. In the Middle Ages, pilgrimage was part religion, part social mobility, and part escape. It was a way to disappear without actually vanishing. You try to sleep, but your thoughts churn. In your world, identity is static. Name, photo ID, biometrics. Here it's malleable. You could be anyone, so long as you can walk in a straight line and keep your story straight. No one here has heard of Google. No one's going to fact-check your claim that your uncle once met a monk in Mont Saint-Michel. They'll just nod. People believe strangers because they have to. The entire medieval world runs on trust and fear. The next morning you rise early, not by choice. There's no privacy, no doors, and the bell tolls for matins well before dawn. The monastery is cold, your breath fogs in the dark. You don't know the prayers, but you stand with the others, murmuring nonsense syllables under your breath. No one notices. Half of them are doing the same. Afterward, you're handed a heel of bread and told to move along. Pilgrims don't linger. Outside, the town is stirring. Vendors are rolling open stalls, mostly selling vegetables, old tools, or grey-looking meat. You walk past a butcher's stall and try not to stare too long at the headless pig carcass hanging from an iron hook. Flies already dance around it. Meat went bad quickly here. Salt was expensive. Freshness was a fantasy. You remember something from a history video. Most medieval towns had a market day, usually once a week. That's when rural folk from nearby villages brought their goods in to sell eggs, cheese, root vegetables. You'd have to barter or haggle. There's no such thing as fixed prices. Everything is a negotiation, and if you don't know the local currency, silver pennies, half pennies, farthings, you'll get fleeced. You want to buy something, but realise you have nothing to trade, not even a coin. You still have your wristwatch tucked into a wool sleeve. You glance at it, but it means nothing here. No one cares what time it is. People in this world measure time by bells, prayers, and the position of the sun. If it's light out, you work. If it's dark, you pray, hide, or sleep. You decide to ask for help instead. You spot a woman selling oatcakes and approach slowly, trying to look humble but not pitiful. You speak softly, explaining you're on the road, low on supplies, and blessed to meet such a generous face. It's not Shakespeare, but she gives you one cake anyway. Maybe she believes you. Maybe she just likes feeding people. Maybe she wants your blessing. Pilgrims were holy, or at least adjacent to holiness. Many townsfolk believed that aiding a pilgrim earned favour with God. You say a quick Deus te benedicat in your best fake Latin accent. It means, God bless you. She nods, pleased. You chew slowly as you wander the streets. The oatcake is dense, unsweetened, and laced with something bitter. Wormwood, maybe, or just bad grain. Still, it's food. You count your blessings. 1 oatcake, 2 working legs, no fever. Yet. You pass a group of children playing in the dirt. One of them is holding a carved wooden hoop, rolling it along the ground with a stick. Another clutches a crude doll made of rags. They stop and stare at you. Not in fear, just curiosity. One points to your wrist. You cover it instinctively. That's when it hits you. You're not out of the woods. You've got your story, your cloak, your pilgrim status. But you don't have years of dirt under your fingernails. You don't carry yourself like someone who's been beaten down by a lifetime of scarcity. You walk too straight. You flinch at smells. You make eye contact too much. It's subtle, but it's there. To them, you still don't quite belong. So you drop your gaze. You shuffle a little more. You mimic the limp of the man you saw last night. You avoid direct questions. You learn to listen before you speak. This world doesn't care how smart you are. It cares whether you follow the rhythm, blend in or vanish. That night, you find another place to sleep. A barn offered by a generous farmer in exchange for chopping wood. You say yes before he finishes the sentence. Your hands blister after 5 minutes. He doesn't notice, or doesn't care. Labour is labour. Pain is normal. As you lie in the hay, curled into a ball against the cold, you rehearse your story again. You're a pilgrim, from the north, on the road to Canterbury, travelling for penance, alone, always alone. And as the stars turn overhead, bright and indifferent, you realise this truth. Lying is easy in the Middle Ages. Living is not. You wake to bird song and a stiff neck. The straw you slept on has shifted in the night, and now a twig has embedded itself somewhere beneath your shoulder blade. You roll over slowly, swatting at gnats, and blink your eyes open to a patch of grey sky and the low, heavy branches of oak. There's no roof here, just tree limbs and fog. This is your camp now. No walls, no hearth. Just a hollow in the earth, behind a mossy boulder, hidden off the forest path. The best place for someone like you to disappear for a while. You are lucky to be offered work. Not everyone is. The farmer's sister, or perhaps his wife, you couldn't tell, told you there was a need for extra hands gathering firewood and herbs from the forest. You agreed before asking what it entailed. You needed the food. You still do. So now, for today, you are a forager. And like everything else in the Middle Ages, this job comes with rules. First rule: the forest does not belong to you. That might be hard to accept, especially if you come from a world where trees are public, land is protected, and anyone with a pair of hiking boots can wander freely. But here, in the 1300s, the forest is not wilderness, it is property. Every stretch of woodland in England is either held by a noble, claimed by the crown, or attached to an estate. You do not own the acorns. You do not own the rabbits. You do not own the fallen twigs. Collecting firewood might seem harmless, but if you're caught with the wrong bundle of sticks in the wrong part of the woods, you could be beaten, fined, or even branded. This is the age of the forest laws. Introduced after the Norman conquest and expanded under monarchs like Henry II, these laws protected hunting grounds for the elite. Royal forests were especially off limits, even to peasants who lived nearby. You could be hanged for killing a deer, mutilated for setting traps, or flogged for chopping down trees. So, second rule: don't get caught. You keep to the edges, avoiding cleared paths. You carry a dull knife and a sack that once held barley. You pick up only what's already fallen: twigs, small branches, dry bramble. No cutting, no chopping, just gathering. The forest is quiet in the early hours, save for the rustle of squirrels and the distant call of a wood pigeon. You see no other humans. Good. That's what you want. The best foragers are the ones no one notices. But silence doesn't mean safety. The forest is still dangerous. Wolves are gone mostly, hunted out of southern England by this century. Bears have been extinct here for hundreds of years. But there are still dangers. Wild boars, hornets, and most of all men. You hear a crunch behind you? You freeze. Just a deer. Probably. Still your heart hammers. Bandits are real here. The woods are a natural hideout for the desperate. Escaped serfs, outlaws, deserters from local militias. They live rough, ambush travellers, and disappear into the trees. The king's law doesn't stretch far into these parts. If someone robs you out here, you won't get justice. You won't get anything. So you keep your head down and work faster. You don't just gather firewood. You're also collecting wild herbs. The farmer's sister, no, his wife, you've decided, gave you a list scrawled with marks you can't read, but she named them aloud: yarrow, mugwort, chickweed, comfrey, plantain. You recognise some. You pretend to recognise the rest. These plants are not just for flavouring food, though food could certainly use the help. They're medicine, insect repellent, even magic in the eyes of some. You pick them carefully and place them in separate cloth pouches. You whisper their names under your breath, part prayer, part memory. A patch of nettles stings your hands. You wince, but say nothing. No gloves. You'll just deal with it. You take a break at midday, crouched near a tree stump. Your lunch is a crust of rye bread, hard as stone, and a pinch of salt from the bottom of your pocket. You eat it slowly like it matters. There's water nearby, a stream, shallow and slick with green algae. You scoop some into your hands and drink. The taste is earthy. You'll probably regret this tomorrow. Maybe tonight. But the beer you were given is long gone, and you need something to wash down the bread. You spot a small bundle of mushrooms under an elm. White caps, fragile stems. You pause. Mushrooms are dangerous here. One wrong guess and you'll die vomiting in a ditch, your skin grey and your mouth foaming. Medieval people knew this. Folk wisdom passed from mothers to daughters warned of the poisonous kinds. Death caps, destroying angels, fools' mushrooms. But they also prized the safe ones. Puffballs, morels, field mushrooms. You decide not to risk it. You leave them. You spend the afternoon weaving through thickets, your legs scraped and your knees soaked with bog water. A bramble tears your sleeve. You make a note to mend it later, if you can find a needle. Your cloak is already threadbare, and your tunic smells like every bad thing you've touched in the last 24 hours. As you walk, your mind drifts. You think about what it would be like to live this way every day. Some people do, the poorest villagers, widows, orphans, landless peasants, often supplement their diets by foraging. Some even make it their primary trade, gathering herbs and firewood to sell at the market. These forest workers are not respected. They're seen as borderline vagrants, useful when someone needs birch bark or sage, ignored otherwise. But their knowledge is immense. They know which tree bleeds the cleanest sap, which root breaks fevers, which patch of moss makes the best poultice. Their wisdom is passed quietly, never written down. You wonder how many secrets have already been lost. By late afternoon, your sack is full. Your shoulders ache. Your fingers are bleeding from thorns. You begin the walk back, retracing your steps to avoid any unfamiliar paths. Getting lost in a medieval forest is not poetic. It's deadly. No GPS, no signage. If the sun sets before you find the road, you may not make it out. You emerge from the woods just as the sky begins to dim. The farmer is waiting near the fields. He eyes your haul and grunts approval. His wife takes the herbs without a word and drops a turnip into your palm. That's your pay. You want to complain. You want to say you worked all day for a root vegetable, but you don't. Because in this world, complaining is dangerous. Gratitude is safer. You nod and say thank you. She doesn't smile, but she doesn't hit you either. You eat the turnip raw, sitting by the dying embers of the farm's cook fire. It's bitter, but it fills the space in your stomach. Just barely. That night, you sleep in the barn again. The cows are snoring. A chicken perches dangerously close to your head. You lie on a pile of old straw and stare at the rafters. You think about the forest, its silence, its rules, its quiet judgment. You were only there for a day. Some people never leave. You've really thought you were ready. You'd downloaded PDFs, watched hour-long YouTube linguistics breakdowns, even practiced aloud in your car like a lunatic. Godna deg, you had muttered proudly to yourself in the mirror. Ik eom kumen from Feoran. You had this. You were going to blend in with the locals, fool them all. But now that you're here, really here, standing in the cobbled market square of a medieval English town, surrounded by smells you can't describe, and people who all seem to be speaking while chewing gravel, you realise you have absolutely no idea what anyone is saying. It's not just the accent. It's not just the slang. It's that they're not even speaking the language you studied. You'd chosen Old English. Figured it was the safe bet. Anglo-Saxon roots. You remembered Beowulf. But Beowulf was written 400 years ago from where you're standing. The people here are speaking a form of Middle English, but not the kind Chaucer wrote down. This is something else. Something brutal. Something nasal and fast, splattered with French loanwords and riddled with regional weirdness. You try to follow a conversation between two traders and can't tell if they're haggling over fish or accusing each other of witchcraft. One man shouts across the square, "Hoy, that be yon Reeve. What's told me off yon soak? In it he." You blink. "Sorry?" He squints. "Be thee daft or Flemish?" You mumble something about having a sore throat and shuffle away. You make a mental note. Don't talk unless absolutely necessary. Back home, you thought language would be the least of your problems. You'd assumed disease, violence, or dysentery would kill you first. But now it's becoming clear. Your mouth is the real liability. The second you open it, you're a walking contradiction. Someone who looks like a local, maybe smells like one by now, but talks like they were raised by a committee of monks and time travellers. The word choices are wrong. The cadence is wrong. And God help you if someone tries to make a joke. You're learning that humour is terrifying when you don't understand the punchline. You laugh nervously when a baker says something to you about a hedge priest's sausage, and then realise from his expression that he wasn't joking. Or maybe he was. Or maybe it was an insult. You start miming more. A lot more. Hungry? Rub your belly? Tired? Point at the sun and yawn. Need directions? Just walk with purpose and hope someone follows you. This isn't communication, it's charades for survival. Later that day, in the shadow of the parish church, you overhear two children arguing over a sheep. The older one yells, "Nay, I fain saw it go by the breck." The smaller one jabs back, "Nay, 'twas thine eyes gone addle, fool." You could not feel more foreign if you tried. You start cataloguing phrases in your head, trying to reverse engineer meaning. Fain means glad or wanted. Breck must be some kind of hill or field. Maybe? You don't even know what century you're linguistically in anymore. Then there are the loanwords. After the Norman conquest, French bled into the English tongue, like wine into linen. Nobles speak in a clipped, smoother dialect, laced with Latin and French, while the peasants bark with thick consonants and nasal vowels. You start to realise that class is audible here. You can hear who owns land and who sleeps in a ditch, just from how they pronounce the word bread. You try saying pardon to a noble, and he nods. You try the same word to a stable hand, and he spits. At one point, desperate to communicate, you try to recall some Latin. Big mistake. A friar overhears you reciting an old phrase from a textbook and asks where you trained. You panic and say, "Rome." He frowns and starts asking questions about church councils you've never heard of. You fake a cough and limp away. You now have a new rule. No Latin unless it's in a prayer, and you're not the first to say it. Later, you find yourself in a cookshop, trying to purchase what you think is a pasty. You point. The cook stares at you. 2 farthings, she says. You hold out a handful of pennies. She picks out 4 of them, then slaps your wrist and takes a 5th. You blink. "No more 'n yestermorn's bread for ye," she mutters, handing you something that smells like a barn floor. You nod. "Cheers," you say instinctively. Everyone in the room freezes. You realise, too late, that cheers is not a medieval word. Not like that. They stare at you like you just said something obscene. One man chuckles. Another narrows his eyes. You mutter, "God give ye good morrow," and bolt out the door. There's another surprise. Reading doesn't help. You had assumed signs would be easier, but almost nothing is written. And when it is, it's inconsistent, phonetic, and barely legible. There's no standard spelling. Alehouse might be spelled Alehus one day and Alufs the next. The only people who can write well are clerics, and they write in Latin anyway. Even street names, when posted, are sometimes just pictures. One tanner has a crude painting of a cow and a knife above his stall. Another stall, no joke, just has a turnip nailed to a board. You feel like you're illiterate, which, to be fair, would make you just like most people here. The worst part isn't the confusion. It's the danger of miscommunication. Say the wrong thing, and people assume you're mad, or foreign, or cursed. One evening a drunk stumbles into you. You instinctively say, "Sorry, my fault." He squints. "My fault? What, you confess into witchery, are you?" You quickly change it to, "Forgive me. I was clumsy." That seems to work. Barely. You realise, in this world, words can get you hurt. There's no Yelp, no customer service, no ironic oops to shrug off a mistake. The people here live close to violence, suspicion, and insult. And you are always one bad sentence away from being called a heretic, a spy, or just not right in the head. Over time, you adapt. You learn to use simple, short phrases. You copy what others say, even if you don't fully understand. You start saying I instead of yes, nay instead of no. You use gestures whenever possible. You never ask questions unless someone else asks one first. You listen more than you speak. And it helps, a little. By the end of your 4th day, you can order food without being scammed. You know how to respond to greetings. You've even made a boy laugh by using the word arse at the right time. You're still a foreigner, but maybe a harmless one. You lie in the monastery loft that night, staring at the rafters, the straw mattress prickling your back, and realise you've survived not because of knowledge, but because of mimicry. Because you learned to copy faster than you could explain. The truth is, language here isn't a tool. It's a test. And every conversation is a pop quiz in a dialect you don't speak, with a punishment for failure. You think of your phone, the Translate app, the internet. You think of how many times you've Googled a word, a phrase, an idiom. That luxury is gone. All you have now is your ears and your memory. And if you say the wrong thing tomorrow, the truly wrong thing, you might not get to say anything ever again. It starts with a cramp, not a dramatic one. Just a small, nagging pinch in your gut, like you skipped lunch or ate something that didn't sit right. You think nothing of it. You've had worse after airport sushi. But within the hour, you're curled up behind a pigsty, clutching your stomach and praying to a god whose prayers apparently smell like manure. This is not a metaphorical bad day. This is medieval gastrointestinal reality kicking in. You tried to be careful. You really did. You boiled the water. You stuck to what looked like bread. You avoided anything with colour. But the problem isn't the food. It's everything. Your body, raised on pasteurised milk, municipal tap water, and sterile grocery aisles, has no idea how to cope with medieval Europe's microbial jungle. You are, as they would say, soft. Your first suspect is the pottage. Pottage is what they serve when they don't want to serve food. It's a murky oatmeal-like sludge of grains, and whatever else didn't rot in the last few days. Cabbage, maybe a turnip, possibly a frog, depending on the cook's attitude toward protein and plausibility. The same pot is used day after day, refilled endlessly with more of the same. a medieval version of a never-ending stew, flavoured with time, despair, and whatever fell in when no one was looking. You knew all that. You ate it anyway. And now your stomach feels like it's hosting a reenactment of the Norman invasion. By the time the sun sets, you're alternating between cold sweat and chills, wrapped in your itchy wool cloak like a sad medieval burrito. Your face is pale, your lips are dry. You try to sip beer, weak, watery ale, the safest thing to drink here. But even that turns against you. This isn't just food poisoning. This is your immune system panicking like a chihuahua in a thunderstorm. Now, some background. Germ theory does not exist yet. No one knows what bacteria are. They don't even know what causes disease. Not really. Illness is believed to come from bad air, miasma, or imbalances in your humours. Blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Depending on which one's out of whack, your treatment might be leeches, vomiting, purging, or prayer. Most people never learn what made them sick. They just get sick. And either they recover or they disappear. So when you wake up the next morning still alive, groggy but breathing, you've already done better than a decent percentage of your contemporaries. A nun finds you that morning, collapsed near the back wall of a Dominican friary, looking like a broken scarecrow. You try to stand, but the world tilts sideways and your legs fold like bread dough. She doesn't flinch, just lifts your chin, squints at your eyes and tucks something bitter and leathery into your mouth. It's disgusting, like someone soaked tree bark in vinegar and sadness. You try to spit it out, but she shushes you with the force of someone who has done this 1,000 times. You chew, you swallow, you don't vomit. A victory. She doesn't ask who you are. She doesn't report you. She just presses a coarse cloth to your forehead and mutters a prayer you can barely follow. It's Latin, and you catch only a few familiar phrases. Something about mercy, something about healing, something about how humans are like dust. You nod weakly. That last part sounds about right. This, you'll learn, is one of the rare benefits of the medieval world. While medicine is horrific, charity is baked into the culture, especially through the church. Religious orders run rudimentary infirmaries. Monasteries often have a hospitaller, a monk or nun responsible for tending the sick, even outsiders. Hospitality is sacred. If you're lucky, and you were, they will treat you even if you can't pay. And here's another historical wrinkle. You're not alone. Half the town is sick with something. Coughs, skin infections, fevers. It's a walking petri dish. Sanitation is theoretical. Hygiene is seasonal. Medicine is improvised. And yet, somehow, people survive. Over the next 2 days, you barely move. The friary lets you lie on a straw mat near the wall, not quite in the infirmary, but close enough to be monitored. A girl brings you thin broth in a chipped wooden bowl. You manage a few sips. You are so exhausted it feels structural, like even your bones are tired. Every joint aches. Your spine feels like it's been rolled down a hill. Your breath smells like you've been chewing onions in a tomb, and you're pretty sure that none changed your shirt while you were unconscious. You'll thank her later. When you finally manage to sit upright without tipping over, you hear it, the bell tower striking sext, noon. Time is marked here not by watches or apps, but by bells, 7 canonical hours, each a holy checkpoint. You learn them by accident. You become a creature of bells, of hunger, of gut sounds, and the occasional vision of St. Peter riding a flaming goat. Okay, that part might have been the fever. By the third day, you've graduated to walking. Slowly. You help sweep the courtyard to show your gratitude. Your legs wobble like they've forgotten what being vertical means, but you don't collapse. The friar overseeing you nods in approval. He offers you another lump of that foul root stuff. Maybe horehound, maybe licorice, maybe just dirt, and you chew it dutifully. He claps you on the shoulder. You take it as a blessing, or a warning. You've been sick, really sick, but you didn't die, and that makes you a statistical outlier. Historically speaking, many people didn't get better. Illness in the Middle Ages could mean anything from a passing bug to your last few days on Earth. Infant mortality rates were horrific. The average life expectancy hovered around 35, but that's skewed heavily by child deaths. If you made it past 10, you had a decent shot at surviving to 50. But illness was never a surprise. It was a companion, part of life. You expected it, endured it, and when it came for your neighbour or your child or your spouse, you grieved, briefly, and carried on, because there was always more to do, always another fire to stoke, another field to plough, another mouth to feed. You learned something else in your recovery. People don't talk about sickness the way you're used to. No long venting sessions. No long-winded symptom breakdowns. No, how are you holding up texts, they shrug. It's the season, they say. Or it's God's will. Or just it happens. And in a way, it makes sense. When illness is everywhere, and medicine barely functions, talking about it doesn't help. So they don't. It's humbling. And a little terrifying. Because if you fall sick again, and you probably will, you might not be lucky next time. You might not find the nun. You might not be near a friary. You might just collapse in a gutter and not wake up. The next day you feel strong enough to leave. The friar gives you a pat on the back. The girl with the broth smiles shyly. You try to say thank you in the local dialect, but it probably comes out closer to, I kneel in the direction of your turnip. They don't correct you. You walk out of the friary and into the morning light, a little bent, a lot grateful, and 7 pounds lighter. Everything smells stronger. Bread, smoke, dung, sweat. The world feels sharp, real, present. You survived. And in the Middle Ages, that's enough to count as a good day. You wake up with a new appreciation for life, also with no bag. It takes you a few seconds to register what's missing. You pat the ground around you, check under your straw mat, then under the mat of the man beside you, who is snoring with the delicate subtlety of a charging ox. Your satchel, the one that held your last pair of socks, 2 small coins, a now precious bar of emergency chocolate, and your hidden compass, is gone, vanished, along with any lingering belief that you are beginning to blend in. You sit up and look around. It's morning in the back alley of a town that doesn't know your name and wouldn't care if you dropped dead in it. Somewhere, a bell tolls the hour. Nearby, a vendor shouts about cabbage in a voice that could tenderize meat. Life goes on. Just not your life, not as planned. Let's be clear. You've just been robbed and nobody cares. There's no police station. No mounted guards patrolling with notepads and radios. No 911 dispatcher asking, "What's your emergency?" The only law enforcement around is the bailiff, and his main job is making sure your taxes get paid, not returning your missing socks. You try mentioning your loss to a woman sweeping her doorstep. She glances up, shrugs, and mutters something that roughly translates to, "Welcome to town." You tell a local friar. He frowns sympathetically, says a prayer for your misplaced satchel, and suggests perhaps it was God's will. You mention the word stolen to a baker. He laughs so hard he nearly drops a tray of rye bricks. Not because he thinks you're lying, because of course it was stolen. What else did you think would happen? In medieval towns, theft is not an outlier. It's part of the natural order, right up there with mud, poor dental hygiene, and sudden outbreaks of fire. Everyone is poor. Everyone is desperate. And anything you leave unattended is considered up for grabs. That's why locals carry their valuables tied to their belts, tucked in hidden pouches, or quite literally sewn into their clothes. Wealthy merchants often hired boys to shadow them, not as apprentices, but as moving alarms. Even nuns kept a wary eye on their coin purses. Sanctity is no match for scarcity. And knives? Those aren't accessories, they're necessities. Every peasant has one. Every merchant carries one. Even small children sometimes carry small blades, not for fighting, but for cutting bread, slicing apples, and, if absolutely necessary, making sure someone doesn't take the bread or the apple. Theft wasn't just tolerated. In many cases, it was expected. Eventually, you return to the friary where you've been staying, where you recently recovered from your first medieval stomach catastrophe. You recount the theft again, with a bit more drama this time. You add sorrow. You lean into the tragic tone. Brother Thomas, or maybe it's Brother Matthew, all the monks blur together, listens with polite gravity. He disappears into a side room and returns a few minutes later, placing something into your palm. A knife. It's small, rusted. The blade is dull and the handle is cracked, but it fits in your hand. You try to hand it back. He doesn't let go, he makes a gesture. Palm flat, knife up, and walks away. You don't need a full understanding of the local dialect to get the message. Keep it with you. Always. Historically speaking, this is not unusual. In fact, for someone in your position, alone, unfamiliar, and extremely muggable, this is practically a rite of passage. In medieval England, justice didn't work the way modern visitors might hope. While there were courts and laws, actual enforcement was rare and wildly inconsistent. A constable might exist in theory, but his authority was local, his power limited, and his priorities skewed heavily toward protecting landowners, collecting fines, and making sure the tavern didn't turn into a murder pit every Saturday night. You, an unknown foreigner with no local kin or guild membership, are not the kind of person anyone is going to stick their neck out for. Guilds, powerful associations of craftsmen and merchants, protected their own. But outsiders, those not under guild protection or tied into a household, were fair game. And you're not in a guild. You're not from a household. You are a walking opportunity. Markets are the worst. They're crowded, loud, and full of opportunities to get relieved of your belongings. Street performers attract gawkers. Gawkers create crowds. Crowds create cover. And somewhere in that chaos, a cutpurse practices his art. Theft is so common that it's priced into everything. The merchant selling you a dusty apple has already accepted that 3 more will go missing before noon. The baker keeps his coin jar buried in flour. The butcher keeps his cleaver sharp and visible. And when thieves do get caught, well, that depends on who they stole from. Punishments are theatrical, often gruesome, and wildly inconsistent. For minor thefts, public humiliation is common. A thief might be tied to the pillory and pelted with rotten turnips, or forced to wear a wooden plaque proclaiming "I stole a chicken" while being paraded through the streets. Repeat offenders, or those unlucky enough to steal from the wrong person, might lose a hand, an ear, or both. In some places, thieves are branded with hot irons to mark them for life. In others, they're hanged. No trial, no appeal, just a rope and an audience. You quickly realise that while the law is slow to act, it's spectacularly vicious when it does. But here's the important part. Most thieves are never caught, because no one is watching, and no one really wants to. Your instincts sharpen. You start tying your coin pouch inside your tunic. You walk with your hand over it in crowds. You sleep with it tucked under your ribs. You learn to recognise the signs. Someone following too closely. Hands hidden under a cloak. Questions asked too casually. You also learn the art of preemptive destitution, walking like you have nothing, dressing even shabbier than you are, pretending to limp, so thieves assume you're not worth the effort. Your new life strategy? Be uninteresting. You meet a man near the baker's stall. He's missing 3 teeth and has a knife scar that runs from jaw to collarbone. He offers you half a cabbage and a story. In exchange, he asks for nothing. You eat the cabbage, you hear the story, you leave with all your belongings, progress. Not all theft is for survival. Sometimes it's professional. Medieval cities had entire underground economies, gangs of cutpurses, highwaymen working just outside town, fences operating under the guise of scrap traders. Even churchyards weren't sacred. Pickpockets operated during services because they knew half the congregation was too deep in prayer to notice their purse vanishing. Taverns were prime hunting grounds. Travellers drank more, talked louder, and kept looser hands on their goods. Some innkeepers even encouraged the practice, skimming the unlucky and taking a cut from the thieves in return. You've met at least 3 pickpockets. 2 robbed you. 1 taught you how to walk like someone not worth robbing. That one you almost trust? Almost. By week's end, you've hardened. You don't speak unless you must. You carry your knife, dull though it is, like it matters. You nod instead of smile. You walk wide around beggars wearing boots nicer than yours. A local calls you wise. You take it as a compliment. You trade a half onion for a crust of bread and what might be sausage. You eat it anyway. And that night, curled behind the friary wall, you sleep with one hand on your pouch and the other on your blade. For the first time since you arrived in this unpredictable, mud-soaked century, you wake up with all your things. You learn your next lesson before you've even finished your breakfast. It happens in a tavern, or what passes for one. The food is warm, the bread nearly fresh, and the stew only mildly offensive. You've started to feel something like confidence. A local woman even smiled at you as she refilled your bowl. For a second, it feels like maybe you're getting the hang of this century. Then you make the mistake of sitting at the wrong table. You pick it because it's near the fire. Your feet are numb and your clothes still smell like last night's rain. There are 3 other men at the table, all eating, none talking. You assume, in your modern way, that a table is just a table. It is not. The one closest to you stops chewing. The man across from him slowly lowers his spoon. The third, older and broad-shouldered with hands like tree roots, simply stares. He doesn't yell. He just stares. You feel it like heat. Or frost. You stand up. Nobody tells you why you can't sit there. Nobody needs to. You already know. You are not the same. Not in dress. Not in posture. Not in class. In medieval England, social hierarchy isn't just about power. It's about place. And you're out of yours. You take your stew to a bench by the door. It's colder, but safer. You begin to notice it everywhere. The way some people don't step aside when you pass. The way others bow, but only slightly. The tilt of a head, the cut of a tunic, the colour of a belt. These aren't fashion choices. They're signals. Class isn't a guess here. It's a script. Everyone plays their part. Lords command. Knights strut. Guildsmen puff their chests. Peasants look down. Servants vanish into the background. Even children know who they're supposed to bow to. It's instinct. Cultural muscle memory. And you? You're a blank page, which is dangerous. You bow too deeply to a merchant's wife. She laughs. Her guards don't. You raise your voice at a servant who shorted you on bread. He spits in your stew, and no one does a thing. You try to explain yourself once, out loud, to a baker. I didn't know. He looks at you like you're an idiot. Then you shouldn't be here. Fair. Historically speaking, this wasn't rudeness. It was survival. Medieval society was rigid by necessity. There were no resumes, no ID cards, no LinkedIn pages. Your clothes, your speech, your posture, that was your identity. Those were the clues that told others how to treat you. And if you didn't follow the rules, the whole system frayed. Most people were born into their station and died in it. If you were a villain, a kind of unfree peasant, you couldn't just become a merchant. If you were a tanner, you were expected to stay a tanner. The few who climbed ranks usually did so through the church or by military service. And even then, it took a generation or two. Everyone else stayed firmly in their lane. You meet a man named Will near the blacksmith's stall. He looks at you with a kind of exhausted pity and tells you the rules. Not all of them. That would take weeks. But enough to keep you from offending the next person you speak to. You don't touch anyone wearing silk, he says. Not even if they're choking. You blink. What if they need help? Then pray for them, he says, from a respectful distance. He explains that colours are codes. Fur-lined cloaks are power. Blue and purple are reserved for nobility. Green is fine, unless it's too fine. And linen? Only if it's been washed recently. Yours hasn't. He also tells you this. You've been walking wrong. Apparently, your gait is too loose, too confident. You don't step softly enough. Don't lower your head fast enough. Don't make space fast enough when a higher ranked person walks by. You move like someone who's never been hit for moving wrong, he says. They'll fix that. And they almost do. That afternoon, you try to get a better spot near the public well. The water's cleanish and the sun is warm. You step ahead of a girl carrying a heavy pail. She looks about 13, face sunburned, hands raw. An older woman behind her shouts. You don't catch the words, but you get the tone. Everyone looks. You freeze. The girl glares at you with a kind of weary fury and says, "Where's your badge?" You don't have one. Apprentices in town wear pins or stitch symbols. They show you belong to someone. If you don't, you're a stranger. And strangers are beneath everyone. You step back. She doesn't thank you. She shouldn't have to. You start paying attention. You notice that even eye contact is stratified. A noble doesn't look at a merchant. A merchant doesn't look at a peasant. A peasant doesn't look at anyone unless spoken to. And you? You look at everyone like you're trying to read subtitles. You learn to lower your gaze, to speak less, to speak softer, to say "my lord" even when it sticks in your throat. Eventually, people stop looking at you with suspicion. Now they look through you, like a servant, like you belong. Progress. There are benefits, strange as it sounds. Being invisible means you overhear things, plans, rumours, prices, secrets. You start to understand the town not just by its layout, but by its tensions. Who's sleeping with whom? Who's stealing flour? Who's plotting to skip tithes? You become a shadow with ears. You also become tired. It is exhausting to carry the weight of invisibility. You begin to dream of modern things not for comfort, but for clarity. A line, a menu, a name tag, something to tell you where you stand. Because here, you never quite know. You're not noble, you're not guild, you're not clergy, you're not a peasant, you're not a pilgrim, at least not a convincing one. You're a gap in the system, tolerated but not trusted, a body in borrowed clothing. One night, a boy bumps into you in the dark and mutters, "Watch it, lowborn." You should be angry, you should be indignant, but all you feel is relief. He thinks he knows what you are. That's the closest you've come to belonging. You're sitting on a low stone wall, chewing something that was allegedly bread when you make the mistake. You're trying to find north. You don't mean to show off. You just want to know where you buried your emergency items 2 days ago in the woods. You dig into the pouch you've sewn into your tunic lining and palm the compass. Just a glance. A peek. It's small, discreet, and blessedly accurate. Unlike medieval directions, which seem to be based entirely on how loudly someone can point. Unfortunately, you're not as discreet as you think. A boy passing by stops, eyes wide. "Is that a jewel?" he asks in something halfway between French and curiosity. You snap the compass shut and shove it back into your tunic, but it's too late. He's already shouting for someone. His uncle, maybe, or a local gossip merchant. Within minutes, you've got a small crowd staring at you like you've grown a second head, and it's singing in Latin. A woman crosses herself. A man mutters about Eastern sorcery. A priest, somewhere nearby, starts walking your way. You walk away, casually, calmly, absolutely not at a pace that would be considered fleeing. Just brisk. This is your warning. Nothing screams, "Not from here," like pulling out an item no one can name. Even the simplest modern object, a pen light, a zipper, a plastic button, can trigger suspicion. Not always because it's terrifying. Sometimes it's just unfamiliar enough to be interesting. And in a town where interesting is one step away from dangerous, that's not a compliment. Remember, the medieval worldview doesn't make space for weird but harmless. Things are either part of the natural order or they're not. And if they're not, they probably came from the devil, or the East, or both. Later that afternoon, as you lean against the friary wall pretending to read a religious carving, the local priest finds you. He's not hostile, just curious. Too curious. He asks where you're from. You say far away. He asks what you do. You say pilgrim. He asks if pilgrims commonly carry compasses that glow slightly in the sun and spin like enchanted beetles. You change the subject. He doesn't. Historically, priests were often the most educated people in town. They could read. They had access to old texts. And worst of all, they had time. They were also charged with maintaining moral and spiritual order, which in practice meant deciding who was a threat. And while witch trials weren't yet in full swing in the 1300s, heretics, sorcerers, and suspicious foreigners were definitely on the radar. The church didn't need proof, just a sense of unease, a few whispers, a failure to attend mass regularly, or a compass you couldn't explain. That night, you make your way back to the forest. Not the edge like before, deep, past the berry bushes and the stinging nettles, past the tree where you tripped last week and cursed so loudly the squirrels haven't returned. You find the spot. You dig with a flat stone. Your hands are freezing. Eventually, you uncover your stash, a small tin of waterproof matches, your backup compass, a protein bar, and a laminated card that reads emergency contact. You stare at it. There is no emergency contact here, just you. You bury the compass again, deeper this time. Wrap it in linen. You hesitate, then bury the protein bar too. You don't need it drawing attention. You keep the matches. If someone asks, you'll say the friar taught you flint tricks. You lie well now. In medieval towns, being from somewhere else buys you about 10 minutes of grace. After that, people want details, names, maps, saints. You can't just say, I'm from a distant land, and expect a polite nod. Everyone in medieval Europe is from somewhere, and everyone knows someone who's been there. Slip up once and people assume you're lying. Slip up twice and they assume you're dangerous. You've slipped up twice this week alone. So you change tactics. You get quieter. You speak less. You start bowing more. You mutter a lot. If someone asks a question you don't know how to answer, you look pained and say it's a matter of penance. People nod solemnly. Mystery is safer than mistakes. Let's be clear about something. Medieval people are not stupid. They know their world. They know how knives should look, how fabric should stretch, how thread should unravel. They've never seen a seam like the one on your undershirt. You tell them it's a monk's design. They narrow their eyes. Monks don't sew like that. A baker eyes the smooth finish of your boots, modern leather soles, dyed to look crude. Strange tanning, he says. You mumble something about foreign oxen. A merchant fingers the synthetic cord tied around your belt. He tests its strength. What plant makes this? You say it's a rare northern weed. His eyebrows rise. You're running out of lies. Eventually, someone calls you a mystic. Not in a complimentary way. It happens after you help a child who scraped his knee. You cleaned it with wine, wrapped it with clean cloth, said nothing magical, but the child got better quickly. Too quickly. A neighbour saw. A neighbour told. Now people think you know things. It's not always dangerous to be called a mystic. Some mystics are tolerated, especially if they're old, quiet, and very religious. But you're none of those things. You're young. You're foreign. And you don't always know which saint to mention when someone sneezes. Here's the real risk. You're interesting. In medieval life, that's rarely good. Interesting people get noticed. Noticed people get questioned. Questioned people get tested. And you don't want to be tested. You start burying more things. Not just your gear, but your personality, your stories, your gestures. You practice local slang. You learn which saints are popular. You start dressing more plainly. You pick up a phrase. I go where the Lord leads. It's vague, devout, and confusing enough to stop most questions. You say it a lot. One day in the market, you spot someone else who doesn't belong. She's wearing sandals in winter. Her cloak is too new. She asks the price of a pie in perfect Latin, like a schoolbook come to life. The vendor squints. You step away. She'll learn. Or she won't. Either way, she's not your problem. By now your instinct is honed. If something looks shiny, you cover it. If someone stares too long, you walk away. If a priest smiles too warmly, you prepare an escape route. You know which alleys to duck into, which dogs to avoid, which bread stalls don't overcharge pilgrims who ask too many questions. You sleep with your knife. You pray like you mean it. You've told 5 different people you're heading to Santiago. You've never seen a map of Santiago, but you have the conviction of someone who knows not to lose face. And really, that's what survival is now. Not losing face, not looking like a magician, not sounding like a liar, not smelling like modern soap. By the end of the week, you've earned a reputation. Quiet. Odd. From the East, maybe. Touched by the saints or something else. But no one tries to burn you. No one drags you before the magistrate. No one digs up your stash. Not yet. And in the Middle Ages, not yet is a kind of victory. You're getting better at disappearing. Not literally, of course. You still walk through the muddy alleys like some underfed ghost in borrowed clothes. But now you've learned to shrink yourself, to round off your modern edges, to stop standing out. Your accent hasn't changed, but your confidence has. You don't speak unless spoken to. You keep your gestures small, your reactions delayed. You don't ask questions. You don't smile too widely. You try, with increasing skill, to become forgettable. And it's working. A merchant actually looked past you today. That, you realise, is a kind of medieval milestone. Let's be clear. Blending in doesn't mean you belong. It just means people stop looking too hard. And in the 14th century, invisibility is the only true safety a stranger can buy. It starts with your body. You've lost weight. Not that you were heavy to begin with, but now your ribs make cameo appearances. Your gait is slower. You've learned to walk in patterns, to move with the flow of traffic in the market, not against it. You mimic the posture of the tired, the half-bowed humility of someone born to be overlooked. Your clothing helps too. The tunic you traded for, a scratchy, mud-stained mess of coarse wool, is now faded enough to pass. In the patched cloak you wrapped around it no longer smells distinctly not from here, but instead just smells bad. Like everyone else. You even dirtied your face on purpose this morning. Just a little soot. It works better than a disguise. Clean faces are suspicious. You've learned to speak less and listen more. You understand the rhythm now. Not the words necessarily, but the tones, the pauses, the kinds of things people care about. Bread, rain, gossip, the baker's daughter, who disappeared for 2 days, the tanner's wife, who gave birth to twins, again, the rumour that the tax collector's mule was cursed by a beggar. You repeat some of these stories cautiously when the moment calls for it. You don't claim to know things, only that you heard them on the road. No one questions it. Everyone hears things on the road. You also know what not to say. You don't mention prices, measurements, or dates. You never use numbers you're unsure of. You don't say kilometre, or coffee, or Tuesday, unless someone else says it first. You've eliminated phrases like makes sense and no problem. You once said sure, and the shoemaker's apprentice looked at you like you'd grown a second head. Now you just say very well and nod. You nod a lot. Sometimes, though, they still look at you sideways. Maybe it's your hands, too clean, too soft. Maybe it's the way you flinch when someone coughs. Maybe it's that you never seem to know where you're going. But more and more, those looks are fleeting. People have better things to worry about than your weirdness, the weather, the bishop's new decree, the rising cost of barley. You're not their problem. You're barely their curiosity. You take that as a victory. You've even found a rhythm to your days. Wake before the bells. Join the line at the friary for watered-down broth. Avoid eye contact with the man who once offered to sell you his wife's hair. Help unload crates at the docks in exchange for half a fish. Return it when you realise it's more maggot than fish. Try again at the baker's. Fail to haggle. Settle for crusts. Eat while sitting on a step, pretending you're just between things. Smile once when a child drops a turnip and you catch it before it hits the mud. Give it back. She looks at you like you gave her gold. You feel a little more human. You've even gotten used to the smells. Well, not used to, but you've stopped retching. You no longer cover your nose when passing the tannery. You no longer dry heave when the wind carries the scent of the latrines uphill. You don't gag at the sight of dead animals being flayed in the open air. Now you just squint and walk faster. Progress. Someone calls you pilgrim. It's the first time anyone has said it without skepticism. They ask where you're headed. You reply, Santiago. Then you add, eventually. They nod. Everyone says eventually. They offer you a crust of bread. You thank them in the local dialect. It's the wrong verb tense, but close enough. You're invited to sit. You do. For an hour, you're not an outsider. You're just another traveller. Someone with sore feet and no coin and stories you're not quite ready to tell. You sit with your back against a wall, eating stale bread beside someone whose name you didn't catch. You share a silence that isn't awkward. You listen to church bells. You watch chickens fight in the mud. You could almost believe you belong here. Almost. But you don't. You miss your shoes. You miss ice. You miss toothpaste and proper bandages, and being able to say, I'm hungry, without fearing you'll be robbed or pitied. You miss being understood. Not just your words, but your world. The way people used to talk about movies, about weekends, about grocery stores and car trouble and birthday plans. Here, everything is about survival. And survival doesn't have room for small talk. Still, you've adapted, you blend, you survive. You've learned that disappearing isn't just a trick, it's a skill. And tonight, as you curl up in the corner of a friary storeroom, clutching a half-rotted blanket and the last crumb of someone else's kindness, you almost feel like part of the century. You'll never belong. But for now, you are tolerated. And in the Middle Ages, that's the closest thing to peace. You lie awake on a pile of straw that generously calls itself a bed. Your feet are still filthy. Your tunic clings to your back with the texture of wet burlap. The air is thick, not with warmth, but with that uniquely medieval perfume. Wood smoke, sweat, and the faintly sour tang of rotting vegetables from the alley outside. You roll onto your side and try to find a spot that doesn't stab you with a straw stalk or brush against the wall, crawling with something that probably has legs. You close your eyes. You try to imagine home. Not a person, not a place. A faucet. A silver, modern, blessed faucet that pours out cold, clean water whenever you ask. You think about brushing your teeth. You think about flushing toilets. You think about deodorant, shampoo, antibacterial soap. You think about socks. And then the rooster crows. You groan, a sound you now share in common with every groaning joint in your body, and sit up. It's morning. Again. Somehow you're still here. Let's take stock. You've survived. Maybe not thrived, maybe not passed as a local, but you've made it through days of filth, fear, fever, and failure. You've scavenged food, faked Latin, invented a backstory, buried your technology, avoided execution so far, and discovered that you can in fact sleep through bells, fleas, and curfew patrols. But not all three at once. At this point, the question isn't just how do you survive? It's how do you stop yourself from going insane? Medieval life isn't just hard, it's relentless. It doesn't care if your muscles hurt, or if your dignity took a punch that morning. There's no reset button, no weekend, no therapist to unload on. There's only survival, and then more of it. You've learned the rhythms now. The sound of morning prayer bells from the church tower. The way bread smells when it's 3 days from edible. The way to nod just enough to be polite, but not enough to look servile. The way people speak when they're not sure you belong, but don't care enough to ask. The town has accepted you in the only way medieval towns accept anyone, by ignoring you unless you mess up. And you've come close. A few times, too close. That moment when the priest asked where your relic was. That time you almost said okay instead of very well. That time you pronounced Ave Maria like a tourist ordering tapas. But each time you adapted. You learned a rule that isn't written down anywhere. Don't be memorable. If people remember you, you're suspicious. If they forget you, you're safe. You've become a walking blur. Just another traveller. Just another tired face in the market. You've also learned to live without. No forks. No change of clothes. No privacy. No expectation of comfort. The most advanced thing you own is a rusted knife and a second-hand sense of danger. Your favourite meal this week was pottage with visible beans. Your proudest moment was successfully not vomiting after drinking water from a bucket that had, until 5 minutes earlier, been used to soak feet. Your deepest moment of joy was washing your face in a clean stream and realising it didn't burn. And somewhere along the way, your body began to adjust. The blisters hardened. The nausea faded. Your ears began to recognise the rhythm of the local dialect. Your eyes adjusted to candlelight. You even started to forget what your phone looked like. There are things no one tells you about time travel, like how boredom becomes a kind of parasite, gnawing at your skull in the slow hours between meals and chores. Or how hard it is to go a full week without seeing glass, hearing music, or laughing at something on purpose. Or how much of the world used to be lived in silence. No hum of electricity, no engines, just fire, bells, footsteps and voices. Always voices. And how some part of you, some strange unevolved sliver of your brain, begins to like it. Not the filth, not the hunger, but the stillness, the clarity, the way that life here strips itself down to raw need. Eat, sleep, work, survive. You think less about emails, less about bills, less about the passive chaos of your own timeline. You think more about the next bowl of soup, the weather, and the man in the corner who's been eyeing your coin pouch too long. But don't get too romantic about it. This isn't a noble past. It's just a hard one. You've seen too many coughs that didn't get better. Too many children carrying loads twice their weight. Too many bent backs. Too many blank stares. Too many quiet exits. You understand now, in your bones, that most people didn't live history. They just survived it. Night falls again. You lie on your straw mat, slightly less itchy, slightly more resigned. You hear the familiar shuffle of shoes on stone outside the friary walls. You listen for anything suspicious, just footsteps, fading. You pull your cloak tight. You press your pouch to your chest. You mumble the beginning of a prayer you don't believe, just in case someone's listening. Tomorrow will be the same. Cold, hungry, confusing. But tonight you are not dead. And that, in medieval England, is enough.